Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The plot begins in the capital city called Arzia. The guy has just arrived there. He looks at the temple and realizes that this is the beginning of his career. He looks happily. The plot shows us the entire building and informs us that this is the Ammoni's Academy, which is also a comprehensive educational institution founded a long time ago by Emperor Ammoni's the Great, and judging by the size of the local teaching staff and the curriculum, everything should be just excellent. Asks. Then he refers to the fact that this is a historical place where many children want to get to the yard, and he, in fact, is also the second son of a provincial aristocratic family and will become a teacher here. Rick looks satisfied and thinks that he will definitely start making connections here and will be able to help his own family with his own hands, while someone addresses him off screen. The guy turns around at the voice. Around, the newcomers are asking each other what to do, because one doesn't know where to put his things, and the second says that it's better to do it outside, and another guy comes up to Rick and asks him why he's just standing here and asks him to get ready and get to work, and quickly, to which he doesn't understand anything. Rick, with boxes in his hands, tries to explain that he's a teacher here, but he doesn't listen and orders him to drag his things to the table. He tries to repeat, and he continues that if he's finished with the room, then he should go to the next one. The guy looks at the one who's shouting at everyone to go as quickly as possible and get out of here, perplexed, while he asks himself what's going on here and what kind of ceremony is this for accepting him to a new job. Rick asks if they're rebuilding the academy, to which the man with the boxes just asks him in confusion what he's talking about. Someone says that the head of the academy invested all her money in investments and went bust, so the academy is now bankrupt. Rick is stunned by this news. The man with the boxes smiles and asks if he came to work here without even knowing the latest news, to which he says that this is the first time he has heard of such a thing, to which he continues that this is true, because usually there is no such interest in part-time jobs. Rick grinned, saying that he got a job here as a teacher. The guy noticed something. He looks at the sleeping man and wonders where a beggar could hide in the academy. While the man is peacefully snoring, he asks himself why no one pays attention to him and whether he works here, because he himself does not know who will drag him like this. But in this case, things are clearly bad here. Rick approached him with the thought that he wants to stay here with his load and run away. Nevertheless, he asks why he is sitting here. While we are shown someone's bags, and he says that together they can do it faster, and he has not yet woken up. Chris points at him shouting that these are his books, to which he asks again why the hell they belong to him now. The man states that he actually works here as a teacher, to which Rick is even more perplexed, because how can such a person be a teacher here? Because he is a drunkard. Chris shouts that he is actually a thief here and that the guards should catch a book thief, and the waiter says that he has simply gone crazy as a first-year student, to which the future teacher says that he is not a thief, but not a first-year student either. The man again does not listen to him, and shouts at him that he did not do what he was asked to do and is also stealing, and he gave him this box asking him to drag it somewhere. Chris, through a hangover, declares that he should return the books to him, and he refuses because he is not a thief. Rick, in despair, declares a categorical opinion. He showed him the teacher's room, where bottles of alcohol were scattered everywhere, to which the guy was perplexed by the disgusting smell. Chris says that the interior here is of course simple, but nevertheless he still stole his things, to which the guy understands to himself who is to blame for such an untidy appearance, and says that if he reminds him of this again, then he will really steal something from him, and wants to change the subject. The guy plugs his nose with his hand and continues that he understands that he is discouraged and depressed by the current situation, but the state of the teacher's room. But he was interrupted by the question of what is wrong with it, to which he continues that he is talking about bottles, or rather about a ton of these bottles in the room, to which the second asks again what they are talking about. Chris stands with the bottle and says that this drink is quite tasty and offers them to drink. Rick looks displeased and a vein appears on his face. The guy takes the bottle from him and hits him on the head. Rick angrily listens to the screams about the bottle and the head and questions about what that bastard did. Someone takes a step. Rick walks in front of the window and reasons that he is from the Viscount Drake family, which lives deep in the province. He looks at the sign and continues that the Viscount is an empty title for them, and the sign says that joining the teaching staff of the Ammoni's Academy, because Ammon is the second son of the Drake family, and he says that even though they have an estate, their family is poor and the entire territory is just a village with rough land. The man says that he pushed him into this position using all the connections he has with him and that his contract is concluded for 3 years in advance, and if he does not fulfill it, then he will have to pay a serious fine and his existence, like his entire family, will depend on his actions. Rick smiles and realizes that this is the end of him. He clenches his fists and understands that it is too early to give up, because there is still hope, because there are still 2 teachers and 2 students left. Rick walks down the corridor and thinks that if it comes to that, then he should at least win over these 2 students, and maybe due to some circumstances someone from an outstanding noble family remains here, and there is still 1 more teacher. The guy has something bad in mind and continues that suddenly he will still be able to establish some connections here. The voiceover says that unfortunately all his determination has faded, since either of the two students were suitable for his goals. Boris says that his village disappeared 2 years ago and he has nowhere to go, while Rick realizes that this boy is generally from the commoners. Chloe cries and says that she came here to study from the royal heir and last year her country was defeated and destroyed, to which the teacher notes that she is a descendant of a defeated family. Rick smiles at the thought that everything is now in his hands and says that he understands everything, but now they definitely have nothing to worry about, because he is here, while he himself realizes that they should experience all this together, as people who simply have nowhere else to go. The children reach out to the teacher. Rick hugs the children and is very happy. He sees someone and asks them what it is. He points to a caterpillar and asks if it is someone's pet. The child says that it is their fencing teacher, who is complaining about the noise. Rick realizes that things are getting worse and worse. Lorie turns to him, to which he responds. The blonde discontentedly tells him that his headmistress was looking for him, so he better look in on her, and he turns to the children that if they have finished their self-study, then they are free, to which they agree unconditionally, and Rick is indignant that this is really the teacher. The guy wondered what kind of director would hire such a lazy person to work for him. Well, he will find out personally now. Someone says that he is pleased to meet him, and introduces herself as the headmistress of the school. Rick in response says his name and that he is from the Viscount Drake family, and that he only got a job with them today, while he was thinking that she looks like an adequate elf. He pays attention to her journal in Elvish. She addresses him, to which he responds. She asks which sounds better, a steel snail or a jojohu, and wonders what kind of questions she has. And writes something down, and says that it is good, and then she puts 10 gold on a steel snail, to which the guy asks her not to say that she is now betting money on horse racing. The girl turns around in bewilderment, and asks again, because why would a noble elf participate in such barbarity? Rick exhales and realizes that he seems to have made a mistake, and she clarifies that she is betting on snail racing. The guy is shocked, to which she does not understand why he did not know this, because in their days it is a sensational sport among elves in which giant snails compete to see who will be the first to reach the world tree. The guy grits his teeth while she continues that since there will soon be a new race, she was discussing who is better to invest in, and the voice says that then the words he heard earlier flashed through his mind about the head of the academy investing all her money in investments and burning out, and the academy in honor of this went bankrupt. Rick grabbed her by the shoulder. The girl listens in bewilderment to the question of whether she is betting from the academic budget, to which she replies that she will reimburse everything when she wins. The guy takes the magazine from her. The girl asks what he is doing, to which he asks the same question in response. He angrily reminds her that she is losing money from the budget, and after that she dares to call herself a headmistress, to which she does not listen and asks him to return it, because if the steel snail wins, then they will multiply everything many times over. He looks at the magazine while saying that the chances of winning are small and she knows it herself, to which she retorts that he should not underestimate the potential of the participants. The guy tears the thing in 2 halves and asks her why she cares about the future of the snails, but not the future of her own academy, and if she really wants to bet then let her bet from her personal budget. Rick looks at her and asks her to stop, because he will not tolerate spending the budget on this kind of betting, to which she says that she needs to win in order to invest, to which he asks again what she is talking about. Rick discontentedly clarified where she is going to invest, because where else is she going to invest, and she answers that she is in an orchard with dragon bananas. The voiceover adds that dragon bananas are considered the best crop and they grow in 3 years and bear fruit after another 12 years. That is, their cultivation takes a significant amount of time, but this is by human standards. And puts her hand on her heart, and says that if they don't wait just 15 years, they will be able to multiply the academy budget tenfold, while the voiceover clarifies that the average lifespan of elves is 1,000 years. The guy kneels and asks if she is serious about these 15 years, to which she agrees. The guy gets angry and shakes from this. The birds fly away because of his shout about her being a copper-browed elf. The guy declares that he has had enough and that he will leave this shitty academy at any cost, even if he has to destroy the academy to the ground. Someone opens the door and says that it is Rick. He is sitting in a cloak, and allows him to enter and asks what business he has with this copper-browed elf, to which he understands that she is sulking at him. The guy points to himself and says that he was thinking about the investments she made earlier and does not think that the headmistress of a prestigious academy would spend huge sums on snail racing just for her own pleasure, and if she does it only exclusively for the future of the academy, then he can still understand. Nevertheless, he clarifies if this is so. To which and happily replies that he is right. The guy bows to her, says that he did not realize this, and it was stupid of him to insult her, so he offers his sincere, to which the blonde says that she will close her eyes to it now, but he must be careful in the future. Rick continues that he has something else to say, like he himself was interested in his personal raids, and since they are popular among long-lived wise elves, he thinks that this sport can be considered elitist, and one can even say that this is already a kind of art. She grabs his hands and says that, and in that case, she offers to watch them together, to which he asks again what she offers to watch, and she clarifies that she is talking about snail racing. Several elves stand in a row while she says that the elves living in the village where the world tree grows are known for their divine beauty, but specifically this image. The elves are distorted in their bad habits, and the voice continues that perhaps this is just someone's invention because one says that he believes in a certain snail fighter, the second asks to show his strength and crush them all, while the third is rooting for the steel snail because it is very fast, and then asks another snail to try her best. Rick covers his ears in displeasure or realizes that these are not elves, but some kind of madmen, while the girl screams that the steel snail has won her heart, and she must show her strength. The blonde bursts into a scream, but someone makes a remark to her, and she asks for forgiveness afterwards. She turns to Rick, to which he asks if they have already started or not, since the snails have not even moved from their place, to which she asks what he is talking about. The voice comments that from the elf's point of view, this snail has just moved from its place. The girl is indignant that her snail was overtaken. Rick notes that from a human's point of view, it is unclear who overtook whom. The elves continue to rush them, since they are moving incredibly fast. They need a little more time, and someone else asks how she could let herself be overtaken, and encourages her snail, while someone says that today's participants are doing well, since in such a situation it is impossible to predict the winner, since they continue to overtake each other. Rick thinks that no one can really predict the results of this race. The guy looks at this and notes that they are very slow and asks if it will end today at all, while someone continues to comment that there is a suggestion to see what results the participants who train tirelessly will show, to which the guy snaps sharply. Rick yawns and listens to the snail Hannah no longer showing such stunning results as it did at the start. The elves encourage the snail, while the guy thinks that he is very tired. The plot takes us back a few hours, wherein shows him a glued magazine, where she asks him to look at the snail's Suprama, who won the race last time. The blonde enthusiastically adds that she still clearly remembers how she energetically climbed the world tree, to which the guy asks if she won then, and in response to silence, he asks if she bet on another snail and received a positive answer. Rick looks and analyzes what this means, and there are participants in the snail races and clarifies whether these numbers in the magazine are the chances of winning, to which he says that he is right and calls them by name. She asks him if he knows why she singled them out, to which he thought that he does not know anything at all, but said that she is insightful as expected. Rick points at one and says that he thinks she's good, to which and says that Hannah isn't so good and that she's the weakest, which is why it's worth betting on her. Rick says that it's all because of the desperation of the weakest, to which she asks him again. The guy thinks about the snail and says that she's still a professional and that she got to the races through hard training. In any case, the public's views are based on rough estimates and ridicule of those who are considered the weakest. Rick continues that the reason why she doesn't achieve high results is mostly psychological, but nevertheless, this can be overcome through expectations and trust of others, which means that Hannah can become a proud winner with a little support from others. The girl listens with interest to the fact that the bets are 500 to 1, and since she belongs to the clan of the Great Forest, she should play big, to which she says that he's right and offers to bet on her. Rick hears sniffling and does not understand what is happening. Did she really start crying? The elves are indignant because they lost and bet money from the emergency reserve and do not understand why this happened at all, and Rick asks if the race is over. He looks at the blonde and thinks that judging by her reaction, the fate of the academy is predetermined. The guy is maliciously happy that everything is going exactly according to his plan, and that if the academy finally goes bankrupt, then he will go home without any fines. Rick smiles and turns to the director and asks him to calm down, and with a question of what they should do now and offers to return to the academy to discuss future plans, taking into account the situation and even the possible closure of the academy, while the announcer says that the winner of the race is the snail Hannah. The guy looks at what is happening in shock. The girl suddenly goes from tears to laughter. Rick grabs his head and listens that it was incredible, and only one managed to predict the snail's victory. The guy is about to cry, while the announcer continues that the snail Hannah asked to shake hands with someone who believed in her, and whoever bet on her needs to go to the world tree. They ask the snail if she wants to shake hands. Lots of photos with Rick and a happy blonde, and says that shaking hands with a snail racer is a historical award, to which Rick asks her if she is interested in something called an elf who died young. Rick slowly comes to his senses and asks what she plans to do with the 5,000 gold she won, to which she replies that of course she will go and pay off her debts, and he continues that this is an incredible relief for him, because he had already thought that she would spend it again, or rather bet on the next snail race. But the girl replies that she is still the headmistress of a prestigious academy, and asks if he thinks she is some kind of gambler, to which he wonders if this is really the case, and sadly explains that she wants to return the academy to its former glory, and since there is no longer any imperial support to expect, they will have to find money on their own and attract students and teachers themselves. She stands up and asks if he understands her intentions, to which he asks if she wants to invest and receives a positive answer. Rick asks if she doesn't understand that she is a copperhead or maybe crazy, to which she asks again, confused, why he called her that. The guy wipes his face and says that he agrees that in her case, The academy cannot be restored by normal measures, to which she is glad that he realized this, and he continues that he tells her honestly that investing is not the worst option, but thoughtfulness is important here and suggests that this time she be more careful so that her dream will eventually come true. The plot moves to the Golden Road Trading Company and someone asks if this is a project to build the Blaten Temple. Someone runs a finger over it and asks what Rick thinks, because everything seems to fit. Rick raises his eyebrows and says that this is not entirely true, to which she asks if he is sure, and he clarifies that she should look at where the construction will take place and that this is a recently developed area, that is, there is no infrastructure and besides, there may be heretics there, and the locals may be against it. The girl agrees, saying that everything is going as expected from him, to which he says that she is too kind and he wants to leave for a while. He calls out to the man with a mustache and asks for his forgiveness. Rick says that he wants to invest 2 gold coins in the Blaten Temple construction project, while he currently has 3 gold coins in his wallet, and the man agrees in confusion. The guy smiles contentedly and thinks that even if they do not make a profit soon, this is a rather profitable investment in the future, and the god of war Blaten has many followers. But when the temple is completed, they will not forget him about it, and he does not know if the headmistress understands this. But he cannot allow her to succeed, and asks if he has been patient for too long, why his face is so shiny upon his return, to which he replies that he has been patient for a long time. The girl says that he should take a closer look at this, because she does not understand this at all, to which Rick asks again and asks to give it to him. She continues that if it were not for him, then they would not have this opportunity, so she will trust him, while he thinks that he will take advantage of this opportunity, and finally ruin this academy. The guy looks at the mango and says that it looks good, to which the girl asks again what he is talking about and does he even understand what kind of culture it is, because it is a high-quality culture, because of which he called her a fool not so long ago, because royal bananas are essentially not much different from royal mangoes, to which the guy agrees that they will need 2 years to grow and another 5 years for the fruit to ripen. To which and is completely confused. Rick closes the magazine and asks her to think about it. She listens sadly to the question of whether the Empire will support an unprofitable academy. That's why he was against dragon bananas, because 15 years is too big a risk. But on the other hand, the royal mango will start to bring profit after 7 years, and this will mean that it will take more than half as much time and they will only need to hold out for 7 years under pressure from the imperial family, who will want to close this academy. And asks if 7 years is a serious term for people, to which he agrees because it is, to which she asks if this will be a difficult time for him. Rick wonders if he can stand it, because he plans to quickly finish everything here and get out. Nevertheless, he agrees with her, and listens in surprise to the question of whether she is still going to protect the academy until the very end. He extends his hand and says that this investment is exclusively for the headmistress and the academy. The girl cries from his words. Rick says that now they should think about the size of this investment, and she offers him to invest 4,900 gold, leaving 100 for various expenses, and they have 5,000 in total. Rick claps his hands and says that she is doing everything right, and he even admires her decision, but thinks that she managed to spend all the money again. The plot moves to the royal mango farm, where the man asks the guy if he is the owner. The worker is crying. He looks at the mango and says that heaven help them. The guy looks down, while the plot moves to the next morning in front of the gates of the academy, and he asks something again. He sees a parcel with a letter addressed to him. The letters are written about the Blaten Temple construction project, specifically a notification for all investors, and the second one addressed to a kind investor from the owner of the royal mango farm. Chris hiccups happily and says that today the food is delicious again and that the tavern owner really knows what drinks to choose. Someone asks again what they are talking about. The man is puzzled as to why a black dog is sleeping here. He picks up a roll of paper and offers it to him to eat. Rick sleeps and gets hit in the temple. He frowns with displeasure. The guy waves his fist and says that he has earned 10 points for good deeds today and asks for another bottle at the tavern. Someone finds Rick on the street and tries to wake him up and asks why he is sleeping here. She looks at the garbage nearby and asks what is this disgusting smell of rotten seafood. The blonde realized everything in horror and said that he must be very hungry. The plot takes us a few minutes back, where someone asks what it is. Someone greets him as a respected investor, for he is the owner of a mango farm and they are sincerely grateful to him for his generous investment and immeasurable interest in the royal mango. He goes on to write that his farm has recently found a unique method by which the mango growing period has been reduced to 1 year, and according to the agreement they will send a part of the net profit from the royal mango personally to him, their respected investor, for the next 10 years, and as a thank you they send him fresh samples of the royal mango to try for their dear investor. Rick looks at the box of mangoes and reads that they wish for a bright light to illuminate his path. The guy is not happy with what is happening. He looks at the second letter, which is written to notify all the sponsors of the Blaten Temple construction that the temple construction has been cancelled due to heretic uprisings, resistance from local tribes, and general instability in the newly settled area, and they ask for their sponsor's understanding since the trading company that was responsible for building the temple has also gone bankrupt. And Rick asks again if it has been cancelled. The guy scratches the back of his head and cries for the lost money. He looks up and thinks about his precious 2 gold coins. Someone puts out a royal mango smoothie made according to an elven recipe. The girl leans over to him and says that he should have told her if he was so hungry, to which he thanks her, but then asks again what she just said, to which she replies that it is not that important, and he should just try the smoothie. Rick decides to drink it. He is shocked at how delicious it is. The guy covers his face with his hands and says that with such awesome mangoes, there is no way the business of growing them can go bankrupt so quickly, and he was wrong about everything, therefore his life is over. But his thoughts are interrupted by an elf, and hands him something and says that she is giving him 1 gold as a bonus. After all, investing in the royal mango was his idea, for which he thanks her, and raises her eyebrows and says that she would like to give him more, but she cannot freely use the academy's budget, to which the guy is perplexed, because didn't she already bet 10 gold on snail fights from there? The guy finishes his smoothie and thinks that in any case, the academy now has a source of income, so it will not be so easy for him to achieve its collapse, and since he is tied to them by a 3-year contract, it will be even more profitable for him to save this academy. He thinks about the teaching staff and asks himself how he can do this when the entire staff is going crazy. There is a gamer, a drunkard, and a lazy person from left to right. Someone slams a mug on a table and scares someone. The bartender scolds him and says that at this rate he'll break his table, and asks if something's wrong with him, since he came here at such an early hour. Rick holds his head and says that he has a job that he barely managed to get, but his boss and coworkers are just crazy and his future seems hopeless until someone acknowledges him from the outside. Chris stands there with a bottle and asks him if he got a job at the academy. Rick says that this is a very unexpected meeting for him and mentally hopes that he didn't hear what he just said, to which the latter simply asks if he minds if he sits next to him for a while, because even if he is one of those crazy people, but nevertheless. The guy shakes his hand and says that now that he thinks about it, they still haven't introduced themselves to each other, and gives his name, to which Chris says that he is a local magic instructor. One of them squeezed the other too hard. Chris jerks his hand away and says that even though he doesn't like him, why did he have to squeeze his hand, to which the other asks what his name is. Rick rubs his chin and tries to figure out how he knows his name. The bartender pours them drinks while Chris asks why the guy sighed so heavily, to which he replies that the future of their academy is rather bleak. Chris takes him by the shoulders and asks what he thinks the fundamental task of the academy is, to which he replies that this task is in teaching students and caring for them, to which he says that this is exactly so. Chris, drunk, says that as long as there are students, their future will not be bleak, even if there are only 2 of them. Rick is surprised that he is so serious about this despite his drunken appearance. Rick sighs and says that, however, running the academy itself is not an easy task, especially without the support of the Imperial family. Someone asks what this is, if it is an announcement of an Imperial competition for young sailors. The bartender points at the sign saying that since the academy has fallen into disrepair, there is no point in hanging it up, and orders the girl to take the poster down. Rick looks at it and thinks. The voiceover says that the academy's biggest problem now is that the Imperial family's recommendations to close the academy exist. Rick wonders what will happen if they can achieve good results in competitions organized by the Imperial Majesty himself. On the poster, the king points at the viewer, where the Imperial Tournament among young men is advertised. The guy reaches out to it and thinks that if the Emperor notices, then perhaps the recommendation to close the academy will be revoked, and asks to give him the poster. In the background of the building, someone thanks someone for their hard work. The waiters say they'll see each other tomorrow, and another one asks the bartender if he saw this crack on the table, to which he asks what he's talking about, because the table should be strong. He looks at the dent and asks who could have broken it. Rick looks down sadly. The plot says that there is still some time before the competition, and so the teacher decided to observe the classes of other teachers. Rick greets Lorie at a fencing lesson, who says that she is sleeping, and he says his name and says that he is a new recruit and is here to observe, and asks her to introduce herself. She says the name syllable by syllable, and Rick realizes that he knows it too. He reasons that the head of their family is a great master of fencing and all his direct descendants too, and understands that she must be quite skilled. Nevertheless, the question of why she is exactly like that does not disappear from his mind. Rick pokes her to wake her up and asks if she at least knows that the lesson is going on now, to which she says that she understood him and asks him to stop poking her. Lorie gets out of the bag and asks why she should work when the academy is in decline, because she does not even get paid, and notes that Rick is somehow too strange and strong. Rick asks her what it means that she does not get paid. The boy hands her a roll of gold. Lorie looks at her weekly salary with enthusiasm. Rick notes that, to his surprise, Lorie can teach well if she wants to. She watches the children and says that Boris should lean more on his supporting leg, and Chloe should relax her wrist, because she is too tense, and the children unquestioningly follow all the recommendations, while Rick says that everything is fine. The boy looks at her sleeping bag and does not understand why she is hugging him. Maybe there is something hidden there. Nevertheless, she asks him if he said that he does not have a subject yet that he would teach. The boy rubs his chin and says that he did, because the headmistress thinks that it would be better for him to observe the situation for a while, and she asks what exactly he would like to teach, and he answers that, to be honest, he really likes history and has loved reading history books since childhood. Lorie wonders why he wants to teach a general course, but nevertheless it suits him. Also, he is not very strong and has a very average physique. Rick looks at her, and she continues that judging by his gait and stance, he has never picked up a sword. The guy awkwardly listens to the question of whether it is true that he has never done fencing. To which he asks how she knows, since he has not been trained in it properly, and she retorts that this is not the moment to take advantage of the opportunity. However, the guy thinks that she is just trying to dump her lessons on him. The brunette says that if the miss offers him to learn, then he will gladly accept this offer, and she notes his fighting spirit. While he thinks that learning fencing from a member of such a famous family will clearly not hurt him, and she thinks that this newbie clearly irritates her, but nevertheless she will teach him a couple of techniques and dump the lessons on him. Rick stands with a training sword and she suggests that they begin while he asks her to wait because she is not going to fence with a sleeping bag in her hand, to which she replies that it is just light training and he should not worry about it. Lorie looks at him enthusiastically and says that she can easily handle him with just one hand. Rick goes on the attack and she easily dodges. The guy looks angrily, and she does not understand what is happening and why he is so fast. The blonde hits and misses with the thought that she does not even feel his mana. Lorie frowns and realizes that even so, he is just a beginner, and there is no need to worry. She throws her bag back. The guy goes on the attack. The blonde trips over her own bag. The girl lies on the ground and asks him not to come closer and repeats the same. He stopped right in front of her face. The brunette looks at her and says that he mentioned that she should put away the sleeping bag. Lorie is perplexed, thinking that she didn't want to use aura against a civilian, but she'll have to make an exception. The girl uses aura and thinks that given the situation, she'll have to play dirty, to which Rick exclaims that it's an aura blade, only sword masters can use it. Lorie replies that it's not, that it's a sword's aura, and he asks again if it's true, because he's never seen anything like it before, so he'll take her word for it, and he doesn't understand how he could never see it and where he's from. The girl hears the answer and doesn't understand where it is. She imagines where it is and says that it's on the edge of the continent and asks if there's an estate there, to which he responds that there is an estate and it's not on the edge of the continent, but behind the mountains, where there's a valley, and she says that it's a garden of silence, which is why the mountains are considered the end of the continent. Lorie asks in surprise if he really came from those very mountains, to which he receives a positive answer, because from there he walked for about 2 weeks, and she thinks that from there even on a horse it takes 2 weeks to ride. He scratches the back of his head, and she asks if that area is not teeming with monsters, and he says that monsters from the valley constantly break the fence in the potato field, specifically ogres, trolls and others. She asks how they deal with them, to which the answer is obvious: they kill them, but the girl is perplexed, and he asks if she suggests leaving such people alive, but she says that he told her that he saw the aura of the sword for the first time, and since they kill monsters themselves, there are no knights in their estate, but he asks why they need knights at all. The blonde listens in bewilderment that they just chop monsters with an axe, and she wonders what's wrong with him. The boy looks at her in confusion. Pak Atta wonders what kind of person he is, to which he does not understand whether he said something wrong or not. The girl is silent while he clarifies why she is looking at him like that. She turns away and he continues that he does not know what happened, but at the moment she thinks that now is the time for him to start learning fencing, to which she replies that she refuses to teach him. Rick frowns while she turns to the children that it is time for them to continue the lesson, and he still does not understand what is happening. The plot goes to the second lesson of the theory of magic, where someone laughs and asks where they left off last time. The child replies that they reached the 21st page in the magic textbook, to which Chris replies that Boris is great and suggests that they open their notebooks and asks them what they think is the most important element of the magic circle, and gives the answer that it also facilitates the flow of magic. The guy interrupts with the words that he already told them that it was about the top of the pentagram inscribed in the center of the magic circle, and the teacher does not understand why he is so good. The teacher praises the guy without recovering from a hangover and says that according to the analysis of the Archmage Amagoto, who developed the magic circle, the magic orbit of the circle. Chris points at them and continues that it will be difficult to explain in words, so it will be easier for him to show everything, to which Rick asks if it is normal that he is going to use magic while drunk. The teacher uses green energy. Rick opens his mouth and remembers his name. He remembers that he saw his name in the newspaper, while Chris shows the children magic and asks if everyone saw what just happened, because this is what magic looks like in practice. Against the background of the tower, a voiceover talks about a magician from a famous magic tower, who during the last battle single-handedly destroyed an entire squad of knights. The man turns around and Rick says that this very hero of that war was Chris. The guy looks at him in confusion and says that at least that's what they called him in that article, and his face is pretty similar to that portrait in the newspaper, even though he's much older now. The drunk teacher writes something while the guy continues that this is why he teaches so well even when he's completely drunk. The shot switches to bottles and he says that he would be happy with his teaching success if he weren't an alcoholic. An idea occurs to him at that moment. He wonders if he teaches so well when drunk, will he do even better when sober? Rick addresses him by name, to which the guy asks if everything is okay, and the guy clarifies that he wants to ask him something and asks him to step outside for a second. Chris is wary and wonders what this is because he's almost to the best part of this lesson. The guy asks him for a conversation, and the guy realizes that the situation is suspicious no matter how you look at it. Rick grabs him by the collar and asks what is happening and why they are dragging him outside when you can ask a question right without leaving the classroom, to which he receives in response that this is happening to preserve his dignity, and he says that he is destroying it with such an act and is rude to him. Rick looks at him and asks if he called him a moron and asks where he will find such a loyal assistant like him and turns to the students to use their break to write down all the material that is currently written on the board, to which they agree. The children begin to work. One of them makes strange sounds when he brings a pen to a sheet of paper. A scream is heard from behind the door with a question about why they hit him so sharply in the stomach and that he should respect his elders, to which Rick notes that he is still an ordinary middle-aged man, to which the children are horrified. Chris comes in and holds his chest, saying that his stomach hurts a lot, to which someone apologizes. Chris fixes his hair and says that he decided to hit him in the stomach to sober up and that he has never heard of such a barbaric method in his life, to which he says that he sincerely apologizes, but in his village everyone does it. The guy awkwardly sighed, while the guy asks what kind of man and taught him something so barbaric, to which he replies that he learned this method from his father and that it is incredibly effective. Chris gives a thumbs up and states that thanks to him, he completely sobered up, to which Rick clarifies if this is true. The teacher returned to the classroom and says that they should continue their lesson, to which Rick thinks that this is great and that he really wants to see his real level. Chris says that the Archmage Yamagoto does not know anything and understands that this is not it, then remembers what is the basis of human magic and again not it, because he was clearly talking about something else. The teacher looks in the textbook what should have happened next, and Rick is perplexed by what is happening. The guy thinks that he can only teach properly when he's drunk, while he madly says that there's a lot of mana at the tip of the magic circle and asks what to do when there's a lot of mana, and he himself gives the answer that alcohol needs to be created in that case and only then will there be a lot of it, while the guy asks himself what's going on. Chris awkwardly decides to stop and asks the students to wait a second. He takes the bottle and gets drunk with jazz playing in the background for his alcohol, while Rick holds on to his head and doesn't approve of him drinking right in front of his students. Chris gets drunk again and smiles. He says that thanks to the magic circle developed by the Archmage Yamagoto, people's magic has increased many times over, but there was another person who, in turn, improved this circle. He looks at the children and says that his name was Jato and asks if they all understood, to which the girl repeats his name, and he continues that how can you not know his name, but in any case, it will be on the test, so they better remember it. Rick smiles as he continues that Archmage Jato offers to see what changes he made to the magic circle, to which the guy thinks that he agrees to such conditions, since it helps him to teach students normally. The teacher happily sits with a bottle while he is called to return to business, and he says that after the end of classes, drinking is the best thing and asks what could be better. Rick comes up and says that he needs to ask him something, to which he clarifies if he is asking him again and if he wants to use the same method again, to which Rick says that this time his intentions are more serious. He sits down next to him and asks if he is by any chance the same Chris who fought in the Great War, to which he asks again if he knows him, and the guy replies that he has heard a lot about him and apologizes for his rude behavior earlier. Chris smiles and says that he is a pretty calm person so he shouldn't worry and that his head and stomach still hurt, to which Rick wonders if it is because of a hangover. Rick shows him the book and says that he has a question for him about the lecture, and Rick clarifies what exactly he is interested in, and Rick clarifies that it is a mana amplification circle that was created by the same Archmage. Chris listens attentively to how the points of the pentagram are the most important element of the magic circle according to Gyato, and if mana flows along such a trajectory, then isn't its effectiveness halved. He draws with a pen in the textbook and says that if they force the ends to form a square, they can simplify the magic circle according to Gyato's idea and asks if he is right. Chris asks if he has studied magic before, to which Rick replies that his father is a mage, so he studied a little theory as a child. The teacher put his lip on the bottle and thinks that if he had told about this in the magic tower, he would have received an award, and asks if he could really find the error so easily just by studying the theory a little, and here he still does not mention the proposal to improve the magic circle. Chris yells at him asking what he even knows, to which the guy gets scared and asks again. The teacher instantly evaporates and does it with a grin, to which Rick protests and asks him to stay. The guy looks at the floor and asks himself what was going on. He thinks that the instructors and the quality of their teaching of both fencing and magic are quite good, but something is going wrong. Rick looks ahead and realizes that they need special training. He imagines the students of the academy, and continues that it is unpleasant for him to realize that the students' abilities are always several times lower than those of the teachers, and at this rate they will receive a reward for participation only by a miracle. Rick smirks and remembers something. He looks at his tray and declares that the cafeteria is damn good, and it's incredible that he can eat something he used to only be able to afford on his birthday for such a reasonable price. He looks ahead and wonders where he should sit. Both teachers turn away while he thinks that this is to ease the awkwardness and build camaraderie with his fellow teachers, but asks if they are making fun of him. Chris asks if she agrees. Lorie eats, and says that he said that he killed high-risk monsters without even learning mana or swordsmanship, and if he learns both, to which he expresses genuine agreement, and adds that he listened to some magic theory from his father, and he came up with a great hypothesis that would earn him gratitude, and why all the mages from the magic tower, but if he properly took up teaching, to which Rick realizes that his job is in jeopardy. The teachers exchange glances. They cross a fork and a spoon, and he thinks that at that moment an alliance was created against teaching him anything, the purpose of which was to not allow him to learn anything from them. He comes to the children and says hello. He is about to sit down at their table and asks if he can do it, to which they agree. Rick sits with the kids and says that they both studied hard during class, and they respond that their teacher worked hard too, while the latter thinks that these kids are the only ones who appreciate his work in this place and asks if they know that there will be an Imperial Tournament among young men soon, to which they answer positively. The kids are shocked that the teacher offered them to participate in it, because it will be a good experience that will serve them throughout their future lives. Boris looks sadly while he asks how they think they can gain experience together. The boy is sadly forced to refuse. The guy explains that he is in no way equal to the aristocrats, because he is a commoner, to which Rick retorts that he cannot even imagine how many aristocrats were once commoners. The guy realizes that he made a mistake, but says that this is what makes them great. Boris, with tears in his eyes, asks the teacher what a commoner like him can even do, to which Rick thinks that who would have thought that the person he considered the most intelligent would turn out to be so insecure. Rick takes his hand and calls him by name. He looks him in the eyes and says that his teacher in childhood had a nickname, Rick the Cowardly Weakling. The brunette remembers his childhood and thinks that in fact it is not so at all, because his name was Rick the Fist of Fire. With just one punch he could make the villagers respect him. He puts his hand on his heart and continues that he should look at him, because after that he was able to become a teacher at the academy, and after all, not every person can become a teacher. Boris is stunned by his words, while the teacher realizes that everything is not quite so. Given the current state of the academy, it seems that even stray dogs or cats would become local teachers. Boris parries the question of whether he is from an aristocratic family, to which he says that he noticed correctly, but still, becoming a teacher is more of an achievement even for a member of an aristocratic family. Rick smiles and continues that besides, if he participates in competitions and works hard, sooner or later he himself will be able to become an aristocrat, and if he becomes one, he will eat deliciously every day just like his teacher. Rick remembers his childhood and realizes that he lied here too, because the main food in his estate was potatoes, while his mother tells him in the background that he can eat as much as he wants, and he replies that it's not like he has a choice. The boy eats a chicken paw and thinks about becoming an aristocrat, while the teacher asks what he thinks about this and whether he really doesn't want it. Boris sullenly bites off a piece and says that he wants to become an aristocrat, while the boy thinks contentedly that he really wants to succeed, and he is glad that he remained true to his goal, which actually brought him to this academy, and he is also glad that he didn't donate his food to him in vain. He looks at the kids and says that they don't have classes at noon and asks if that's true, and also that he'll be teaching them social studies and history some days, to which the kids ask if that's true, and he asks if they're going to try their best now. The boy is excited about the idea and agrees to do his best until the teacher asks what Chloe thinks about it. He looks at her in surprise. Rick looks at the girl until Boris explains that Chloe is afraid, specifically afraid of socializing. The teacher awkwardly realizes that there will be hundreds or even thousands of spectators at the competition and that they should do something about her problem, and says that if that's the case then Chloe shouldn't force herself to, but she retorts that she really wants to participate. The girl clenches her fist and says that she really wants to overcome her fear. Rick smiles and thinks that Chloe will be a stepping stone on his path to success, but he only says that in that case he has an offer to meet them after lunch in the training room. The children agree with him unanimously, while he recalls that at the time they did not even suspect. He looks at them and clarifies that they did not understand what path they had chosen for themselves. Rick runs and addresses the children with the words that a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. The children run tiredly, while he keeps count, and they repeat after him. Lorie and Chris peek and she asks how many laps they have already run, to which he replies that he counted all 89. Chloe fell to her knees and turns to the teacher, saying that she can't do anymore, and Boris that it was too difficult for him, to which the guy clarifies whether they are already exhausted. He smiles awkwardly and thinks that these two have even less stamina than he imagined, and says that he has a suggestion to take a short break and move on to studying the theory of magic. The man in the audience says that in this way they prove the existence of magic. The children watch thoughtfully, while the teacher asks if they understood everything. The kid says it's too hard, to which he asks what's wrong, because it's literally the basics of magic theory. While Boris apologizes, he retorts that he shouldn't apologize and clarifies what exactly is difficult about the topic. Chris asks angrily who teaches like that, while Lorie tells him to shut up, because otherwise he'll hear them. Rick erases the board and thinks that he studied the theory just at their age, but it's strange that they didn't understand and says that's okay and suggests that they clear their heads on the treadmill and try again. The kids run after him, he counts and says that a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. The guy runs behind and says that he sees their heels and encourages them to run faster and starts counting, while Boris tries to breathe, and Chloe still has difficulty repeating. The children fell down exhausted, while the teacher asks them why they are so tired, because they have not run that much yet, and thinks to himself that the children are really weak, and he thought that they would be worth something. Someone grabs the teacher by the shoulder. Chris asks him what he is doing. Rick turns around and thinks that they showed up at his lesson again and asks how these teachers can even interfere with his lesson, despite the fact that there are no classes in the afternoon, and answers that he helps the students with their physical training. Lorie asks discontentedly if this is why he makes them run 100 laps, to which he asks what is wrong, because they were supposed to run 100 laps. But this track is so small, 110 laps are clearly not enough. Rick smiles and says that he also taught them a little magic theory, to which Chris asks if he is talking about etherology, to which he asks how he knows. He nevertheless, in any case, it is the basics of magic, and clarifies whether he is right or not, and continues that so he is laying the foundation for them, while the teacher notes that he probably should lay some basics for him first. To which Rick did not hear whether they told him anything. Chris gets angry and thinks that he is subjecting these children to Spartan training, and Lorie adds that such an approach is difficult even for many adults. They look at the exhausted children and realize that they must immediately stop this, while the children's heads are spinning with everything they have been told today. Rick continues happily that he will continue the lesson if the two deign to leave. Chris and Lorie are about to attack him. Birds fly away from the place of the loud sound. In front of a piece of paper with a standard of 100 laps, where 100 is corrected to 50, someone scolds Rick, asking if he thinks there's any point in making them run a whole 100 when they can barely handle 10. The guy replies, puzzled, that the mountains have been his backyard since he was a kid and he ran there, to which Lorie asks him not to judge others by his endurance. Rick remembers how his father taught him the theory of magic, while Chris adds that he thinks he himself should relearn some of the basics of magic and asks who taught him such nonsense, to which Rick replies that his father read him the theory of magic instead of bedtime stories, to which Rick replies that not everyone's father is a great magician. He reminds him that he's at the academy, which is what they usually call a place where different students with different levels of training gather, but he relies only on those standards and methods that are familiar only to him. Chris, puzzled, clarifies whether he really thinks this method of teaching is correct. Rick listens that he must understand what society considers normal. Chris with the bottle thinks that he has defeated him with his cool monologue, and the guy remains of the opinion that his words sound only like annoying drunken ravings. Rick thinks that however much he does not want to admit it, he is still right. The guy stands at the board and says that this was Rick's special curriculum for the competition, where he says what is the main theory of Reynold, while the children answer that the definition of the 4 elements, while he continues that Chris will read the children the theory of magic, and the brunette will check what they remembered and learned. In the background of another endurance training session, he explains that he will train the students in endurance, and Lorie in fencing based on the endurance from his classes. Chris hits and says that his training is much more thought out than he initially thought. Lorie looks surprised and agrees with him, because running to exhaustion and then learning fencing is an ideal strategy for improving endurance. The children wave training swords, while she continues that previously all the students were children of aristocrats, and therefore many parents complained that running was not a worthy activity, and they could never imagine this kind of training. Chris quite clarifies if she does not mean to say that Rick was able to adjust his training to their background. While Rick praises the students and says that the next training is a fight of 1 against 2, where 1 is the teacher, Lorie confidently states that he would treat them like that anyway, and Chris notes that she is right, though he hits him quite often. Rick smiles as the two come to the conclusion that he is just teasing them. Rick claps his hands and remembers that after a few days of basic endurance training, he says that it is time for them to start real sparring. The guy makes a remark to the kid not to bite his opponent, and to Chloe not to act like a cat, and he himself comes to the conclusion that both of his students have become excellent animals. The plot moves to the Amur guard post. Chris asks who he sees in front of him, is it Senior Tomato, to which he salutes him and says that he is Thomas and also a Viscount, from which the drunk is very surprised and they ask him what brought him here. The teacher with a beard says that he came here about training students from their academy and asks if he has not heard of it, while he recognizes the family emblem. Thomas sullenly agrees to let them in. They enter the arena. Pete warms up and says his name. The kids stand awkwardly while someone says that today's lesson is a full-fledged sparring match with the proud city guard of Cupid. Boris enthusiastically says that he will go first, for which Rick praises him for such a fighting spirit. The boy asks the guard to be careful, to which he promises to hold back. Boris attacks while someone tells the guard to be careful, because otherwise he himself will get it. The guard, horrified, blocks the blow. The child got into a fighting stance. Rick cheers for him and says that this is right. He looks at the boy's legs and notices to himself that his legs have accelerated after he tirelessly ran dozens of laps around the stadium. Boris goes on the attack while he thinks that this is a tactic of Lorie's house. She actually showed it to him, that although he lacks the basics and secret techniques, his basic skills are very good. The guard grits his teeth and thinks that the guy is more agile than he thought, and maybe it's all the advantages of his small stature. Boris realizes that his opponent has opened up and strikes. The guard gets hit in the body. Pete looks at the kid and wonders. Boris frowns before the blow. The guard gets hit in the head and the kid is asked to stop and not to hit the hair or the head. The guard continues that he is already bald enough and begs him to stop. The man in armor is on his knees and says that he gives up. Rick looks at the inspired kid and says that he is a young master and great, then turns to Pete that how dare he call himself a soldier after that, and Boris thought that he was able to defeat an adult soldier. The brunette is glad that it was a great training session and again praises the guy. The teacher turns to the girl with the words that it is her turn and will she cope, to which she turned to him. Chloe turned away. She fearfully looks around. She feels like there are a lot of dissatisfied eyes around her, and she falls to her knees. The guard asks her what happened to her. The girl starts crying because she thought she wouldn't succeed. She covers her head with her hands and thinks that there are too many people looking around and everyone is looking at her. Rick calls her by name and asks if she is okay. He strokes her head and tells her that she should relax because these people will look at her once and then move on. The brunette smiles and continues that she should think of strangers as something familiar, something that she can easily handle, and suggests that she imagine that there are a lot of potatoes in her hometown and think of these people as sacks of potatoes. Chloe asks again about something familiar that can be easily handled. She says the word strange and asks if it is looking at her. Rick smiles and asks himself what it is and asks her how she feels and if she feels more confident, to which she agrees and says that she will try. The girl thinks about something that is looking at her. She looks at the guard who asks if she is going to attack at all or if he should do it first. The girl goes on the attack, while Rick comments on the timid Chloe fighting a stranger. Chris looks on enthusiastically, says that it is impressive and asks what kind of advice he gave her, to which he replies that it is nothing special and that he is just a talented teacher, to which the drunk says that he annoys him and takes his words back. The girl attacks in fear. The guard smirks and says that he is very scared. Chloe attacks from the side. Pete gapes in confusion. She strikes right in the core, and he exclaims that the blow hit the bones and asks her to stop. She strikes again, and he asks why he always strikes the same spot. The sword falls to the ground. Rick looks at Chloe and says that she won, while she says that this is the reason why something is happening. The teacher screamed with joy, because it was amazing. Rick says that since then their children began to train daily with the guards, while Pete asks the child not to hit him in the head. The guy stands at the board and understands that when they became more confident, they significantly improved their skills, and before they knew it, there was only 1 day left until the competition. Rick looks at them and says that they worked hard, so he suggests that they go eat something tasty, after which the children began to idolize him and ask what exactly they will eat: meat, steak, or maybe shashlik. The brunette smiles and says that they are going to the arena, because this is the place where the winner enjoys delicacies. The children are instantly disappointed with the question of whether this is normal at all. The plot moves to the fighters, while someone shouts that someone should get 2 more gold on top, and another that if they lose, he will not be able to go home, and a third that they must win at all costs. Boris discontentedly threatens to tell Lorie everything, to which he receives in response that the teacher agreed with his proposal to take them here, and continues that he wants to register new participants and place a bet, and that in any case they should know the basic rules of this place. He looks at the wrestlers and begins by saying that in this place they fight with bare hands, which takes the children by surprise, and he continues that hitting pain points, for example in the eyes, or biting is more than allowed here. Boris bewilderedly reminds that they only studied fencing, to which Rick asks what he is going to do in a situation where he finds himself without a sword. The boy listens in surprise that even if this is a competition, no one can say whether your opponent will adhere to manners, to which he agrees. Rick pats him on the head and interrupts. He smiles and asks the child not to worry so much and to believe in himself, and in what they taught him. The child lowers his eyelids and thinks that he cannot believe that he taught them such a thing. Someone with a drink asks them if they are students from the academy. The man with the mustache points out that this is very stupid, because this place is not intended for children. Boris timidly goes to the arena, while the commentator announces that a fight between him and his opponent will soon begin. The boy is terrified and does not understand what he is supposed to do. He looks at the adult and realizes that he looks strong, while the latter smirks and asks what such a brat is doing here. The child stands in a stance, while the latter continues that it is okay, because he will fight seriously with such kids too. He remembers Rick's words that they are not strong yet and are poorly trained to control both the blade and mana. The brunette raises his index finger and continues that because of this he will teach them one special technique if their opponent seems strong and even invincible. Boris swings his sword at his groin, because the teacher taught him to hit the pain points in such a situation. With his opponent screaming, the commentator jokes about the punch and his nickname, and declares the academy student the winner. Rick smiles and asks the girl if she saw what her friend did and encourages her to do the same, to which she agrees. He watches and continues that he is rooting for Chloe and thinks that he has put 2 gold coins on her victory. Someone hits the table with discontent that children are interfering with their business. The man with a mustache calls for Jackson, to which he says that there is a random Jackson, to which he retorts that there is no connection between them and Jackson and that a random Jack will not be able to identify them. He asks again in bewilderment, and the mustachioed man says that the main Jackson is on vacation. All 3 are shocked by what Chloe is doing. She accurately hits her opponent in the body while Rick wonders if she has always been so talented. The opponent looks at her and says that she is a little brat. The girl does a somersault over him. Chris is wary and says that, by the way, he is impressed that she can fight only with her bare hands, given that she studied only fencing, to which Rick replies that fencing at Lorie's house was formed, including taking into account hand-to-hand combat. She hits him in the withers, while he says that without using a sword, this blow becomes a twisting one, but with a sword it cuts, to which Chris says that he understands everything, that he seems to understand it. The drunk asks if he learned it from Lorie, to which Rick says that he did not, because she refused to teach him when he politely asked and thinks that the alliance against his training is still in force. Someone holds out a wallet and tells the students that everyone worked hard today. He goes away satisfied and offers to celebrate their victory, because he treats them, while Chris asks if he will treat him again, to which he receives in response that he will not treat someone whose salary is more than his own. Chris angrily says that he should not discriminate against him like that, because he does not even realize how big the bill for drinks will be and says that they are ugly and next time he will show them. Rick looks into his empty wallet. He sadly thinks about how the kids were hungry enough to empty his wallet and how he spent all his money earned that day. The guy knocks on the door with the idea of talking to the headmistress about reimbursing all the expenses. He opens the door and asks what the shouting is about, and sadly asks him about the royal mango. She tells him that there is only one left, to which he wonders if they were robbed. Rick wonders if there is a reward for catching the thief, while the voiceover notes that Rick is thinking about money even in this situation. He looks at the elf and tells her not to worry. The guy looks at the potential thief and prepares to deal with him. He says that he will do everything in his power to catch this bastard thief, to which she asks him to wait. Rick punches him in the face, and she says that he is just her deputy. The man sat down on the couch and offers to introduce himself as the deputy headmistress of the academy. Rick pouted because he hoped to get a reward for it, to which he asked him again, and Rick apologizes for not recognizing the deputy director in front of him, and he notes that the guy at least realized his mistake. The girl says discontentedly that upon returning she encountered all sorts of incidents and simply went on vacation, and her workplace is already on the verge of disappearing, and sits awkwardly while she says that she managed to manage this place while preventing this asshole from trying to do all sorts of stupid things, to which Rick asked again about management. Rick asks in surprise if she was the one who managed the academy all this time, to which she says that of course it was and asks how she could trust this copper-headed elf with anything, to which and protests that copper-headed is too much. The girl asks what kind of entry in the accounting book is this, because a one-time income of 5,000 gold, to which the blonde makes excuses, and her deputy asks to speak more clearly, and horrified, replies that this is winnings from snail racing. The deputy says that it is good that they received the funds and asks what would have happened if something had gone wrong and asks if she even understands what it means to be a headmistress, and apologizes, and Rick sits there, looking like the man who pushed her to make that bet. The deputy says that if she wants to invest the money somewhere else, she should invest it in Royal Mango. Rick asks where she tells them to invest additionally, to which she replies that she takes into account the contents of the farm owner's letter and asks if he thinks this is a safe investment, with which Rick does not fully agree. The deputy continues that, in addition, the reduction in the cafeteria staff is simply critical and asks the director to sign the papers for hiring new staff, to which she agrees. Rick protests and says that they only have 3 teachers and 2 students and asks why they are hiring cooks then and asks and not to sign it. The deputy retorts. She grabs his head and explains that they can't allow the morale of the remaining staff to drop because of the poor quality of the food and asks if it wouldn't be right to improve the quality of the food, to which the guy asks again what kind of nonsense is this. He turns around and thinks. He looks at the paper and realizes that it's all about the cafeteria. The deputy looks at him with displeasure and says that their meat supplier is also disgusting and they should find a new one, from which the guy distracts her. She asks him what he wants against the background of the window. He says that her participation is necessary as a supervising teacher, that she is monitoring the preparations for the Imperial competition, which will take place tomorrow. The white-haired girl is indignant. Why her? Rick smiles and thinks to himself that if she is simply left here, the academy will turn into a restaurant, and says that if she, as the deputy director, shows up as a representative of the academy at the competition, then he is sure that the emperor will treat them favorably. Against the backdrop of the academy, a conversation continues, where one suggests the headmistress herself for this role, and another turns to the deputy headmistress and begs her to go there, to which the latter says that Rick has gone crazy and should get out of there, and then admires how the teacher cares about the academy. The voiceover says that in the next chapter, Chloe and Boris will perform in the first competition, where a new opponent will appear on their way. Against the backdrop of a banner about the competition, someone addresses the children of the Empire, and says that he is very grateful to them all for gathering here on such a wonderful day. Rick looks at the piece of paper and says that it is not for nothing that the Emperor is called the most democratic. He raises his hand up and calls for the beginning of the tournament. Boris turns to the teacher, and he responds. The boy is awkwardly silent. Boris says that he does not want to say anything, and Rick replies that everything is fine. An emperor is drawn in the air. Rick asks how much money was paid to this magician. The guy looks at this spectacle and asks if this is what the taxes are spent on. He is holding a kebab in his hands. He pulls it into his mouth. Rick asks if it is tasty, to which the children agree, and he continues that it is excellent, and he knew for sure that they would like it, and he himself thinks that now, for such a price, it would not be tasty. Chloe pulls the kebab to him and allows him to bite. She dropped it on the floor. Boris and Rick look at it hungrily, and the latter tells the girl that it is still edible and reminds her of the 3-second rule, and she makes a remark to them. Chloe looks at this in horror. She imagines someone and calls an uncultured something a son. Boris asks where the deputy and Chris are, to which he replies that he does not know this, because they were supposed to meet at the opening ceremony. Rick noticed something. He remembers and then realizes that many dark elves are obsessed with one passion. The guy looks at a mountain of unwashed plates and wonders if she got so hungry during the vacation that her obsession became even worse. He looks at them angrily. The children do not watch the adults squabble. Someone turns to the guy. The girl asks if he is thinking about turning against them, and both clarify if she is right, and he asks so what, because of them the participants will not have a normal lunch. He yells at them that this is all because someone ate the entire budget and calls on them to remember one thing. He looks angrily and continues that any commander who treats subordinates like shit will die at the hands of their own soldiers. The deputy gets angry and he continues that, however, killing them would be too much, and asks why not beat them half to death. She asks him if he knew that there are private bets on tournaments. The deputy gives him a package and says that he will bet 6 silver coins on Chloe and Boris getting through the first round, to which he agrees and gives her a ticket. The guy thanks him for using their services, to which Rick is indignant at how he got himself into all this. He reads from a piece of paper and thinks that they have beaten adults before and maybe the bet will win. The commentator says that the first stage of the tournament is fencing. The children go forward while he continues that he asks the participants to come forward. Rick frowns and silently asks them to cope, because if they don't, they will starve and have to walk back to the academy. The children walk anxiously to the battlefield. Boris touches his shoulder, which hurts. Rick says that finally his special training has started to show results. Chloe smiles, while the announcer says that she is winning, and Rick shouts that she is the best, and the voice continues that the tournament began with Chloe's first victory. Against the background of crossed swords, he says that Boris also fought quite hard against the students of a prestigious academy. The boy hits him. The man with a mustache is surprised that a commoner fights like that. The child is horrified, realizing that his shoulder is hurting more and more. Rick is pleased that thanks to Chloe's victory, he will receive 60 gold pieces and another 100 if the boy wins, since he is a commoner. The boy goes on the attack. Rick thinks that he believes in him. Boris prepares to strike. His face twists in pain. He hears the voice of his parents that they believe in him. His mother says that he will become better, and his father says that he will do well at the academy. The boy listens to this happily. He asks them to give it to him, but after entering the academy, he realizes something, that he is an ordinary man among nobles and that he needs to work 10 times harder. He looks at the duck, while Rick asks if he is still practicing. The boy paid attention to him, while he says that while he looks at him, while he is practicing, he gets motivated. He offered him 100 laps, and he says that it will be difficult. He turned to the teacher with a question about why he wanted him to take part in the competition, to which the teacher thinks about what to answer. Rick looks at him. Boris grits his teeth and asks himself why he trained at night then. He hits his opponent and continues, of course, to win this fight. The boy feels a sharp pain in his shoulder. The guy jumps back. The teacher does not understand why he retreated so suddenly. The opponent attacks and asks what happened and where is his pressure. Boris blocks the blow, and the man asks if this is all that a commoner can do. The boy, offended, asks what he knows and prepares to strike. He feels that his hand is jammed. Boris trembles and realizes that he is finished. He realizes in horror that his hand is not moving. The opponent immediately attacks the exposed enemy. The boy is dumbfounded. Smiling, the boy said that commoners like him are good for nothing. He swung his weapon sharply. As he struck, the fighter shouted that he should go home. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that he had lost. The academy appeared, and it was heard that the fight was over. The hero grabbed his face and shouted that his 6 pieces of silver. The man frowned and said that but still that commoner is cool, to which the man replied that yes, how could he even fight on equal terms with a descendant of a noble family? The protagonist looked at him in amazement, hearing that even though he was a commoner, he still hoped to see him again. He grinned, hearing the appeal. Boris looked down, hearing that something was wrong. Why was he so gloomy? Standing in front of the hero, the student replied that he should forgive him. He lost in the first fight, to which Rick replied that everything was fine, he did great. The guy lowered his head, hearing that why didn't he say that his shoulder hurt? The hero put his hand to his head, hearing that if he had said, he would have allowed him to compete. He really wanted to win. The guy swung his weapon. It was heard that he had a special lesson. It was difficult, but fun. The student struck with his foot. It was said that it was true, and now he feels more confident, yes. Smiling, the protagonist said that it was not the victory that was important, but the participation. He was still young, but he still had everything ahead of him. The student's eyes widened when he heard that, so let him use the experience he had gained and continue to improve, to which he responded approvingly. They grabbed each other with their little fingers and Rick asked what and he should also immediately tell him about his injuries. Good, to which Boris responded approvingly. Smiling, the man said that the final rounds of the tournament in the fencing category were beginning. The student was wiping his sword. It was heard that once again many talents of the Empire were demonstrating their skills, in particular Chloe, who appeared like a comet in the sky, was eagerly awaiting her performance. The hero put his hand to his face when he heard that the finals, Chloe versus Raymond, to which he thought that the student Raymond, he was definitely not a student of the academy, and his skills were mediocre. Looking straight ahead, he heard that the participants were entering the arena, to which he thought that he believed that Chloe would win. Suddenly, the protagonist looked in amazement. The student was walking forward. The man held his hand out and said that he should try to hide his true level during the tournament, to which the boy responded approvingly. The boy rolled his eyes and asked what he would gain from this tournament. He held his weapon out and said that he was looking forward to it, to which Chloe replied that he should shut his mouth. The people smiled, and it seemed that he heard. Looking at her opponent, the girl said that it looked like she would be bored, so they would be faster. Such a low-level tournament did not give her any pleasure. The boy grinned and replied that he would show a bit of his skills then. The girl looked surprised when she heard that the fight between Chloe and Raymond was beginning. Raymond swung his sword. Chloe looked at him in amazement. A sword swing seemed to appear. The ground beneath the boy cracked. Looking at him, the hero thought that this guy, judging by his unusual movements, was him. The girl blocked the blow. The thought came that he looked like a wild bear. Chloe gritted her teeth, hearing that Raymond began to lead with his heavy and fast attacks, to which she thought that he was too fast. How should she block his blows? The guy's eyes lit up. An idea came to mind, what to do. Suddenly Raymond struck her. He smiled, hearing that he got the first point, to which the swordsman asked, that now it is not boring anymore, yes, to which Chloe replied that he should not laugh, she has not even started yet. She turned her head, hearing that she thought she was doing well. This is disgusting. Looking at the crowd, the swordswoman heard that it is not like before, how bitcha when she is beaten again and again, and she cannot answer. She hopes she will show them something. Stop messing around, let him do it right. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Looking at the people, she had the thought that she thought she could handle it, but the audience was watching her. The thought arose that she was scared. Walking down the hallway, Chloe listened to him say that she was pretending to be proud of herself. How stupid, didn't they think that there was a pig smell somewhere? Was she ever that arrogant? Let them look at her now, she still thinks she's a princess. The girl looked down and thought that she didn't want to go down this path from the beginning. With wide eyes, she asked why she had to study abroad. She wanted to stay here, to which the man replied that she should just leave here. She had no other choice. It was said that a person of royal blood without the right to inherit could only resign herself. Chloe stroked the pig. Looking down, she asked how she should live now. The girl stood still. Walking forward, she thought that even though she went to study abroad as a half-rejected, she did not want to lose her noble dignity even if it meant death. It was heard that the award was for the bravest child of this semester. Let her step forward. People pointed at her. A thought appeared that but did this really cause such strong discontent among the other students? After the fall of her country, the bullying began. Since then she was afraid of people's eyes. The swordswoman lowered her gaze, hearing that she was unable to move. If this continues, she will be disqualified. Will she be able to continue the fight? The hero looked surprised and thought no, it will be too dangerous. If Chloe wins, she will get at least 1.5 gold. The girl looked surprised, hearing her name. Looking at the hero, she heard that he should not forget what the teacher told her. She learned this in a special training, how to deal with strangers. Holding the weapon in her hands, Chloe thought that she should think of strangers as something familiar, something that she could easily handle. Looking away, the guy thought that it was her teacher. Suddenly, A blow flew to his head. It was heard that Chloe was getting a point. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked that, by the way, this is the student from the kingdom of Aaron, to which the protagonist answered that yes, it is, but to which she added that they cooked delicious pork there. What a pity. Looking away, the man asked that didn't he know, the kingdom of Aaron is famous for its livestock. Pigs walked right down the street, as they call pigs in their language. Swinging, Chloe said that these are stupid pigs. Rick looked in amazement, and thought that he would imagine that in her hometown there are a lot of potatoes. Let her just think of these people as sacks of potatoes, it seems he. The girl swung her sword, thinking that she had created a monster. The boy suddenly rushed forward. They ran at each other. Their swords collided. Gritting his teeth, Raymond thought that it was the aura of the blade. No, its use was prohibited in the tournament. A glow appeared around the weapon, thinking that then where did she get this power from? The boy widened his eyes, hearing what he was looking at. Pathetic pig. Chloe's eyes lit up. She struck the boy. Rolling his eyes, Raymond thought that thanks to his grandfather, he understood something. Chloe looked down and smiled. Lying on the ground, the boy thought that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He heard that the match was over. The winner was Chloe. The hero exclaimed happily when he heard this, and then thought that yes, they did it, and this was enough to cover all the costs. Suddenly, he froze in bewilderment. The girl lay unconscious. The balloons were flying through the air, and it was heard that everyone should stand up. Now His Imperial Majesty would give a congratulatory speech. Smiling, the man said that he was sincerely glad to watch the swordsmanship competition this year. How could one not be happy, watching the brilliant performance of children who would become their support in the future? The guy was climbing the stairs, and it was heard that well, and now asked the winner of the swordsmanship competition to go up to the platform. Looking straight ahead, Rick thought that Chloe should have been there, and the girl added that she should say about the easy victory. The hero raised his eyebrows, hearing that according to the rules of the competition, going beyond the arena or losing consciousness automatically leads to defeat. This is part of the knightly code, the rules of combat, so the winner of the swordsmanship competition was Raymond, to which he thought that everything seemed correct, but it still pissed him off. The student looked surprised, hearing that he wanted to talk to the girl who showed herself well in the competition, let her go up to the platform. The man smiled and said that he sincerely thanked them for today's fight, and would give them each 10 gold as a reward. Looking at the student, he asked if she was from the Aaron kingdom, to which Chloe replied that she was, and the emperor added that she must have been through a lot. The hero put his hand to his face when he heard that he had met her father several times. It was all because of him. Let him forgive him. It was okay. This pigsty would have collapsed sooner or later anyway. Yes, it must have been so hard for her to try to justify herself, to which he thought that although the fall of the Aaron kingdom had nothing to do with the Ammonite empire, the emperor was offering a sincere apology. As expected from the greatest government. He widened his eyes when he heard that, by the way, the man who shouted during the match was her teacher, to which she replied that she was. The emperor extended his hand forward and shouted that he would ask the teacher who trained Chloe to come up to the platform. As the protagonist walked forward, he thought that who would have thought that this would happen to him. Smiling, he added that after all, the road to success begins with the first step, and then said that it was an honor to meet him. Closing his eyes, the man said that he never thought that the teacher who raised such a magnificent student was so young. He would give him 10 gold pieces as a reward, to which the hero replied that he was deeply grateful. Holding a bag in his hands, he asked that, however, he looked familiar. What was his name? To which Rick introduced himself. Clenching his fist, the emperor asked again. The hero looked at him in bewilderment, and answered approvingly. To which the man asked that who was his emperor, a pathetic fool. Frowning, the ruler said that it was no wonder that he had such a nasty, greedy face, all because he was from the Drake family. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he was greatly honored, and then thought what was going on. His Majesty had grievances against his family. To which the emperor replied that, as expected, the greedy expression on his face did not change at all, and he added that he himself offered the money. Holding out the bag, the man said okay, let him keep it, to which Rick thanked him. Taking the bag away, the emperor asked why he fell for it. The hero smiled, hearing that he was joking. Here, let him keep it, to which he replied that he scared him. Well, he would accept his gift with gratitude. Waving his hand, Ammonite said no, they disappeared. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he was definitely a great ruler, he should endure it. If he blurted out something wrong, his entire family could perish, so he would pretend that it was a mistake. Suddenly, a blow flew at the man. The woman smiled and asked what kind of behavior was this. He should show the dignity of his position, since this was an official event, shouldn't he call her the Empress? Smiling, Ammonite said that due to his busy schedule, he showed his unsightly side for a moment. The thought arose that this was Empress Victoria. Standing in front of the hero, the woman asked that he was from the Drake family, to which he responded approvingly. Frowning, the Empress said that it seemed that he did not know the details of the relationship between the Ammonites and Drake families. The protagonist looked surprised and asked what she meant. Holding the bag in her hands, Victoria replied that he should just know that His Majesty has reasons to act one way or another. Well, now he can go, to which Rick replied that he understood. Looking down, the hero thought that it turns out that he will not get the gold after all. A view of the sky opened up. Things were lying on the floor. It was heard that well, how did it go? He won. Looking straight ahead, the man asked that he won, hiding his real skills, as he told him to. The guy looked at him silently. Smiling, Reynold said that it seems, no, well, life is not that simple, to which Raymond replied that yes, as he said. Frowning, the swordsman said that in this world there are indeed many strong warriors hidden. Although he is known as the king of the heavenly azure sword, there are probably those somewhere whom even he cannot cope with. That is why he wanted to show him the danger of arrogance now understands, to which the guy responded approvingly. Raymond looked at him in confusion, hearing that by the way, who made him reveal his skills, to which he replied that it was a girl named Chloe, a student of the Ammonite Academy, a surviving member of the royal family of Aaron. She could not be an ordinary person. Looking at him, the man heard that there was a teacher who taught her, to which he asked again that he wanted to say that there was someone who had an incredible talent for teaching, and he was able to make him show his true level, although his mentor was himself. He smiled and laughed. The settlement appeared. It was heard that, and this is already more interesting. The girl looked at him in fear. It was said that in the meantime, a new crisis was brewing at the Ammonite Academy. The hero opened his eyes wide and asked that he could repeat it again. Holding the paper in his hands, the guy said that due to the disrespect shown to His Imperial Majesty, Teacher Amon from the Drake family, currently working at the Ammonite Academy, is recommended for dismissal, that's all. Looking directly, the protagonist heard that he does not know what disrespect he showed to His Imperial Majesty, but let him be grateful to His Imperial mercy that everything ended with just a recommendation for dismissal, and now asks to forgive him for its time, to which he thought that he did not expect this. Gritting his teeth, Rick added that a recommendation for dismissal, if he knew that this would happen. Smiling, he thought that he would immediately go to the Emperor, to which the girl thought how unfairly he was treated, and the hero added that he could have left the academy a long time ago without any penalties. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about what and why he chose the long road when there was such an easy way out, and then asked what actually happened. Sitting at the table, Rick said that he was not sure, but it seemed that at one time there was an unpleasant incident between his family and His Majesty's family. He suddenly got angry when he saw it, to which the girl asked that they should also kick him out for such a trifle, after everything he did for the academy. Memories appeared. It was said that well, a lot happened. It's true, finding a source of income for the academy, special training for students, keeping the desires of the deputy director in check. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he will have many pleasant memories, but will not do anything. Thanks for everything, to which and replied that he is right, nothing can be done. Smiling, she added that unless they ignore the recommendation of His Majesty, to which the hero asked what she said, and she added that their academy has already received a recommendation to cease working activities. The gates of the academy appeared. It was heard that, however, the recommendation is just a recommendation, and they still work, right? The Emperor will not be able to force them to make a choice, simply because they will ignore him again, to which the protagonist shouted that he should just listen to the Emperor. The girl looked at him in amazement, and said that as a principal, she could not allow such a wonderful teacher like him to be fired under any circumstances. Her pride and convictions would not allow it, to which Rick shouted that enough was enough, let him fire him already. Sitting at the table, and said that it was too early to give up, it was very important to have an indestructible spirit. To which the hero replied that yes, now was the time, to which the woman asked what all the fuss was about, a recommendation for dismissal. Bowing, the protagonist said that yes, he was asking to be fired, to which the vice principal replied that it was impossible. Rick gritted his teeth, hearing that how could they fire him when he taught their students so well, even despite the imperial recommendation, they could not do this, to which he thought that he was a damn glutton. The woman smirked. A thought appeared that she definitely knew that he wanted to quit, and intentionally. The man abruptly opened the doors and asked what kind of nonsense it was to fire such a talented young man. Chris frowned and shouted that he would talk to the Marquis, the commander of the army in the north, about an audience with His Majesty, to which the hero replied that he had already said that there was no need for that, and what should he do about it. Clutching his head, the protagonist shouted that damn it, if they didn't want to fire him, let them at least give him a vacation. The thought appeared that he had stopped trying to escape from the academy. Rick looked at his hometown. Grinning, he thought that he had finally returned home. The girl raised her ears and said that she was seeing the Arma Mountains for the first time. Raising her hand, she said that this was what the end of the continent looked like, to which Chris added that the weather was perfect for enjoying a bottle of wine, and the deputy director said that she thought she could smell something delicious coming from there. The thought occurred to him that, wherever he was still surrounded by these people who were disgracing themselves. A room appeared, and he heard that 3 months had passed since he had started working here, so he had earned 3 days of rest. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that just returning would take about 15 days, according to the rules of the academy, Vacation days cannot be accumulated for more than a month. Well, since it had come to this, he would have to resort to negotiations. Closing his eyes, Rick shouted that his house was located in the Arma Mountains, to which the girl replied that in this case, given the long journey, she would add another day to his vacation. The hero smirked and said that he didn't mean that, maybe he could get a vacation early, to which Anne replied that no, absolutely not, he was really trying to bend the rules. Holding the bags in her hands, she added that or she could just send him there with her magic. They had traveled like that before, to the Snail Races, to which the protagonist replied that since she was offering to transport him with magic, she would gladly agree. But why was she packing her suitcase? The girl smirked and said that well, she would have to pick him up from there anyway, so to save herself 2 extra travels, she would just stay with him. Rick rolled his eyes when he heard her say that she was looking forward to it. She had never been to the Arma Mountains. Since the competition was over, it was a good excuse to change the scenery and go on an excursion. The protagonist took the thing from her, hearing that they would gather the rest of the teachers and students and tell them the news, to which he replied that no, let him wait a minute, he thought his hometown was some kind of tourist attraction. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked that, wasn't he going on vacation, so he didn't need it? Clenching his fist, the protagonist replied that no, he wanted to say that there was no need for them all to go there, let them just let him be alone. Raising her finger up, and said that then, let her announce 2 options. Stretching her hand forward, she added that option number 1, he takes 4 days off and goes on his own, without travel magic. Option 2, she uses travel magic, and they all go together. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. Smiling, the girl said that the air was so refreshing, to which Rick thought that in his opinion, the atmosphere was simply murderous. The woman looked at the potatoes, and it was heard that everyone was welcome. Smiling, Kyle said that this is a modest place, but let them feel at home. Sitting at the table, the girl replied that she thanks for the hospitality, to which he said that it is not necessary, and Chris said that he happened to have grabbed some good drinks here, then they will drink together. The man looked surprised and said that what a lucky day, his son has simply wonderful colleagues at work, to which the hero thought that he should not be deceived, what matters is what kind of person inside. Looking straight, he added that he must take these troublemakers away from his father before they finally intertwine. The man smiled, hearing the address, to which he asked what was wrong. The protagonist frowned and said that since he was home, he would like to ask him something. The emperor looked down. It was heard that it was about Ammonites. Victoria looked straight. It was said that yes, he thought about it. The reaction to his last name was unusual. Sitting in front of his father, Rick asked if there was some kind of disagreement between their guilds, to which his father replied that well, it seemed like it was time for him to learn the truth. The hero asked in amazement, hearing that the Drake family was a branch of the Ammonites family, the current imperial family. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist asked that then why were they only viscounts if they were relatives of the emperor? Shouldn't they have a higher title, like the Grand Duke of Orca, a relative of the emperor? Holding a book in his hands, Kyle replied that he would understand everything when he read it. Rick mumbled in confusion, to which his father said that the chronicle, kept since the time of the first emperor of the empire, as he said, although a lot of time has passed since their separation, their family is also the descendants of the first emperor. The hero opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that this is why they kept this copy, though the chronicle was interrupted during his father's time, to which he thought that this was the truth about his family. He flipped through the pages of the book. The first year of the unification of the empire, a conversation with the Grand Duke, to which the hero thought that it was the Grand Duke Drake. His family were originally the Grand Dukes. The man smirked. It was said that according to the chronicles, the emperor said that he would not rest until he beat that fucking bastard Grand Duke Drake. Even when the eastern sea dried up and the mountains of Arma were ground to dust, the 3rd year of the unification of the empire, the emperor was beaten and fell ill after a fierce battle with Grand Duke Drake. The man raised his hands. It was written that the 6th year of the unification of the empire, the emperor said that this damn Grand Duke was just stupid. However, the Grand Duke only replied that yes, long life to the emperor, which made the emperor flip over the table in anger. The thought arose that, then he was stripped of the grand title of Duke. The people fought. It was said that on the same day the emperor said that he told him not to write down, and threw the scribe to the ground, to which the hero thought that yes, he should have stopped when it was said. The coat of arms appeared. It was said that as Amoni said, Marquis Drake is an intolerable bastard. He slapped the count. The emperor dealt with the viscount. The thought arose that they should wait. How far are they going to go? The man held food in his hands. It was written that the prince said that Drake stole his sausage, and called for him to be demoted to baron. Looking at the people, the protagonist asked what came over everyone. The woman exclaimed in amazement, and said that Rick was here. It had been a while since we met, but why this one? Rick grinned when he heard that this one was digging up potatoes from their fields, so she cut her down. He knew this dark elf. The woman opened her mouth. It was heard that she was the deputy director at the academy where he worked. A settlement appeared. It was heard that they also saw how the deputy director was caught. People were sitting in the bushes. An idea arose of what was going on in this village. The girl looked to the side and said that they should wait these people. The men were carrying the corpses of monsters on their backs. An idea arose of how they managed to catch so many monsters. The man looked to the side in amazement. His eyes lit up and he asked who they were. He had never seen their faces before. The hero looked in surprise and said that he heard a strange noise, like from a slaughtered pig. Judging by the situation, it was not about the monster. Looking at him, people asked when he returned, to which he replied that just recently. Colleagues froze, listening to the fact that today's catch was unsuccessful. Yes, there were suspiciously few monsters lately. That's how, they couldn't have caught so many that they began to die out. The thought arose that they really killed all the monsters, really for potatoes, and there were almost none left. Rick smiled and said that in any case, let them introduce themselves. This is the director, teachers and students of the academy where he works. Smiling, the man said that he really became an excellent teacher. He will work well. One day he will become a director. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that there is no need to say such horrors. He will close the 3-year contract and leave, and then said that okay, they look unsightly. Why don't they go and wash up? To which he was answered that since they have guests, they need to quickly wash up, they will hurry. The protagonist sighed and said that it was nice to see them again. But how noisy they are. Okay, it's already getting dark, so it's time for him to go. He looked in surprise and exclaimed. Looking at the people, Rick asked what came over everyone. Stretching out her hand forward, and asked what he was eating. Looking at her, the hero answered that meat, and what? Sitting next to him, the girl added that isn't this monster meat, how can you eat it? To which the protagonist replied that he knows, it tastes much better than it looks, she's sure that it won't. Smiling, and said that she'll probably limit herself to potatoes. No matter how long she lives with people, meat is still not for her. To which Rick replied that it's true, she's an elf, although her actions are so satanic that he forgets about it. People were communicating with each other. The girl closed her eyes. The hero grinned and thought that for the first time in a long time everything was so calm. Suddenly, an explosion flared up near him. Chris looked in amazement and asked what was going on. What kind of sound was that? To which the girl replied that there was a loud signal. The protagonist, holding a weapon in his hands, heard what it was, to which he replied that it was just a pest, they would just go and catch him. To which the guy asked what and why he needed an axe to catch a pest. Looking to the side, Rick asked that everyone had weapons with them. Holding the axe behind his back, the hero said that then they would quickly get rid of them and continue eating. The monsters were advancing on the people. Swinging, the protagonist asked how they dared to disturb their peace, they would all die. Swinging the weapon, he added that it was tender leg meat. The orc swung the weapon at him. Looking at him, Rick shouted that it was not fatty and satisfying meat. Suddenly, he rushed forward. The hero quickly ran among the monsters and shouted that they should enjoy the buffet. He began to swing the weapon. It was heard that it was real ribs. The protagonist cut the monster in half. Parts of the creatures fell to the ground. The man looked at him in amazement and said that it seemed that his common sense had received a serious blow, to which the girl replied that hers had too. The hero lowered his head and thought that for the first time in a long time he began to move actively, and was already tired. It was heard that he was seeing such a battle for the first time. Putting her hand to her face, Lorie thought that he had not even studied combat techniques, he fought so well simply due to his strength and instincts. The protagonist swung his weapon, a thought appeared that, as expected, how good that she did not teach him fencing. Rick sighed tiredly. Raising his hand, he said that he had not caught monsters for a long time, he was already tired. Looking at him, the girl said that, as expected from the young master, he killed so many monsters, and the man added that Rick's sharp fist was in action, to which the hero replied that his body was numb, so he was still quite clumsy. He smirked and added that it must be because he had become too smug while working as a teacher, to which he was asked what smug meant. It was some kind of food. Looking at him, the man said that it was a great job, to which the protagonist asked that they were all here. Nothing special happened here, they would rather be resting. Standing in front of him, Chris asked what that was the entire wave of monsters, to which Rick replied that so far yes, but he had a feeling there was another monster on the way here. The man looked at him in surprise and said that he thought Drake was his family's last name. The hero clenched his fist and shouted that he had just called his family monsters, to which Chris replied that no, the names were just similar. Raising his finger up, the man asked that he was talking about drakes, a subspecies of dragons, yes, to which the protagonist said that he shouldn't say such a thing even as a joke, otherwise he would get a good beating, to which he asked from whom. The monsters were lying on the ground. It was heard that in any case, he had the feeling that the monsters were running from something that, in his opinion, could make the ogres and dragon-like monsters, which were usually not seen around, unite into a group. The monster stuck out its tongue. It was heard that according to the records, drakes have huge bodies resembling castle walls and scales that are as strong as iron, and their cruelty is comparable to that of ogres. Closing his eyes, the hero said that Varen, especially if we are talking about an ancient drake, they say that if these bastards come, the village potato fields will turn into a wasteland. Looking straight ahead, he heard that but aren't ancient drakes such rare monsters that they are found only on the pages of chronicles, to which he replied that in principle it is true. The dragons ate potatoes. It was heard that they appear rarely. Frowning, the deputy director shouted that they were eating her potatoes, to which the protagonist replied that they were not her potatoes. Putting his hands to his face, the man asked how he could be so helpless in the face of an ancient drake catastrophe. Stretching his hand forward, Chris asked if he believed in him, a mage of the sixth circle. A sphere appeared in front of his hand. It was heard that when they met his fire magic, they would become nothing but a pile of ash. The attack rushed towards the dragon. A blow flew at him. Looking at the man, the hero asked who he called a pile of ash, himself. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed. Looking at the monster, she said that her grandfather had once killed the same creature. Holding the weapon in her hands, Lorie said that in that case she would too. She looked at her weapon in bewilderment. It seemed that if they could be chopped down with a weapon, he would have already used his axe. Stretching his hand to the side, the hero said that since it had come to this, they had no other choice. They would gather their forces and deal with these bastards together. The man touched the dragon and said that let him pull his hind leg a little more. The people grabbed the dragon. It seemed that they should hold his tail as tightly as possible. He was resisting, the bastard. The dragon stuck out his tongue, and the man shouted that even now he was trying to eat their potatoes. Let him spit it out. The protagonist looked surprised, hearing that he had arrived not so long ago, and some kind of commotion had already begun. The man smiled and said that, as expected, it was him, Rick. Standing in front of the dragon, he added that it looked like this beast was causing trouble. To which Rick replied that yes, if he still had strength, then let him help drag them away. Having hit the dragon, the man said that he was a scoundrel. Closing his eyes, the elder asked what kind of unbearable behavior he was having. Gritting his teeth, he added that he should go away from here. The dragon, looking at him, exclaimed. The monster began to leave. It was heard that the ancient drake simply ran away. Having bowed, the hero said that he thanked him, to which the man replied that he did not stand there, as in a new job, everything was fine, to which the protagonist said that in principle, yes, and he added that not long ago he was very small, and now he has become big and even teaches children. The girl looked at the weapon. It was heard that she should allow him to introduce them. These are his elders. Somehow they do not look very good. Everything is fine with them. No, everything is as usual. Raising his hand up, Rick said that those two are the director and the deputy director. The elves looked ahead. It was heard that they held high positions in the academy. Extending his hand to them, the elder said that it meant that they were Rick's superiors. Let them take care of him. His name is Carl. The girl exclaimed in amazement. It was heard that something was wrong. Falling to the ground, the elf screamed about the dragon. A building appeared. It was heard that why a black dragon lives in a human village. Sitting next to the girl, the hero said that he was just a neighboring elder, that he lived here when he was still a child, and he was also friends with his father, to which and asked that the black dragon was a neighboring elder. The dragon was sitting in a cave. It was heard that Elder Carl said that he was old and sick, so he could not go out often. He also said that he did not know other dragons, so communicating with them was his only outlet. Wiping away tears, the protagonist said that the elder was very lonely, to which the girl asked if he really thought that the dragon was some kind of stray dog, kicked out of the pack. People were sitting in the garden. It was heard that in any case, since the village was in such a mess, it would be better for her to quickly return to the academy, and he would stay and clean up here, to which the girl responded approvingly. Putting his hand on her shoulder, Rick said that but he would like her to stay, to which and asked again. Looking at her, the hero added that he heard that elves have special magic that allows you to grow a bountiful harvest, to which she asked how he knew. The elf was standing in the garden. It was heard that the owner of the royal mango farm wrote him about it in a letter. He said that she arrived there on the weekend and used some kind of spell, to which and replied that he said that he would keep it a secret. With wide eyes, she added that if she stayed here, she would go crazy with fear. Let him see. Her hands were shaking. Crossing his arms, the protagonist replied that at first she dragged the entire academy here because of her own desires, and when she encountered the slightest difficulty, she tries to escape. Unfortunately, it will not work. Smiling, and asked what she thought. She will not be able to leave here. She has movement magic. Let him direct her to the place where she wants. It was heard that the elder was here. Grinning, Rick said that he was joking. Let her not be afraid. He said that he would go for a walk around the village. Carl closed his eyes and said that there he was, to which the hero asked how he was. Standing in front of the hero, the man asked when he would return to the estate next, to which the protagonist replied that he could not say. It would probably take a few more months to save up vacation days. The elder smiled and said that that was great. He would have time to prepare a gift for him, to which Rick asked what the gift was. Gold. The hero looked surprised, hearing that no, something even more valuable. The hole was stuck into the ground. People were digging the earth. It was said that a sudden invasion of monsters turned a field trip into a trip to the fields. The elf used a spell on potatoes. The grown crop appeared. People looked at it happily. It got dark outside. It was heard that they were returning to work tomorrow. The hero sighed and thought that he did not feel this vacation at all. Walking through the forest, the protagonist thought that in reality he just wanted to visit everyone from the estate, to hear advice from his father, before leaving the position of the teacher of the academy. However, looking at the documents, Rick thought that the estate was not in the best condition. The graphs appeared. The thought arose that while he was gone, the frequency of monster attacks had significantly decreased, and their income had also decreased proportionally. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that although thanks to his brothers they had some income, it was not nearly enough to recover from the disaster. If this continues, they will not even be able to pay the fine for breaking the contract. Raising his head up, he added that he really was a harbinger of misfortune. The monsters looked furiously. The thought arose that then why did a horde of monsters attack as soon as he returned? The dragon ate potatoes. The thought arose that in addition, the incredible had happened. One of the ancient drakes appeared, which previously appeared only in myths. Clenching his fists, the protagonist wondered if his first place of work, the academy, was in such disrepair because of him. Raising his hand, he added that no, it had nothing to do with him. It was all the fault of that thick-headed elf. Rick grinned and thought that he should become successful as soon as possible. Suddenly, he looked in surprise and added what that sound was. The forest appeared, and the thought came to him that they should not tell him that these were still monsters. Peeking out from behind the bushes, the hero thought that it seemed like the sound was coming from here. He opened his eyes wide. The girl was training with a sword. She swung, and the thought came to him that these were her family's real fencing techniques. The protagonist crawled out of the bushes, thinking that she had not helped him on the field, had she, all this time, and then said that he would not leave it like this. Now he would say everything he thought about it. The girl was breathing heavily. Rick looked at her in surprise and thought that she had been waving her sword until her hands bled. Lorie lowered her head. Looking at her, the hero thought why she was training so desperately. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. A thought appeared that this was why she was constantly half asleep during the day. All this time she had been secretly training in fencing. The protagonist looked at her silently. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had many questions, but for now he would just pretend that he had not seen anything. The building of the academy appeared. He heard that she was here. Grinning, and answered that yes, she was what brought them here. Looking straight ahead, the man asked where Teacher Rick was. The papers were lying on the table. A thought appeared that several months had passed since he became a teacher at the academy. Grinning, the hero thought that until now he had only tried to escape from here, but from now on he would act seriously. He would make every effort to teach his students properly, as befits a teacher. The students looked away. A thought arose that given their skills, they would obviously go far, and when this happened, he would receive his benefit. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought what was needed for success. Let him just follow successful connections and come to him himself. Opening the door, the girl turned to him, to which he asked that she had not tried knocking before entering. Standing in front of him, the elf said that he should excuse him, he had a visitor, to which Rick asked again. A view of the office opened up. The hero looked in surprise and thought that it was the same. The guy looked at him. A thought arose that the shameless thief who stole Chloe's victory, he heard that he was Rick from the Ammoni's academy. Smiling, the man said that it was nice to meet him. He was Reynold, Raymond's grandfather. The thought occurred that he was also one of the 4 great masters of swordsmanship in the Empire, the King's heavenly sword. Shaking his hand, the protagonist said that he was glad to meet him. He was Rick, the second son of Baron Drake. They smiled. Looking at each other, the thought occurred that he did not understand why someone of his position would seek a meeting with him. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that this was a great chance to make a good impression on the big shot and leave this damn academy. The man held a weapon in his hands. It was said that the King of the Heavenly Sword, one of the great masters of the sword in the Empire, an important support for the entire Empire. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist thought that he could not believe that such an important person had visited him, and Reynold said that there had been an impressive duel between a student named Chloe and his grandson. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would like to see her teacher with his own eyes. The thought arose that he also valued him highly. Smiling, Rick thought that this was right. He had done so much for the students, nothing special, and then said that he flattered him. He was just showing her the way. Stretching his hand forward, the swordsman replied that he was so modest, it meant he came to the right person. Watching how he taught students, I wonder if he did too. Looking at him, the hero heard that he was a sword master, but he did not feel his mana, to which he replied that he thought this was some kind of misunderstanding. He did not teach them the art of sword fighting, he just gave advice on the path of hard work. Reynold looked at him sadly. Looking at his grandson, he said that he did not tell him that, to which Raymond replied that but they definitely call him a teacher, to which the protagonist thought, what kind of face? The swordsman put his hand to his face and asked if maybe he should invite Chloe's sword instructor here. Bowing, the girl said that she was a lazy girl from the field house. It was an honor to meet him. Sitting in front of her, the man thought that she was from the field house, which meant that she had experience in teaching. Frowning, he objected. Lorie looked away. A thought occurred to her that at best she was a master. He had heard that the Field family did not let their family members go until they became sword masters. Putting his hand to his chest, Reynold thought that her mana was similar to that of Marquis Field, whom he had once met. He could test it, and then said that as a sword master, she did not dare to refuse him a duel. Walking forward, the girl said that of course, she would take him to the training ground. The hero smirked, thinking that of course, what he had hoped for, he had failed to form a bond that he could use. The view of the training grounds opened up. Lorie was breathing heavily. Standing in front of her, the man asked if that was all. He looked down, hearing that no, to which he thought that she was a sword master. Lorie frowned, thinking that that made sense. The Field family did not teach their secret techniques to just anyone. It seemed that they had not taught her anything special. Holding the stick in his hands, Reynold said that he would show her the last move with the stick, to which Lorie responded approvingly. Suddenly, he took a step to the side. The man began to swing his arms. The girl dodged the stick. She froze in front of the man. Looking at her, the swordsman said that from now on, she should work hard. Looking down, Lorie thanked him. She fell to her knees. Frowning, the man asked why this girl had given Raymond a hard time, to which the hero replied that it was true. Her name was Chloe. Putting his hand to his face, Reynold thought that she must be born with good endurance and strength, since she is from a higher kingdom. So this is not the result of her work, but an unrivaled innate gift. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that he would soon leave. Let him report to the headmistress that it was nice to meet him, to which he replied that it was good, thanks for demonstrating excellent sword fighting. The swordsman slightly opened his mouth. Rick grinned, hearing that he said, excellent sword fighting, to which he replied that well, yes, the thought occurred that an ordinary person would not attach much importance to stick fighting. Turning around, the man asked what he saw in him, to which the hero replied that he changed the trajectory 36 times. Pointing to the side, the protagonist said that the fulcrum of his body did not waver for a second, and he finished simply excellently. How can it not be impressive? Frowning, the man offered to fight, to which he asked what was happening so suddenly. Standing in front of him, Rick said that he barely knew how to hold a sword. How could he? To which the swordsman replied that they would not strain themselves too much, and he added that but it was not easy for him. The hero smiled, hearing that it was a pity, and he thought that he was exceptionally talented, to which he replied that he was sorry for disappointing him, and then thought that he would have left this place a long time ago if he had the courage to challenge the sword master. The girl was sleeping on the floor. He heard that his colleague was the same as him. I wonder why the director hides teachers like them. Reynold smiled, hearing that he agreed, but he does not give in to provocations, so it's time to stop, to which he asked what he thought. He will give in, I'm sure, even if these students are nothing. Suddenly, the hero sharply waved his hand. The students looked at him in amazement. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that he would close his eyes to everything except what was stopping him from living. There seemed to be a swing of a weapon. Rick hit the man with a stick. Putting his hands on his hips, he thought that he could not believe that the king of the heavenly sword collapsed after a stick fight. What was he, a fraud? Sitting on the ground, the guy said that he died, to which Chloe added that he should tell them what to do. Grinning, the hero replied that everything was fine. He was pretending. The fraud was going to die now, but they could not let him die. Even if he was a fraud, they would move him, to which the student replied that his brains were flowing out of his mouth. Closing his eyes, he thought that he deserved a reward, since he caught the one who pretended to be the king of the heavenly sword. The girl slightly raised herself. She looked away in bewilderment. The protagonist, lying on the floor, heard that the reward, what nonsense he was talking. Standing in front of him, and shouted that they had already met, to which he asked that she believed her words, and the girl replied that he should shut up. Lying on the couch, the swordsman said that his head, to which and asked that he woke up. Sitting next to him, she said that she offered her sincere apologies. She would personally ensure that Mr. Rick was punished for his rudeness, let him forgive, to which the man replied that everything was fine, no one was to blame here. The dishes were on the table. It was heard that he insisted on this duel, and here's why. Putting his hand to his face, Reynold said that he may not have experience in sword fighting, but he is physically strong enough, to which the hero thanked him. A glow appeared near his hand. A sphere appeared in the air. The protagonist looked at him in amazement, and thought that this was an aura ball, a special technique of great sword masters. Was he really a master of the heavenly sword? Lowering his head, Reynold said that he had good physical strength, but against the Imperial Knights who used mana and owned the art of the sword, who honed their skills through endless training, he was nothing, so he had a proposal. The hero looked at him in amazement when he heard that he did not want to become his disciple. Sitting on a mountain of gold, the protagonist thought that if he succeeded in skills and on the battlefield, then success was guaranteed. Shaking his hand, Rick said that he would study hard, to which the man replied that great, now he would read the Oath of Allegiance, let him repeat after him. Sitting on the sofa, the swordsman said that he, the disciple of the king of the heavenly sword, pledged to follow the path of the sword. Frowning, the hero said that he vowed to renounce all desires and passions. He silently looked ahead and asked again. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked what he said. Frowning, the man replied that he hadn't heard him. He vowed to renounce his material desires and worldly lusts in order to focus solely on his training. Putting his hand to his face, Rick asked if he could give him some time to think. Frowning, he thought that everything had been so chaotic up until now that he didn't realize anything was wrong. The man sat in front of him. A thought occurred to him. Why did one of the 4 great knights of the Empire look so dirty? Looking at him, the hero asked that just out of curiosity. What was his title? To which the man asked again. Smiling, Reynold said that all this was just a show. The Emperor once offered him the title of Marquis, but he refused it immediately, to which the protagonist asked why he refused, and then said that his inner thoughts were leaking out. Smiling, Rick asked what about his wealth then, to which the man asked again that what was the point of these damned pieces of paper, a small piece of land to swing a sword, and a modest house to rest, that's all he needed. Frowning, the swordsman shouted that by the way, if he, as his student, dared to express such desires, he would kill him with one blow, let him remember this. Holding the cup in his hands, the hero thought that since he thought about it. The guy was looking at the food. He looked up. Raymond tilted the plate towards him. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he still had these crunchy things. The thought appeared that this child, he had been swallowing cookies for a long time. The man looked at him, and the thought occurred to him that this old man, he didn't even have enough money to feed his grandson. Raymond frowned, and the thought occurred to him that he dressed like a commoner at the competition, even if he was a student of a great sword master. Standing up, the hero thought that nothing good would come of this, and then apologized. Rushing forward, he shouted that he needed to go to the toilet, to which the man asked where he was going. The wallet looked at him in bewilderment. He fell to the ground. A building appeared, and he heard that he would like to pay now. Yes, he owed 20 coppers. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist asked where he was. Rick looked surprised and thought that his wallet, and then asked that he could write it down on his account. Walking forward, the hero added that where the hell did he drop it? Holding the wallet in his hands, the man said that here it is. Looking at him, the protagonist said that it was his wallet. The swordsman smiled and replied that he couldn't believe that he was so grateful, to which Rick asked why he was still here and what those clothes were, and he added that he had started working as a guard at the Ammonite Academy. It had gotten dark outside. The hero, lying on the bed, thought about the old man. Standing in front of the man, the protagonist asked what but why, to which Reynold replied that the position of guard at the main gate was vacant, and he decided to work here for now. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that he was someone who was not attached to the secular world. Why was he trying to live in it? He should hurry up and get the hell back to the mountains, to which the swordsman replied that he should just ignore him, but Raymond should go back there too. The man frowned and said that he was now a sword master too, so he didn't need to keep an eye on him all the time, and besides, wasn't it time he got an education that suited his age? The protagonist looked at him in amazement, and said what did that mean, and he shouldn't tell him, to which Reynold replied that he was right. Raymond was going to enroll here, but the tuition was pretty expensive, so he decided to work here. Rick sighed in displeasure, to which the man replied that he might not understand swordsmanship, but he seemed to believe in knowledge, so he believed that he could teach Raymond well. The man smiled and said that he would count on him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that who would have thought that Chloe's upbringing would come back to haunt him for so long. Standing up, he said that he needed to drink some water and think it over. History lessons started next week, so. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist wondered who could be here at this hour, and then asked who it was. Looking at him, the elf said something about the potatoes, to which he shouted that she scared him. Standing in front of her, Rick asked why she was here so late, and what kind of potatoes, to which the woman replied that this room smelled like raw potatoes. He had potatoes there. Yes, if he denied it, she would burst right in, to which the hero said that he himself would go and get her, so let her stand here. The woman held a bag in her hands. It was said that his mother gave him a bag of potatoes to take with him when he went to the academy. For Rick it was his refuge in the midst of a grueling life away from home. Sitting by the fire, the hero thought that he could believe that he would have to share this refuge with the last person he wanted to sit here. It was heard that there were 10 potatoes here, so they would have 5 each, to which the elf replied that for now they would eat 1 and the rest. Smiling, the protagonist said that they were going to eat some boiled potatoes as a late snack, to which Chris asked what was from his estate. The elf gritted her teeth, hearing that of course, to which she thought another mouth. And smiled, hearing why they were here, to which she replied that she saw the students wandering around late at night and wanted to scold them, but they said that they saw a fire in the training hall. Closing her eyes, she asked what it was like, a potato party, to which the elf thought that the number of mouths immediately tripled. Looking at the hero, the girl asked that he had some for her too. Yes, to which the protagonist replied that there was very little left. Smiling, she said that oh well, she would not eat much. A thought appeared that yes, then what was that dripping from her mouth? Walking forward, Reynold asked where this delicious smell was coming from, to which the deputy director thought that another one. Stretching her hand out to the side, she shouted that she should take out all the potatoes. No, let her bring them right now, to which the hero replied that he was wondering why she was so calm. Finally she showed herself in all her glory. The protagonist grabbed her by the hair and shouted that this crazy dark elf. The potatoes were boiling. It was said that in the end, he brought a whole bag of potatoes. It was heard that her potatoes, to which Rick asked since when did they become hers. People were holding food in their hands. It was heard that well, in any case, they were already prepared, they will eat. The man grinned, looking at her. The guy opened his mouth wide. Raymond looked surprised and asked what it was. The deputy director smiled. It was heard that this was the signature dish of their region. They are very proud of it. Frowning, the man said that now he understands why he is so strong, to which the protagonist asked again. Looking straight, he heard that if he eats food with such a mana content every day, it is quite natural, his body itself adapted to the mana, to which Rick thought that of course, their territory is full of strong people. The hero stood in front of the merchant. The thought appeared that these potatoes were grown from seeds that they bought in a neighboring city. He smirked. The thought occurred to him that maybe the land on their territory was really good. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that it didn't matter, focus on the potatoes. The girl looked away. The protagonist looked at her in confusion. Raising his eyebrows, he asked what was with that disgusting look. Turning her head, Lorie said that he should marry her. Rick spat out the food sharply. The woman froze. He heard what she had just said. Looking at him, the girl said that she asked him to marry her. She silently looked away. The hero looked at him in confusion and wondered what she was talking about. Sitting next to him, the girl told him to marry her. People opened their eyes in amazement. The man smirked. Stretching his hand forward, Chris shouted that there were two of them, to which and asked how he could laugh out loud at this. The hero held the bottle in his hands, heard that the lazy woman was not too good for him. Looking straight, he heard that she knew it, thought that she was the only one who thought so. Withered flowers appeared. The protagonist and the girl walked forward. Looking to the side, Lorie asked how much he knew about the Marquis Field family. Raising his hand up, Rick said that their family is amazing with the sword, and every direct heir is a sword master, that's all he knows, to which Lorie replied that there is one more important thing. The hero looked surprised to hear that their family is very concerned about their reputation, so they do not allow them to go outside the house until they become sword masters, to which he asked again. The girl frowned, thinking that judging by the aura of the sword and the skills she demonstrated back then, at best she was a sword expert. If they don't release anyone who hasn't reached the sword master stage, how come she's here despite being just a sword expert? Looking at the hero, the girl said that he probably thought about it, to which the protagonist replied that she saw through him. A blue sky appeared, and it was heard that in fact his family. Looking away, Lorie said that she always treated her badly and never cared about her throughout her life. Rick looked at her in amazement, and thought that he had never seen her make such a face before. Smirking, the girl asked why he was making such a face, to which the hero replied that she just said it as if it didn't mean anything. Lorie smiled and said that she shouldn't worry, she was used to it. She held the weapon in her hands. It was heard that no matter how hard she tried, she could not become a sword master. Perhaps that was why they treated her so badly. And then one day her father, the patriarch, told her to go to the Ammonite Academy. Closing her eyes, the swordswoman said that well, she kind of understood, they would treat her as if she did not exist. She tried to resist, saying that she could not disobey the rules of the family, but the man looked straight. It was heard that he said she did not need to worry about such things. After she was kicked out, they did not even try to look for her. The girl looked at him with fear. It was said that they did not need a weak person like her, so they wanted her to cope on her own. Lorie looked at the potatoes. It was heard that, however, while she was eating these potatoes, an epiphany came to her. She thought, if she ate more, she would be able to show her family what she had. The swordswoman held out her hand and said that given her situation, she bet they wouldn't even blink if she married him, to which the hero replied that he wasn't in that situation, but he understood what that sad feeling was. The protagonist looked away. It was heard that only the eldest could inherit the nobility. He was the second son, so he wouldn't get anything. His family could take care of him, but he was the same as her. He had to find a way to survive on his own. Rick turned his head and asked, well, that's it. So that's why she asked him to marry her, so she could eat potatoes from their estate, become stronger, and get revenge on her family, to which the girl replied that it was exactly that. Sitting on a bench, the hero said that it was a little marriage of convenience, to which Lorie asked that wasn't that how all marriages between nobles were made, and he asked what he would get. The girl grinned and replied that first of all, he would get a beautiful woman like her as a wife, to which the protagonist replied that, well, he values personality, not appearance. Rick put his hand to his face, hearing that they would allow her to eat his potatoes, become stronger and return to her family. She could even win the fight for the inheritance. He understood, to which he replied that she meant. The swordswoman grinned and asked what he thought. She could handle all the work that the head of the family had to do. The hero extended his hand forward, hearing that, of course, she would also have some power, but most of it would be his, to which he replied that then financial management. The protagonist smiled, hearing that, of course, she was terrible at managing money, to which he thought that embezzlement was the most beautiful word in the dictionary. His eyes widened when he heard that if he became a member of their family, he could even learn their swordsmanship, to which Rick thought that the Marquis's power, wealth, and swordsmanship were like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He took the girl's hand. Looking at her, the hero said that they would go and tell their father-in-law about their wedding in the morning. The next day arrived. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist thought that the sun had finally risen in his life. Looking away, he added that by the way. Rick stood in front of the salon and wondered if she had slept in a sleeping bag. What made someone like her come here? The girl looked out the window in confusion. Raising her eyebrows, she asked who the man was outside. She even hung a sign saying closed, while he was dressed in all black, as if he was going to a funeral. The girl grinned, hearing that he was with her, to which she asked, so he was her servant. The hero gritted his teeth and said that so much time had passed, why hadn't she come out yet? She had died. It was said that he had been waiting for about 3 hours. Opening the door, the girl asked what was going on, to which the protagonist asked what could it be. She had seen a blonde woman on the verge of death. The man took a step forward. It was heard that he was calling a blonde, disheveled woman on the verge of death. Walking forward, Lorie said that she was almost done. Let him wait a little. Rick looked at her in amazement and asked again. Looking at the girl, he asked that the older lazy woman, to which the swordswoman replied that he should just not say that he did not recognize her. Grinning, the girl thought that it was logical. Usually she did not pay so much attention to her appearance, and when she did, she looked completely different. Looking at her, the hero thought that now they were in the same boat, he should at least try to be on good terms with her. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked that if he thought about it, she had just done her hair and makeup. Yes, it was no surprise when she was already so beautiful, to which Lorie asked that now he finally understood, yes, and now let him tell her who was too good for whom. Smiling, the girl asked that he could step away for a minute. They still had some things to do, to which Rick asked that the servant. Smiling, the swordswoman said that he was not her servant, he was her fiancé, to which she replied that she was sorry. Looking at them, the protagonist thought, what the heck, she said that he was her servant. The girl smiled widely. Putting his hands behind his back, Rick thought, of course, what did he expect? Just because she looked good, didn't mean that her character had improved. The city of Lengsley appeared. It was heard that this was the city under the control of her father. Looking down, the girl said that although before she was kicked out of the family, she didn't have much of a chance to get to know this place, to which the hero thought that he couldn't believe that he was in charge of such a huge city. Lorie looked away, hearing that everything was fine in the future. Grinning, the protagonist said that this city would only become a toy in their hands. The girl frowned and asked that he was only in it for the money, yes, to which Rick replied that this is how all marriages of convenience work out. The Marquis's mansion appeared. It was heard that in front of the father, that is, the patriarch, it is better to remain as quiet as possible. The hero looked at her in amazement and asked why, to which Lorie replied that he did not really listen to others. People were sitting at the table. It was heard that no matter how busy the family was, he often held meetings. All 13 swords of their family must constantly gather together. Swordsmen appeared. It was heard that 13 swords, yes, 13 of the best swords of their family, the patriarch of the first rank, the other 12 were her older brothers. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that 12 older brothers. He did not understand what she meant. The swordsmen were looking at him. Lowering his head, Rick thought that until all 13 pairs of those eyes were staring at him. The hero grinned, looking straight ahead. People were looking at him, thinking that these were the 13 swords of the Field family. The man's eyes lit up, thinking that he should be his father-in-law too. Stretching her hand out to the side, the girl asked how she was doing. She came to talk about something important today. Looking at her, the man heard that while working as a teacher at the Ammonite Academy, she met a person with whom she wanted to build a future, so she wanted to share the news with him. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that let him introduce him. This is the son of the Baron with whom he had a good relationship, to which he replied that it was nice to meet him. He is Rick from the Drake Barony. Frowning, Lorie said that although this marriage has not yet received his approval, could she? Looking down, she added that she would ask for his blessing. People were sitting at the table. Clenching her fist, the girl thought that they were not listening to her at all, which means the words of the weak are not even worth listening to, right? Standing still, she added that she was really so unwanted in this family. The swordswoman clenched her teeth. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, he thought, what the hell, why is she leaving? If she suddenly leaves, what should he do here alone? Holding a cigar in his hands, the man asked what they said, that he was Rick from the Drake Barony, to which he was answered, yes, that's right. The guy rushed forward, hearing the command. Swinging his sword, he shouted that he should die. Dodging the blows, the hero asked why he suddenly, to which the guy asked again that these were his last words, he would take care to deliver his last words. Swinging his sword, the swordsman shouted that he was going to the Drake Barony. The protagonist clenched his teeth and thought about what to do. He came here to get their consent for marriage, so there was no need to hit him. He abruptly struck once. The boy fell to the ground. It was heard that just think, he took him out with one blow. Well, this boy was still the weakest among them. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that he would go then, to which the man replied that he could trust him. Rick struck him. It was heard that, well, he also took him out with one blow. Well, he was the second weakest among them. Sitting at the table, the Marquis said that he was counting on him, to which the boy replied that of course, one blow for this boy was a lot. The hero struck him. It was heard that, well, in any case, he was the third weakest among them. Putting his hand to his face, the son said that maybe his turn would come after all, maybe they should use swords, to which the man replied that no, they could not show their family's noble swordsmanship to someone like him. The protagonist was warming up his hands. It was heard that they would fight with their fists, to which he thought, well, okay, so it was true that the Marquis was only looking for power, so. Rick smiled, thinking that this was his chance to succeed, and then said that someone more serious should go. Holding a lollipop in his teeth, the guy said that starting with the 10th sword, everything would be for real. Swinging, he added that he was the 10th sword, he would come forward and put an end to his arrogance. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that it was fast. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. The lollipop was lying on the floor. Smiling, the protagonist said that but he was faster. It was heard that he was doing. Let the 9th sword attack him quickly. It seemed that his stomach hurt. Rick looked in amazement, and thought that why did he suddenly sense a murderous aura. The man kicked the chair and said that he dared to kill 4 elite knights of the Field family with one blow. The Marquis' eyes lit up and he added that he must be ready to die. Right, the thought appeared that this marriage was worth his life. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that if he had any last words, he would listen, to which the protagonist thought he was huge. With his eyes wide open, the hero asked why he was doing this to him, to which the Marquis asked what his last words were, to which he replied that no, it was a question. A glow appeared around the man and he asked that he really didn't know what he did wrong, to which the protagonist shouted that no, let him tell him what was wrong. Stretching his hand forward, he asked how dare he. Frowning, the Marquis shouted that he would bewitch his beautiful and beloved daughter and involve her in his dirty plans, claiming that he did not understand what he had done. Looking at him, the protagonist asked again. The guys frowned, hearing that how dare a scoundrel like him bewitch his daughter, this small and gentle girl, to which they replied that exactly how dare this worthless bastard. Rick frowned, hearing that she may be his daughter, but she is so charming every time he sees her, he thinks so too. Every time he sees his little sister, he freezes, to which he thought that these people may be. The people were sitting at the table. The thought came that they were silent earlier, because they froze in the presence of a lazy woman. They just became stupid because of her. The girl abruptly entered the room. She lowered her head, hearing where she was. The man frowned, hearing the address. The boys looked away. Looking straight ahead, Lorie said that what they just said, she heard everything from the side. The Marquis stood up, hearing that until now she did not even know how they all really felt. They stood in front of each other. The man hugged her. Closing his eyes, he said that he should forgive her for making her misunderstand, to which the girl replied that no, it was okay, from now on she would try her best. The lollipop was lying on the ground. It was heard that no, she did not need to try, as long as his daughter was healthy, that was enough for her father. The hero watched them. Smirking, he thought that damn, he burst into tears, so he would just raise his head. An ambitious marriage proposal fell through after the family shared warm feelings, and he had to return to the daily routine. Walking forward, the protagonist asked why she returned to the academy. Couldn't she just stay at the Marquis' estate? Now there would be no misunderstandings, to which the girl replied that they say the way of the sword is rougher and more vicious than it seems to the world. The bird flew in the air. It was heard that her father and brothers did not want her to go such a difficult path. They let her go because they wanted her to live freely, but still. Smiling, Lorie said that she will continue to try in her own way. Holding the paper in her hands, she added that by the way, when she left, her brother gave her a note. He should have just said it himself. The protagonist looked away, hearing that but why does he look so upset, to which he replied that his path to success has completely collapsed. How can he be happy? The girl smiled, hearing that they say that if a dragon stirred his heart, then a lizard will also stir when he sees her. It seems to him that his chance for success has completely disappeared. She hit him with her hand, and held the letter in her hands. Looking at it, she asked how she should tell Mr. Rick about this. The wind swayed the curtains. It was heard that they visited Marquis Field. Crossing his arms, the hero said that everything turned out to be a simple misunderstanding. That is why communication is so important, to which Anne replied that yes. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what was wrong. Why was she so depressed? Suddenly, a scream was heard from the building. Rick looked at her in amazement, and asked that the King Mango farm had gone bankrupt. Reading the document, the hero heard that but this is the same dance that they perform in her homeland. It works fine there, why here? Looking down, the protagonist asked how she would compensate them, to which Anne replied that about this, they will manage, as long as no connection is established between the traditional elven dance for a rich harvest and this weather phenomenon. The Imperial investigation team will not interfere, to which Rick asked that she is really shameless, he knows. Sitting in front of him, the girl said that however, with their remaining 400 gold, they can find another investment, to which he replied that this is nothing compared to the amount she had when he joined, then 4,900 gold. The guy looked through the crack in the door, listening to him say that he had an idea. If he was going to suggest snail racing, he should think twice. She said that snail racing happens once every 10 years. Looking straight at her, the hero asked what then what, to which she replied that unicorn racing. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked that she really never changes. Yes, to which she asked again that it was a compliment. Smirking, the director asked that how about investing in a new mysterious substance that was recently discovered. Holding the papers in his hands, the hero said that it was like digging something out of the ground, it was so meaningful. Leafing through the documents, he added that besides that it would be distributed to all businesses and goods when its value was assessed in the future. Funny because they knew that this was nonsense, even the person who runs this business gave this black oil a strange name to make it sound cool. Rick slammed his hand on the table and said that there was no decent investment option here. She should come up with another plan instead of trying to increase her capital. They would think about the main problem first. The Emperor passed the cup. It was heard that the Academy was an educational institution, right, and it promotes the development of the young personnel of the Empire, which means that they should provide generous financial support to the Academy every year. Frowning, and said that but since they were recommended to suspend their activities, they will not receive this, to which the hero replied that yes, that is why he needs her help, and she asked what she meant. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that he heard that she was an old friend of His Majesty, to which the girl replied that yes, for about 50 years, and that. Smiling, Rick said that then there is only one answer, let him bribe the Emperor. Standing outside the door, the guy heard that he shouldn't joke like that, he thinks everyone is like him, to which the hero replied that come on, her intentions are important, she knows what the Emperor likes and dislikes, so what he thought was investments, corruption. Raymond's eyes widened and he added that their academy was on the verge of collapse. The bananas were in the box, it seemed that these were the popular dragon bananas. Grinning, the man asked why she was giving him such a valuable gift, to which and replied that given their friendship, it was a trifle. The Emperor took a spoon out of his tea and said that but, judging by her appearance, she had another goal. The girl gritted her teeth, hearing that for example. Looking straight ahead, the man asked that the negotiations on the cancellation of the recommendation to suspend the Academy's activities, to which and replied that, as expected, he was perceptive. He closed his eyes and added that to be honest, given their relationship, he wanted to avoid suspension, but given the past incidents, he couldn't make a decision on the matter on his own. Suddenly, the Emperor looked at him in amazement. The girl smirked when he thought that he knew them, since they had participated in the last competition, to which she replied that they certainly did. Lowering his head, Ammonite responded approvingly. The girl's eyes widened when he heard that given the outstanding achievements of these students, he would talk to the Prime Minister and officials about withdrawing the recommendation to suspend activities, to which she asked if that was true. The man closed his eyes when he heard that he thanked him, to which he replied that he shouldn't. He raised the cup to his mouth. Ammonite began to sniff the entire room. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement, and he thought that this smell. Standing outside the door, the hero thought that he wondered how things were going there. Putting his hand to his face, he added that the elf might not be the smoothest negotiator, but they could revoke the suspension recommendation due to her insistence when he met a member of their family. He might be a little inadequate, but he was a wise king, as long as he didn't meet him, everything would be fine. Opening the doors, the man shouted that he found him. Frowning, Ammonite shouted that it was no wonder he smelled that disgusting Drake scent, since he was the one behind all of this, to which the protagonist asked what in the world, what did he mean? Holding his hand out in front of him, the man shouted that he was the one who forced and pressured Princess and into rescinding the suspension recommendation, to which Rick replied that he was merely doing his duty as an academy instructor, to force, to pressure. Standing around the corner, Victoria heard that he should keep his personal feelings out of the matter. The disrespect from the Drake family for a long time and this case are completely different things. The girl closed her eyes, hearing that as they showed in the competition, they have the ability to develop children that can interest him, but the current situation of the academy is too desperate. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that the children are forced to starve due to the bankruptcy of the academy. Plus, the lack of funding is disrupting the normal curriculum of the academy, and they do not even have the necessary teaching aids for classes. Frowning, he added that before being a member of the Drake family, he is a teacher. The fact that the poor funding of the academy is the reason why children are forced to starve and deprived of the education they deserve is simply saddening him. Bowing, Rick shouted that he sincerely asks him to show generosity and withdraw the recommendation to suspend the academy's activities. Grinning, the hero thought that it was perfect, the teacher's pride, faith and desperate appeals with kindness for the students. His opponent is the emperor who values students and education. Looking straight, he added that he gave a good speech as a teacher with beliefs about education and students, so he definitely will not remain indifferent. The man stuck his finger in his ear and said, "They talk a lot," and that's all he wanted to say. The thought appeared that he did not care. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that seriously. Why does he continue to pester him with old things that he does not even know about? To which Ammoni's replied that yes, he is nice to look at, he finally shows his true dirty face, yes. Looking away, the woman asked what she thought. The prince frowned and replied that he was betting on young Drake to win. Looking straight, he asked what she meant by the revocation of the recommendation to suspend the Ammonite Academy. He looked down. The hero put his hand on his chest and said that before being a member of the Drake family, he was a teacher. Looking straight, the prince said that it would be better to withdraw the recommendation and observe, even if there were unpleasant incidents here before, they should be generous to outstanding students. The man stood in front of the protagonist. It was heard that the Drake family must have really annoyed the father, so that such a generous person like him would act like this, even if he did not start talking about it. She had only met him twice in those days, but she was already fed up. Rick smiled widely. It was said that, but he looked quite decent. Looking straight, the prince said that so, he will make sure to put an end to the bad relations between the two families of his generation. The woman smiled, hearing this. She stretched her arms and said that of course, if he wanted it. Smiling, Victoria said that it was time for her to end this childish fight. The hero stood before her. It was said that although the bribe was a worthy offensive move, they could not get the offer to be rescinded because the emperor was beaten half to death, and the empress ordered them to return. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered where exactly his life had gone wrong, and then said, "Okay, let's begin the lesson." Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. The boy looked away, hearing what the doll next to him was. Looking straight ahead, Raymond replied that it was not a doll, to which Rick asked what it was then. Holding the doll in his hands, the student said what it was. Smiling, the boy added that it was him. The hero looked at him in confusion. Someone was sweeping leaves with a broom. Reynold turned around when someone called out to him. The man saw Rick and told him that he was finally ready to become his student. The hero walked up to him and said that he thought his grandson had gone crazy. Reynold jumped up sharply, raising his broom and screamed questioningly, "What is this way people challenge to a duel now?" The boy objected in fear, saying that no, it was his grandson hugging the doll and saying that it was himself. Listen to the end, for God's sake. Rick looked at him in surprise. The man calmed down and said, sighing, that he was talking about this. Raymond looked at himself in the mirror smiling. Reynold answered that the boy had a serious form of Prince syndrome. Rick asked again in surprise. He spread his arms out to the sides and asked why he didn't wear a mirror then, and why a full-fledged doll. The man pressed the broom and answered that at first it was a mirror. Reynold remembered how he, having opened the door, watched the boy and continued to tell how later he made a doll, an exact copy of himself, and began to carry it with him. Rick asked if he made it himself. The man answered that he did and even made a new one when he grew up. And he said that he tried to take her in a good way, but he raised a terrible hysteria. Raymond was hysterical on the floor. The hero listened in surprise and said that he did not carry anything with him at the competition. The man replied that then he ordered him to hide his abilities and identity in order to try to cure his disease. Reynolds smiled and continued that in fact he sent Raymond to the academy because he saw a ray of hope. The hero asked again in surprise, "What, hope in this academy too?" The old man put his hand on his chest and said that it was hope. He looked closely into his eyes and added that it was him, Amon. Rick asked what and said that he was sudden. The hero opened his mouth and listened to the man, who said that he defeated him with one blow, despite the fact that he is the master of the sword, and added that he is a teacher who is able to turn an ordinary student like Chloe into one who can fight on equal terms with this boy. He looked sternly at the hero and repeated that he believed that a great teacher like him could guide Raymond on the right path. Clouds floated across the sunny sky. The hero sprawled on the bench and thought that it seemed like an unnecessary burden had just been placed on his shoulders. He concentrated on looking up and repeated in his head the words that he believed that a great teacher like him could guide Raymond on the right path, thinking that it was as if he could not even get the finances of this academy in order. Suddenly, someone appeared before his eyes and called out to him, and he got scared and screamed that he almost died of fear. He turned around and shouted menacingly, calling him a scoundrel and saying that you can't shove a doll in people's faces. The boy with the doll in his hands apologized for scaring him. The hero exhaled and asked what he wanted. Raymond sat down next to him and asked if the academy was in a difficult situation. The boy turned to him and asked how he knew about it. The boy calmly replied that he thought so. Rick smiled and assured him that adults would do it, and that he should concentrate on his studies. Raymond objected that he had a great idea. The hero asked him again. The boy smiled broadly and suggested organizing an exhibition of dolls. Rick looked at him and asked again, an exhibition? Raymond answered that yes, people would flock to see his dolls. Dolls of different shapes were in his thoughts. The boy continued that they had a lot of empty buildings, so they could rent one and invite people, sell them replicas of his dolls. Rick looked at the doll, lost. It is said that after Raymond's grandiose plan, the hero realized that he had no choice. Moonlit night, fish splashing. A bird suddenly grabbed the fish. The plot tells that on that day Raymond began to appear at strange times. The boy came to Rick's bed and asked if he had thought about his idea. The boy asked him irritably to let him sleep. It was said that he began to pester the hero with questions. The boy climbed onto the door and asked how about the exhibition. Rick turned around and told Raymond that this was the toilet. The boy hung upside down with a doll in his hand and asked if he had thought about his plan. Rick tiredly answered that again. The plot narrated that in fact he had not thought about it at all, but in the end he was forced to agree. Raymond looked at him cheerfully and said that if he would just give him a room, he would do everything without funding. On a piece of paper it was written that a special academy exhibition would take place, the date and time. The hero thought that this scoundrel. He smiled, remembering how he showed him first, noted that he even made leaflets and was serious. Rick looked at the structure with the clock and thought that more than half of the buildings in the academy were empty anyway, and it didn't matter what he was going to do. The hero entered the dark room and said that they needed to see what he had prepared. The guy screamed in horror. There were a lot of dolls around, they were hanging everywhere, even under his feet. He looked dumbfounded and said, "What was that?" Eyes from the darkness called him. The guy threw the leaflets and ran to the exit, shouting that it was a ghost. The boy with the doll was annoyed and said how he could call him a ghost, it was so rude. The city of Amor at sunset. The glasses with the drink clinked from the impact. Someone asked if they had heard about it. The girl looked at the man and said that it looked like there was an exhibition at the Ammonite Academy. The man held a glass in his hand and replied enthusiastically that she meant that academy with a long history. He couldn't wait to see what great works of art they would have. Reynold looked ahead in surprise. A crowd of people outside the closed gates were asking about the exhibition. The man didn't understand what was going on here. He looked at the hero, calling out to him. Rick grabbed his head and asked who all these people were. Reynold pointed to the leaflets and said that he was just about to look for him. He added that it was in his booth. Did he know anything about it? The guy began to tell about what happened. The man looked at the leaflet and said that so that's what happened. Rick asked him what to do with all these people, because the two of them couldn't handle it. Reynold asked what he meant and where the other teachers were. The hero grabbed his hair and said not to make him even start. He was talking about how all the senior teachers had gone off to enjoy their personal lives. Some were drinking, some were visiting the house, and the vice principal never cooperated with him. The principal said it was his fault and to leave her alone. Rick continued that the principal was also angry with him. The old man shook his head, talking about Raymond. The hero opened his mouth wide and wondered where the boy was now. Raymond was lying on the bed surrounded by his friends. The man said that he had been sick since yesterday due to overwork. The boy sighed. He looked at them and said that they would have to deal with it. It was said that as soon as they saw the exhibition, the doors of the building were closed, and the plot reported that they would never return. People ran out of the building in horror. The man held a cross in his hands and screamed that the almighty Blaten would protect him with his eternal light, and repeated about the almighty Blaten and the eternal light. The man laughed, saying that they were such uncultured people and that no matter how varied the work was, there was a deep meaning hidden in it. The boy with green hair told him that he was right. Afterwards, the man ran as fast as he could and shouted that the essence of hell was there, and the boy ran after him, asking him to wait for him. The ladies watched from the sides, saying what a pitiful scene. The woman asked what kind of work of art it was. People were queuing up to see it, and discussing that they were saying that it was a work of art that would remain in their memory for a lifetime. The girl replied that she wanted to see it as soon as possible. It was said that due to the reaction of the visitors, rumors instantly spread among commoners and nobles, regardless of their status, and the number of visitors continued to increase. The heroes held signs in their hands and shouted for people to line up, not to push the person in front of them, and to enter slowly. The protagonist was cornered in a crowd and he thought that this would not work. He had no choice but to resort to the last resort. He put his hands on the floor and asked for help. The boy stood on his head and asked the headmistress, the vice mistress, and the headmaster for help with the crowd at the exhibition. All three looked at him in surprise. They stood at the front of the crowd and tried to line everyone up. The headmistress shouted that if they didn't line up they would have to pay a fine of 10 gold, and it was said that things were finally getting a little better. Chris pointed at the hero and said that by the way, he did all this in just a few days. What an extraordinary student. The hero was sad and thought that there were too many eyes looking at them, and answered in agreement, in every sense. Chris held the dolls in his hands and said that he might not understand art, but he was sure that someone would see its true value. The boy replied, "Who knows?" The man scratched his beard, looking closely at the dolls. Birds flew by the academy building. The old man in the suit continued to stand, looking at the dolls. The headmaster said that it looked like people were starting to disperse. Rick turned to him and asked if he thought they should end the exhibition there. Chris exclaimed that it was a great idea. The man looked at them and thought that these dolls, their accumulation caused a subconscious fear. But if you look at each one individually, there is something cute about them, and it seems like this is a work imitating modern society with its fake smiles. It attracts attention so much like the smell of his belly button. Rick walked up to him and said that it was time, and it was time to close. Mr. turned around and asked that it was really that late already, and how much this doll cost, pointing to one of them. The man looked closely at the hero and listened as he said that 1 silver, the price is a bit high, but part of the money will go to help needy students and support the academy. Mr. smirked and thought that the smell of the belly button for 1 silver. The finger pointed to one of the dolls. The heroes were carrying dolls in their hands and Chris asked Rick, the teacher, how much they managed to earn at today's exhibition. He thought that someone wanted to buy a doll. The guy was upset and answered that 0, no one bought anything. He was carrying a doll and closing his eyes said that the money could have come in if they charged an entrance fee or sold at least one, but since the entrance was free and there were no sales, there could be no profit. And looked at him with pity and said that Raymond would probably be very upset. The boy sat in bed and angrily said that these fools were simply unable to appreciate his high-quality works. Rick sat opposite him and said that it was true, the level of most people was simply terrible. Raymond lowered his head and added that although he himself ran away after seeing his work. The boy grabbed the blanket and said that such a chance to show everyone his beauty was missed, and that since this was the case, next time they would occupy 2 buildings for a second exhibition. The guy looked at him in fear. The plot says that in recent days, Raymond has created hundreds of dolls. The boy sat at his desk and wrote in a notebook, and it was said that he never dozed off during class. And besides, each doll was made well, although they had a creepy look. The hero reflected that at first he thought that he just had golden hands, like a sword master. He called out to him. Raymond looked into his eyes. The hero sat opposite and asked why he was so obsessed with this exhibition. The guy raised his hand and noted that he fainted because he was trying to combine studying and preparing for the exhibition and the academy's financial problems. This is not his business. Adults should deal with this. Raymond silently listened as he continued that he did not need to strain himself so much. The boy lowered his head and said that the teacher, he had never lived so peacefully. The house by the river in memories. He said that in the mountains everything was homemade, food, clothes, friends. The boy looked at himself in the mirror. Raymond continued with his fist clenched. That's why he wants to protect this life with his own hands, the life he has now. The hero looked at him attentively, silently. Rick walked down the hallway and thought that if you think about it, his desperate attempt to destroy the academy was explained by the fact that he had a home to return to, but the students of the academy. He remembered Boris saying that he had no place to return to, because his village disappeared 2 years ago. Chloe, clenching her hands, said that she came to study from the kingdom of Aaron, but after the defeat in the war last year, the kingdom fell. In front of his face was Raymond, clenching his hand into a fist, saying that's why he wants to protect this life with his own hands. Someone called out to the guy and asked how he was doing. The guy said that she would come tomorrow. Lorie was holding a bunch of bags and replied that only during classes can she get a good night's sleep. The guy asked what she was holding in her hands. She held out a bag and said that this was the academy's aid, supplies and funds from our kind. The guys turned around, hearing that someone had good news. The headmistress was jumping happily and saying that the emperor had temporarily withdrawn the recommendation to close the academy and, in addition, there would now be monthly support. Reynolds followed her and shouted that this was not all. At the exhibition, one elderly gentleman was deeply touched by Raymond's works, and he said that he wanted to support the academy so that Raymond could fully devote himself to art. Rick looked at Chris and the deputy and asked if they also had good news. The man with a bottle in his hand exclaimed that no, they all just ran here, and the girl added that she was hungry. The heroes pounced on Rick and Reynolds said that it was all thanks to him. The guy, surprised, said that he did nothing. Chris added that they should thank the teacher and throw him into the air. The heroes were shouting happily that they should be friends longer. The boys threw him into the air and someone called him Rick Squid. The hero was excited and wondered whether he liked it or not. It was said that the Ammonite Academy was officially restored. It was said that 6 months after the appointment to the academy, the financial problems seemed to be solved and peaceful days would come. Rick folded his hands on the table and asked to repeat it again, and was happy and answered about the Inter-Academy Tournament. The heroes in masks posed. The plot told that the Inter-Academy Tournament is a tournament organized by the Empire, where academies compete against each other in various disciplines. It was said that the winning academy receives a trophy recognized by the Imperial Court and increases its reputation. A cup with a gold hue was depicted. It was reported that every year, many academies participate in this tournament to expand their borders. Chris said that since the recommendations for closure were withdrawn, they have the right to participate in the tournament, and then confirmed that this is so. Rick angrily hit the table and told the headmistress to think carefully. He raised his finger and convinced that now is not the time. Unlike normal competitions, the tournament has more disciplines and even a small academy should have at least 100 students, and they have few of them. This needs to be carefully considered and asked a question. Besides, this is an Imperial Tournament, which means it will be impossible to cancel the application, right? The girl put her elbows on the table, smiling and said that everything is correct. It is impossible. They have already submitted an application. The guy screamed, then why did they gather at the meeting? Rick was furious and Chris grabbed him from behind, telling him to calm down and that perhaps this will be a good experience. The hero shouted that even if they lost, it would still be an experience. The headmistress shed tears and noted that teacher Rick was so scary. Lorie was late and realized that the meeting was already over. Chris held the hero from behind and said that their students showed good results in the competition, at least in the fencing and magic disciplines they had every chance. Rick agreed, and the elder, smiling, let him go. The guy asked which academy they applied for participation in the tournament, and became embarrassed and answered that this. Laughter was heard from the building. The newspaper showed an article with a photo of Anne and the Emperor. Someone reasoned that what funny news, it seemed that they had finally failed, but now. The man put his feet on the table and continued that they decided to challenge the strongest academy, Bestrick Academy. He smiled with a gold tooth and thought that it was time to end the old feud between the academies. And it was time for his personal revenge. Rick heard the answer and dropped his head on the table, saying that they were lost. He lay with his face on the table and said that their pathetic academy against the strongest academy of the Empire, Bestrick Academy, they were finished. Chris put his hand and told him not to worry so much. The guy asked again that he shouldn't worry. Students in suits stood in front of the building and he said that they only have several thousand students, and hundreds of teachers. And this is not just a crowd of people, their graduates become high-ranking magicians or knights of the nobility. Rick covered his ears with his hands and said that it was exactly the same as hitting an egg on a stone. The elder told him to calm down and listen. He held the bottle in his hand and said that even if rumors spread about their restoration, people still have the idea that they are finished, but if they achieve good results in the tournament. The guy turned away from the strong smell of alcohol and said that there will be more people wanting to enroll than they can accept. Chris happily replied that this is exactly it. Behind the glass there were a large number of cups and awards, and the hero thought that if rumors of their academy's victory spread, and Ammonite Academy was still remembered, then it would only be a matter of time before they returned to their former glory. Rick asked about the matter of time, saying that it was just a problem, adding whether they could win at all. The guy looked away and added that in any case, he understood the director's intentions, they just wanted to revive the academy. She replied that it was. Rick said that they were trying to do something in the end. He smiled and thought that he would not have to suffer anyway. The boy read from a piece of paper. Someone shouted for the hero to wake up. He replied that he was not sleeping. The teacher raised his wand and addressed them all, asking them to read the notes and remember every last word. Boris began to cry and said that it was too hard. The hero asked Boris to be patient, saying that later he would find wealth, glory, and maybe a lot of meat. The boy began to read furiously, shouting for meat. Rick shouted for Chloe to concentrate. The girl cried loudly and read that the secrets of Rod Bastrode were to concentrate strength. The hero praised her. Rick called out to Raymond, who looked at the sheet of paper and said that he was reading diligently. The teacher noted that he could read more slowly. The boy looked at the teacher in surprise and asked if he would participate in the fencing competition. Rick smiled and replied that no, he would not. He asked again, then in which one. The boy replied that he should just continue reading. He put another pile of papers on the table and said that Boris and Chloe would not leave until they read everything. The children looked at the mountains of papers and thought that they were coming to life. They stared at the teacher, who told them that in a healthy brain, healthy knowledge, and asked them to repeat it after him. The children repeated. It is reported that the nightmare from the end of the course is returning again. On the day of the exchange between the Ammonite Academy and the Bestrick Academy, the leadership of the two academies met with each other. Benjamin began a dialogue, turning to Anne, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she still had the same look. The headmistress smiled and replied that she was an elf. What did he want? But he was still alive. She already thought that he died of old age. He narrowed his eyes and paid attention. Children were standing in front of him, and he thought that these students would participate in the exchange competitions. Their condition left much to be desired. Then he looked at the teachers and thought that the teaching staff was not in the best shape either. Benjamin pointed and said that there was so much talent in Ammonite Academy, and it was enviable. The headmistress said that his holy eyes, it turns out, are not for nothing. He laughed, calling her a damn elf. She in response assumed that he meant a damn human. He clenched his teeth in anger. Rick, watching this, thought that the headmaster of the school aroused such hostility. Chris put his hand on the guy and asked who this person was. The hero looked at him and asked again that he did not know him. The guy pulled out a loudspeaker in front of him. Rick said that it was Ron. In their magic tower he was known as a legendary swordsman mage. This is how he sees him in real life for the first time. The guy said that his name is Ron and he is an inspector at the Imperial Court. He noted that it looks like both academies are assembled, then they need to start the exchange competition. The heroes of the two academies looked at each other's faces, and Ron added that the first test, the theory of magic and the construction of a magic circle. A red flag was waving and the inspector sent the students forward and wished good luck to everyone. In the stands sat the support of the Bestrick Academy, led by Benjamin. In the stands of the Ammonite Academy there were only teachers. It was said that they had only 4 days to prepare for this competition, not like a normal course, and therefore had to apply Spartan Training, and as expected from a famous academy, the first opponent was already difficult. A student in glasses with a flower came out, and Chris said that he heard this student from the magic tower. But why is he holding a flower in his mouth? The headmistress replied that they say that in Bestrick he is known for his outstanding magic and attractive appearance, and not that she cared. The guy put the flower behind his ear and thought that this is his opponent. He looked at Boris, who was reading a book and thought that magic was a science closely related to talent and origin, but this type, obviously, was a pathetic commoner. The students greeted each other with a handshake, and the boy with the flower said that he was Mayor from Bestrick Academy. The boy with a book replied that he was Boris from Ammonite Academy. Mayor thought that he had no last name, which meant he was a real commoner. Ron raised a loudspeaker and said that in this test, after building a magic circle, they asked questions on theory and discussed them, and he clarified who would go first. Mayor smiled and said that he would go first, and Boris thought that this was an unpleasant type. The boy stretched out his palm and thought about the pathetic commoner watching carefully. The student and used magic that drew patterns. He thought that's what magic is. Ron looked at what was happening and thought that at such a young age to create a magic circle without an intermediary. A magic drawing was floating in front of Boris, and the inspector said that the Ammonite Academy should try to disassemble this magic circle. Mayor looked with a grin and thought that this was magic that someone like him would not understand, because this was a spell available to magicians of the fourth circle and above. Boris replied that it was blinding. The boy with the flower was surprised, and his rival looked at the book and said that this magic circle was too ineffective. He showed a drawing in the book and said that here is the circle that Mr. Mayor drew, and if you remove these 2 extra lines, the flow of mana will become more active. Mayor listened attentively with dissatisfaction as he said that a strengthening line was needed at all. The theory about the need for a strengthening line to strengthen mana seems to have been refuted several years ago in the dissertation of the Grand Master Jellium. The boy with the flower thought that he did not understand anything. Ron scratched his chin and said that he knew the theories of Jellam, a representative of the unorthodox school, and indeed it was correct. Boris looked at the book, and the inspector said that it was his turn to present his magic circle. Mayor looked at him and thought questioningly that he could not even perform magic and must be drawing something for beginners. The boy handed over a sheet of paper with a picture and said that here. Meyer's glasses squinted in surprise. He thought what kind of magic circle it was. He asked about the fact that it was the firestorm of the 8th circle. The students looked at them and were amazed, saying that at such a young age he calmly drew such a complex circle, and it was incredible. Even experienced wizards from the tower could not do it, and that maybe he just memorized one circle. Rick looked with a smirk and thought that yes, this was really it. There was a green liquid in the plate, and someone asked what it was. He was told that it was tea brewed using a secret method of the tribe of the deputy director of Bressel. Boris looked at him and asked if it was poison and what it was called. The teacher, smiling, answered that it was a decoction of insomnia. The boy asked what kind of scroll it was. The hero held the bundle in his hand and said that it was magic that helps to remember bad events for a long time. The next day, there were many empty plates around the boy, and Rick, grabbing him by the shoulders, said that he finally mastered all these dissertations. He said that he was proud of him as his teacher. The inspector announced that in the first test, student Boris from Ammonite won. The boy looked at Ron in surprise. The inspector took the boy's hand and told him that he remembered his name, and after graduation let him come to the Imperial Court to Brayling. The boy held a magical thing in his hands and thought about what was happening, and applauded the boy and said that he had done a great job. Boris thanked the headmistress. The teacher also praised him and congratulated the boy, and he asked why. She explained that this sign was a symbol of a recruit to the Imperial Magicians, which meant that he had a job after graduation. Boris held this sign in his hand and asked in surprise about the Imperial Magician. Rick stroked his head and said that he had told him so. The guy laughed and told him to be patient for a little while and then he would be able to eat his fill of meat. The boy pressed his lips together and was touched. He ran to hug the teacher, calling out to him. Rick was very surprised. The boy hung on his shoulder, and he noticed that he seemed very tired. He calmly said that he was the Imperial Magician. Rick picked him up and said he would take him to his room. The headmistress agreed with him. He thought it was envious, because someone was still rotting in this filthy academy, and the student had already been appointed an Imperial Mage. It was said that Rick involuntarily envied his student. The man squeezed his hand and exclaimed that he would lose to a commoner boy. Benjamin turned to the young man and asked if there was anyone else in Ammonite to be wary of. He was told that there was a winner in the fencing section of the test this year. The headmistress asked him again about fencing. Ron announced the second test history, and called the participants forward. The young man closed his eyes and replied that yes, it was assumed that he was at least an expert swordsman, and would certainly perform in fencing. Raymond stepped forward and questions flew around about why he was going out now, why history, what could a swordsman know about history, and claimed that this was the winner of the fencing section. Benjamin laughed, thinking that a stupid elf put a fencing expert on the history test. John stepped forward and the director thought about how their student had received offers from many kingdoms to become a politician and diplomat. He was well versed in history, so the victory in history was for Bestrick Academy. John put his hand to his temple and smiled. The inspector said that in this round they were proposing topics and leading discussions, and since Ammonite already had one victory, let them suggest a topic. Raymond looked up and asked about the meaning of the betrayal of the Marquis Manhwa house. He put his hand on his belt and looked at the stands. The teacher grabbed his head and thought about what he was doing, chose a topic from the first history lecture. People in the stands were discussing it, saying questions. What is this topic? He is definitely a student of the academy. John adjusted his glasses and answered that next comes the analysis of the historical fact about the introduction of the tribunate, about how the restoration led to the strengthening of the imperial power. Ron asked Raymond about his opinion, who answered that he did not have one. The inspector announced student John's turn. He narrowed his eyes and thought that now he would make it so that he would not even be able to squeak. John began asking a question, saying that he wanted to discuss the recent political conflict due to an incident on the outskirts of the empire, where the possessions of the Duke of Aberdeen, Boston, bordered the Grand Duchy of Vladimir. Raymond looked at him questioningly and asked again. Chris scratched his beard and noted that this was a very complex topic. Rick agreed, adding that there were many political factors mixed in there. The books were on the table, and it was said that the Bestrick Academy received a lot of fresh information from all over, and Ammonite, who had just escaped closure, probably only had old sources, thought that the difference in the quality of information was huge. The boy scratched his chin and said that it was difficult, asking again what incident he was talking about. The teacher looked at him questioningly. Raymond raised a finger and continued that he mentioned a recent incident, asking whether he meant a fight between regular troops and mercenaries in the neutral zone, or the disappearance of the Grand Duchy escort. The teacher wondered how he knew so much. John adjusted his glasses and exclaimed that any specific incident would do, thinking that this was the first time he heard of such a thing. Rick lowered his head and thought about Raymond. He thought that he was only good at fencing and manual labor, and that he was bad at history. The boy placed his hand on his belt and said that they would discuss the conflict with the principality because of the anomaly on Mount Boston in the Duke of Everglow's domain. The boy wondered if he was even at the level of a sword master in history. Raymond stood in front of his opponent when he repeated what he had said. Sweat appeared on John's face when he asked about the conflict caused by the strange incident in the Boston Mountains, and he thought that he had no idea what it was. The inspector looked at the boy when he addressed him, saying that he had never heard of such an incident. Then the boy explained that it happened 2 years ago, and that it worsened the conflict between the Grand Duchy and the Duke of Everglow. Ron looked ahead carefully when he thought that since both sides wanted to keep it a secret, they had to hush it up. Raymond looked ahead, bored. An old man appeared behind the audience and asked how he knew about him. Then the blonde said that it was the boy's turn, adding that she did not expect Reynold to come. Then he asked how he could not come, since his grandson was participating in the historical competition. The inspector looked surprised. The white-haired man touched his face. Then Ron recognized him as the king of the Heavenly Sword Reynold, realizing that he had mentioned the incident. A wooden structure was shown when the inspector realized that Raymond was his grandson, therefore he knew. The white-haired man extended his hand forward when it was explained that the strange incident in the Boston Mountains that the boy mentioned revolved around his grandfather, and that Reynold was gathering wild vegetables when a group of noble children from the Grand Duchy mistook him for a lost old man and played a little joke on him. The man chased after the children when it was explained that a pathetic incident becoming a trigger for political strife was quite embarrassing, so both sides quietly hushed it up. A shadow fell across the gray-haired man's face. The inspector looked forward in alarm when he assumed that the man had noticed that he was watching him. The spectators were in the stands when Reynold explained telepathically to Ron that it was entirely unnecessary for his grandson to remember the incident, and that he did not want it to become widely known, and then asked if he could be quietly let through, when the man realized that it was a voice projected with a massive amount of mass, and that he expected no less from a true professional. The inspector was standing near the boys when he turned to John, exclaiming that he did not seem to have anything to say on the subject, when John politely asked him to wait and give him some time, after which the man counted off 3 seconds and announced that Raymond had won. The protagonist clenched his fists and shouted that he had won. The blonde opened his mouth wide and asked what kind of ruling that was. Benjamin pointed his finger in front of him as he added that then the next round would be math, and he thought that they would destroy them in the next round. The protagonist put his hand forward as he replied that they were withdrawing from the math category, and he was then asked what he was talking about. Ron stood in front of him as Rick addressed him, saying that as far as he knew, there was a system of withdrawals in the exchange competitions, and that there was nothing wrong with using the existing rules, to which the inspector responded in the affirmative, saying that withdrawing from an exchange competition organized by the imperial family personally was a great dishonor. The dark-haired boy pointed at the children when he reminded them that there were only 3 participants from their academy and that he couldn't force 2 students to participate in 2 rounds each or have 1 student participate in 3 rounds, to which he was told that it would be too hard on them. The blond boy gritted his teeth when he asked again. There were tears in the children's eyes when the protagonist said that his students were more important than his own honor. Then someone chided him for his sweet talk. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he thought about how, of course, he was lying and how they didn't even have a math teacher at the academy right now. Someone held up a piece of chalk, asking the children to look. There were little people drawn on the board when it was explained that there were 5 apples, 3 of which Boris ate, and that Raymond brought 3 new apples and ate 2 of them along with Chloe, and Boris himself ate 2 more fruits. Rick was at the board when he asked how many apples were left. Then a student raised his hand, and he asked what Chloe's suggestion was. The girl looked ahead menacingly when she suggested killing Boris, who ate all 5 apples by himself. Then she was asked not to hold her pen like that. The boy looked scared when he said he really didn't like apples. Raymond hugged his copy when he answered that there were 3 left. Then he was asked why he thought so. Then he changed his answer to 4. The protagonist looked ahead, realizing that they were hopeless, when he asked if that was the wrong answer. The protagonist held his hand out when he said that, whatever the case, they were withdrawing from the math category. Benjamin held up one finger when he exclaimed that in that case, the next round would be science. Then they again withdrew. The blond man gritted his teeth in anger and asked again when they reported that the victory was automatically awarded to Best Strict Academy and that the score was 2-2. And touched her face as she asked him why he wasn't happy and if this wasn't the victory he wanted. Benjamin clenched his fists as he mentally called the alpha name, thinking about how they hadn't achieved this victory and how it felt like it had just been handed to them. He remembered standing in front of the grand building as he thought about how he felt the same empty feeling he had when Ammonite Academy closed its doors due to the advisory to suspend operations. He clutched the paper in his hand that held the plan for victory he had spent the entire day writing. Benjamin smiled tightly. Clouds floated above the board as he thought about how no matter what they would still be the true winners in the final match. Then the announcement was made that the final event would be swordsmanship. Chloe stood up straight as both competitors were asked to come forward. The shirtless boy looked forward as it was explained that he was Best Strict Academy's sword master candidate Oliver. The boy's green eyes widened. Raymond yawned in the stands as Oliver mentally addressed him, thinking about how he thought he was the only worthy opponent, but he just ran away like that, and that, moreover, he would have to fight a child, summing it up as boring. The girl looked up seriously as everyone started shouting for Oliver to take her down with one swing, and how she would split in half with one blow, and also asking about what kind of fight this little girl could give, and calling for them to just get rid of her. And looked at the boy with concern as she turned to Rick and asked why he didn't put Raymond, after all, the same sword master, adding that Chloe could get hurt. Then she was told not to worry about it. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile as he explained that this was not a real fight, but a competition. Oliver rushed towards his opponent as he asked her not to be offended by him for ending this as soon as possible. The girl ducked down, standing in front of him. The boy looked away. There was no one in front of him. Then he wondered where she was. Chloe swung, appearing behind him. She struck the boy. Then she was awarded 1 point. Oliver opened his mouth wide and asked when exactly she managed to do that. Someone slowed down with their foot. The opponents were opposite each other. They crossed swords. Chloe confidently looked ahead as she realized that the teacher was right. Many pigs were shown as the girl thought that when she imagined them like this, she was not afraid of them at all. The boy swung his blade in front of him as he wondered what she was thinking about. Chloe was hovering in front of him when she remembered that the boy was in front of her. The wooden sword was shown up close. Oliver was shown as a pig when she decided that he was, and was sitting next to Rick. Benjamin was clutching his head when it was announced that 4 points went to Chloe. Oliver was sitting on the ground when he asked if she was having fun, adding that she was just lucky to earn those points. The girl looked down in satisfaction, asking him to repeat it again, stop grunting and start talking like a human. The girl was in front of a defeated opponent when it was announced that she got 4 points. The guy gritted his teeth when someone asked if he could beat her. The protagonist sat next to the headmistress, who asked if Chloe was really that good with a sword, to which she was told that she had almost beaten Raymond in the last competition, and that the rules simply made the result a little ambiguous. He put his arm around the boy, asking if that was true. Lorie watched the girl train, when the protagonist explained that, in addition, she had recently begun training Chloe in the Field Family Blade, summing up that she had always had high potential as a master. The opponents crossed swords. Chloe bent her arm in front of her when Rick added that if she learned the Field Family techniques, this potential would become unlimited. The boy's pupils narrowed when he thought about her opening. Oliver attacked the girl. Sweat appeared on the boy's face when a buzzing sound was heard. Chloe hovered in the air in front of him, making a buzzing noise when it was explained that Lorie's special training consisted of only one thing. Then the opponent wondered what she was doing. The girl hit him on the back when she remembered the instruction to bite like a mosquito. Benjamin's mouth dropped open when he asked what Oliver was doing, then ordered him to quickly parry. Rick and then looked ahead when the teacher exclaimed that it was a good thing that aura was forbidden to use in competitions, explaining that it was a state of pure skill, and that there was no chance that Chloe would lose. Energy enveloped the wooden blade. The protagonist looked ahead seriously. The girl was behind Oliver when the protagonist wondered what the cheater was trying to do now. The blonde turned her head to the side, asking Rick why he had gone silent, then wondered where he had gone. Sweat began to appear on the elf's face. The protagonist grabbed the boy by the throat when spoken to. The protagonist stared ahead with empty eyes. He squeezed the boy's throat with his hand. Benjamin pointed his finger forward when he asked how a teacher could interfere in a competition between students, and then asked the proctor to remove him from there right now, to which he was refused. Ron held the megaphone when he announced that a student from Bestrick Academy had just tried to use the Aura Blade, which was a very dangerous weapon that could take lives. Oliver grabbed the hand that was squeezing his throat when it was announced that for using such a dangerous weapon in a competition aimed at strengthening friendship, the student from Bestrick Academy was disqualified. The blonde man was in the stands when it was announced that, therefore, the winner of this exchange competition was Ammonite Academy. The boy let go of Oliver. Sweat was pouring down the student's face when he wondered who he was. The protagonist crouched down in front of Chloe, asking if she was okay, to which she replied that everything was fine, after which it was revealed that the competition between the two academies ended with a score of 3-2 in favor of Ammonite, who achieved a grand victory. The elf looked down, gloating, as she said to Benjamin that it seemed like they had won this time, and then asked if she should say that they did it again. The angry man stood in front of her, as he replied that he never thought he would have to face the humiliation of losing to a fallen academy, to which the girl suggested that for him it must be an honor, not a humiliation. The protagonist looked at the elf with admiration, thinking that their precious headmistress had done a good job, and that she should continue to smirk to make them cry. Rick looked confused when the inspector said that he didn't think it was right to end it like this, and then asked about how about deepening the friendship between the teachers too. Then the protagonist wondered how it had come to this. Sweat appeared on his face when everyone agreed, asking about what the first competition would be. Then he thought about calming down since they were all nervous, and that they would probably want to compete in fencing or magic. Rick turned to his senior colleagues, wishing them a good time. They looked at the shocked boy with a smile when the black-haired teacher was asked to step forward. The man closed his eyes, holding his sword, when he asked to come to him. After the second round of the exchange competition between the Ammonite and Bestrick academies began, then it was explained that he was Alfred, a fencing teacher and a mid-rank sword master. The protagonist looked forward worriedly, asking about how he didn't tell them that he was a refined scholar, and why he should do that since he was a history teacher. Alfred stood in front of him when he asked him not to joke with him, since his movements just didn't match the movements of a weak scholar. Then the protagonist began to argue with him. Rick was wearing a red tie when the opponent said that, as expected from the disgusting Ammonite Academy, he lies as soon as he opens his mouth. The protagonist rushed to Alfred, who added that he was just like his headmistress, and then wondered why he threw away his sword, and how this wasn't a fencing competition, to which he was told that no one said that, and covered her mouth with her hands when she decided that Mr. Rick was angry because she was insulted. The angry protagonist clenched his fist and thought about how he dared to compare him to that stupid elf, and how it was the worst insult he had ever received in his life. Alfred's eyes glowed purple as he mentally called his opponent to him, assuring him that he would show him everything he could. The man was lying on the ground. He stood up, holding his bruised spot. When he asked why he was on the floor, it was then announced that Ammonite Academy had won the teacher exchange competition. Alfred tilted his head back, looking up as he began to remember. The protagonist was in front of him when the teacher realized that the moment he was about to attack, his fist came crashing down on him. The man's pupils narrowed greatly as he remembered that he was able to feel it at that moment. The protagonist looked down with a smirk as Alfred realized that it was a killing intent that he had never felt before in his life. Rick extended his hand to him, asking if he was okay. The fencing teacher opened his mouth wide and screamed. He ran away from the protagonist, asking for help. Then the protagonist assumed that he had gone crazy. An angry Benjamin was near the teachers when he said that it seemed that he ran away in fear, thinking that he was going to cut Alfred's salary. Then the man said that his eyes were beautiful when he opened them, and smiled widely when she asked the opponent if he saw their level, adding that their teachers would do everything for their academy, and not like one particular person who ran away with his tail between his legs. Benjamin looked forward smugly when he asked why such an all-powerful academy was on the verge of closing down, and then called the headmistress a gambler. The protagonist looked away when he was called a young teacher, saying that his skills seemed high class. The protagonist looked surprised when he was asked if he wanted to work at Bestrick Academy, and was assured that the penalty for breaking the contract would be paid. He imagined the magnificent building when it was explained that it was the best institution in the Empire at the moment. The ominous gates of Ammonite were shown when it was explained that it was a failed academy that was barely staying afloat. Rick wiped away tears when he thought about changing jobs and how the institution might be in decline, but he had already become attached to it, and then decided that it was an offer he could not refuse. The protagonist shook Benjamin's hand, thanking him and saying that he would look forward to it, to which Benjamin replied that he had expected as much and that he had excellent taste. The kids looked to one side when the protagonist added that it would be good to transfer these students from Ammonite Academy, because they seemed quite talented and had potential. Then he was asked about the teachers. The colleagues looked at the smiling guy, who replied that they were terrible. Then he was told that this was expected. Lorie looked forward languidly when she called Rick evil, wondering how he could leave his lovely wife there alone, to which he replied that he did not have a wife, and that they had never gotten married. The man covered his mouth with his hand and asked if all the days spent together were a lie. Then the protagonist assumed that he was talking about the time he listened to his drunken ramblings. Then the teacher called him names. The protagonist stood in front of the blonde man when he suggested that he leave this unpleasant place, because their standards were falling just by being there. Then Benjamin laughed, exclaiming that he liked this guy. The men looked in the same direction when the headmaster asked and if she had anything to say. The elf's ear twitched. The blonde put her hand on her chest as she screamed that his slick tricks were the reason she turned him down when he confessed his love for her. The boys from Bestrick Academy looked shocked. The teachers and students of Ammonite looked ahead with interest. Rick glanced at Benjamin. Sweat was pouring down the boy's face as he decided that if he thought about it, something was wrong. The elf smiled sweetly and looked down arrogantly. The bearded man clenched his teeth. The angry headmaster pointed his finger forward as the boy thought about how, unlike the headmistress of Ammonite, who looked quite relaxed during all the events, Bestrick Academy had this air of inexplicable anxiety, like a loser clinging to his last chance. Benjamin held his hands out as he replied that it made no difference, and that it was all in the past now, and the girl asked him again, explaining that she was an elf and that for her, what happened 30 years ago was the same as what happened yesterday. She remembered him getting down on one knee and confessing to her in front of the academy gates. The boy was lying on the ground in front of her when and added that he then got drunk and threw a tantrum. Benjamin brought the bottle to his mouth when she summed up that after that, he suddenly started singing about his love in the pub for her and all the other staff. The elf wiped away tears when she admitted that thanks to him, she had enough drunken stories to last the next century. The blonde man looked shocked when she added that she had told him many times that he was just not her type. The protagonist looked at the principal with concern when the girl exclaimed that he was now even involving her teachers in all this, and that he was more vile than ever. Then the guy thought that at this rate he would lose his place at Bestrick Academy. Benjamin's soul left his body when the protagonist asked him to calm down, so as not to fall for the tricks of this evil elf, because then she would not understand his feelings. Rick hugged him when the man asked about whether he really had no feelings for Anne. The protagonist's mouth fell open when he suggested that this man now thought that he was his rival. The blonde looked angrily at the guy when he ordered him to answer the question about what kind of relationship he had with Anne, to which he replied that she was his boss, and that was all. The elf cried when she asked the protagonist about all those promises he made about their future, and about restoring the glory of the academy. Then he asked her again. The angry principal stood next to Rick as he called him a bastard and asked how dare he do that. Then the boy tried to explain himself, but the man told him to stop calling him his boss. He touched the girl's arm. Benjamin knelt down in front of the elf and asked her to forget about that bastard and come with him, saying that he was no longer the man he once was, and looked touched. The blonde smiled, looking forward as he promised that he would dedicate the rest of his life to her. The girl turned him upside down. The teachers looked surprised. The protagonist's mouth opened wide. The boy's eyes bulged out of their sockets, and looked down with disdain as she refused. Benjamin lay on the ground as it was explained that the headmaster of Bestrick Academy had passed out from shock due to a broken heart, and that for now, Rick's transfer plan was also cancelled. Thus, Ammonite Academy won the exchange competition. The blonde boy was placed on a stretcher when the protagonist realized that he was finished. He looked back when he asked the kids not to get him wrong. The disgruntled colleagues looked ahead when they answered that he really should live his life better, and that even bats were more loyal than him, and that the only reason he wasn't fired was because of potatoes. The teachers had their backs to Rick when they decided to go out to dinner together and celebrate their victory, leaving him there, when he asked them to wait for him. The kids looked in the same direction when Boris asked if it was true that they didn't have to transfer now, when the protagonist politely asked them to listen to him. The protagonist's mouth dropped open when he explained that the academy wasn't just a place to study, but also a place to socialize, and that he just wanted them to have experience in the big world and for them to accumulate more knowledge and connections, concluding that of course, Ammonite Academy was wonderful too. Chloe covered her mouth with her hands, thinking that he was thinking about them. Then the boys realized that he was really trying. The elf smiled widely as she exclaimed that, as expected of Mr. Rick, and that he intentionally became a bad guy to stand up to that scoundrel Benjamin. The boy's eyes were closed as he replied that, as expected of the principal, she recognized his true intentions, and he silently thanked God. They held hands as and exclaimed that he did all this for the academy, and that there was no way he could betray them. Then the teacher agreed with her. The protagonist looked at the girl, who asked about how his preparation for the exam to get a teaching certificate was going. Then he asked her again. The blonde folded her hands in front of her as she answered yes, explaining that she wanted to promote him to head of training since he was doing such a good job and that it would be a waste to keep him on as a regular teacher. They stood in front of each other as the protagonist wondered if that meant that once he got his certificate he would immediately become head of training, to which she answered yes. A pyramid was shown, corresponding to the hierarchy of the academy, as Rick wondered if he could really get promoted from a regular teacher to head of training in one go. The protagonist touched his face as he exclaimed that it was nothing difficult and that he would definitely get his certificate. Then it was revealed that he, blinded by power, came to understand the nature of the academy much later. The gate of Ammonite was shown on the day after the exchange meeting. Someone stepped forward. Reynold looked at the man who said that this was the academy, then the old man asked how he ended up there. There was a cup on the table, when someone asked if this was really his final decision. The blonde sat looking down. When he answered his father in the affirmative, then it was explained that it was Jasper, who was a high-ranking sword master and a master of the magic of the 8 circles. Amoni sat at the head of the table. When he asked why he chose the Ammonite Academy of all places, when he could teach in many other academies, to which the blonde replied that it was to put an end to past grudges, and that he felt the need for it after listening to him and young Rick last time. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest, saying that he was a teacher first, and only a member of the Drake family second. Then Jasper added that the talent that should not be limited by the grudges of past generations. Amoni sat in front of his son, who said that his attitude towards the students clearly showed what a teacher of this empire should be like. The ruler closed his eyes when he thought that he did not particularly want to cross paths with the Drake family, but they could not continue to burden the future generation with their grievances, and then said that he respected his son's decisions and would not stop him. Jasper looked ahead with a smile as he thanked his father, who added that he had a condition. Reynold opened his mouth, looking ahead as he said that he almost did not recognize him. The dark-haired boy smiled tightly when the man added that he had a little dirty magic on his face there. Then he replied that, as expected of an elder, he saw everything right away. Jasper remembered the face of his father, who said that he had a condition and that his son should take care to hide his identity and his talents at all costs. Then the young man explained that due to certain circumstances, he would be hiding there, simultaneously fulfilling his duty as a teacher. Reynold was standing in front of the boy when he asked him again, to which he replied in the affirmative, adding that he had already discussed it with his father, and the man then agreed to take him to the headmistress. An arched window was shown when someone suggested looking up his name. The protagonist stood next to him, who said his name was Kai, and that he was from the house of Viscount Stroh. Jasper, undercover, smiled, saying that it was correct, and thought to himself that it was a good thing they couldn't see through his disguise. The boy stood in front of the elf's desk, who asked him why he wanted to teach there, to which he replied that it was a prestigious academy with a long history and that he had always wanted to work there. Then she asked if that meant that he didn't come just because he heard rumors about them winning the exchange competition. Then he asked her again, after which the headmistress concluded that apparently the rumors hadn't spread yet. Then the protagonist replied that they had a new employee and that it wasn't that important. The protagonist looked at Jasper when he asked if there was a particular subject he wanted to teach, to which the boy replied that he had some knowledge of the basic subjects including fencing, magic, history, and mathematics, and that he could take any subject they assigned him. Rick smiled widely when he thought that the guy was stupid, because this statement was practically an invitation to overtime, and said out loud that it was wonderful, and then asked if this meant that he could teach any subject, to which he was answered in the affirmative. The protagonist looked at him, who said that this was great, and that right now there were many empty teaching positions. Then he thought that she shouldn't tell him this, because the guy might run away. Jasper looked pleased when he asked her again, answering that it just meant that they had room to grow. Then the protagonist assumed that he was crazy. The elf handed the prince the papers when she said that he was perfect for their academy, and that he was hired. Then the boy asked about whether they should check his skills or license. Rick was in front of Jasper when he explained that their academy was currently experiencing a severe shortage of personnel, and that he had enough enthusiasm, and no one cared about the rest. The protagonist opened his palm in front of him when he added that even if he was lacking in something, they could fill in the gaps together and help him grow, and that, after all, that was the attitude a teacher should have. The dark-haired boy covered his hand from the glow when he thought that it was right. They shook hands when the protagonist introduced himself. Then the newcomer said that he was looking forward to working with him. The boys stood opposite each other when Jasper decided that Rick was indeed a great talent, and the protagonist realized that he finally had a junior to dump his responsibilities on. Then it was told that the new teacher of the academy, Ammonite, had been successfully hired. Jasper stood in front of the headmistress, who said that in this case she would be glad to work with him. Then he promised that he would try his best. The elf pointed at the protagonist when she said that from now on, he would gain experience from teacher Rick, who was such a wonderful person that he would even be appointed head of the faculty. The boy looked ahead in admiration as he thought about how honorable it was to achieve such a position at such a young age. The protagonist looked at the thoughtful boy as he asked if he had any specific subjects in mind, while he was thinking about how he couldn't calmly teach fencing or magic because it was part of the family tradition and that he was the rightful heir to the empire, and then said that he wanted to teach history. Rick smiled, mentally getting angry and thinking about how dare he take his bread and butter, and out loud said that it was his subject. Then the boy replied that in that case he would choose mathematics. Jasper was behind the protagonist, who suggested that he listen to other teachers for now, to which he agreed. There was a wooden building behind the boy when he came to his first fencing lesson. The prince remembered the protagonist with the documents, who said that he would love to visit him, but he still needed to study for the certification. Then the boy thought about how, as expected, the elder was very busy, and that he wondered when the fencing teacher would arrive. The children looked forward, asking who he was. Jasper leaned towards them when he greeted them and answered that he was their new math teacher. Then the children said their names. Then he thought about Elder Reynold being there, and that he had his reasons for it. The brunette looked forward with a smile when he asked them where the teacher was, to which he was told that he had been there from the beginning. The prince looked away in surprise. The blonde was wrapped in a cocoon. When the boy wondered why she was crawling on the ground, then Lorie suggested to start the lesson, since everyone was there. The girl was lying in front of the boy when she asked who he was. Then he introduced himself, explaining that he was the new math teacher. Jasper was sitting in front of Lorie, who said her name and said that she was pleased to meet him, to which he responded in kind, wondering if she really was from a family of swordsmen. Clouds were floating in the sky when she suggested starting the lesson, then they agreed with her. The brunette looked ahead carefully when he wondered what it was. The students were doing different things, then the guy wondered if this was really a lesson. Jasper approached the blonde, asking what it was, then she asked him again, after which he asked about the curriculum, and whether it was possible to deviate from the program. Boris was holding a book in his hands when the girl explained that he had already decided to become a magician, so he only needed fencing for general development. The dark-haired boy looked away when he thought about how physical training was also important. Raymond's body was enveloped in light energy when Lorie told him that he had his own fencing school and his own training methods, and that, to be honest, he would be better than her. The blonde turned to Jasper, who asked if it was true that there was a special program recommended by the Imperial Minister of Education. Then she turned to the newcomer and asked if he was a noble or a commoner. Sweat appeared on the brunette's face when he thought about the fact that he was actually the crown prince, and he answered that he was a noble from the Stroh family. Then he was asked if he knew what size potatoes should be cut when planting, to which he answered that he did not. Then the girl asked if it was true and advised him to learn what he needed. Lorie was in front of Jasper when she asked if he had met Teacher Rick, to which he replied in the affirmative, calling him a great teacher. Then the girl warned him that it was better to avoid this scoundrel. Then she was asked again. The blonde looked ahead with displeasure when she was asked in what sense. Then she asked to let her tell what happened yesterday. The brunette was taking notes in a notebook when he said that he understood and that he would take this into account when she said that he was a greedy for money and power bastard. Lorie stood in front of the newcomer, continuing to tell about Rick, when it was shown what the guy wrote down. Clouds were floating above the academy building. The young man was shown half-turned when he was asked how his first observation of the lesson went. The protagonist hugged him when he thought about how to tell him that all this time he listened to insults in his direction. Jasper was shown in profile when he was asked if something was wrong and if he wanted to say something, to which the boy replied no, deciding that there was no point in telling him about it. The teachers turned their backs when the protagonist suggested that the older one was cursing him again. Then the newbie asked how he found out. Rick opened his mouth, answering that there was nothing to be done about it. The protagonist put his hand on his chest when he said that it was all his own fault. The brunette looked shocked when he thought about how absurd this was. The young man remembered the blonde when he began to reflect on the fact that he, like no one else, knew that Rick was an outstanding leader, and that he achieved this position with his abilities, and how dare these lazy teachers slander such a person. The boy knocked on the door when he thought about how he hoped the magic teacher would be better, and had high hopes for him. Jasper stood in front of the door when asked who it was, then he said hello and introduced himself, explaining that he came to watch the lesson. The boy was shown in profile when he was asked to wait for a minute. He imagined the long-haired man when he thought about how Chris was a nobleman who had been through a great war and graduated from a famous magic tower, and how he had a lot of experience in the army, so he should be able to judge people. The bearded teacher pointed forward when he called Rick a dirty bastard. Jasper looked forward in shock when he asked if it was true, wondering if this was something a drunk person would say when standing in front of a class. Chris was standing at the board in front of the class when he told them that yesterday it was hard to tell if he was a man or a bat, and that he just disappeared. Then the new guy asked the kids if it was true. Chloe remembered the handshake of the men when she thought that if we talk about yesterday, Rick was hardly pretending. Jasper smiled widely when she answered that the teacher cared about the students more than anyone else, and that he was very smart. Then the guy exclaimed that he now understood. The girl looked closely at the guy who said that he knew that the older one could not do such a thing. Then she decided that this man was strange. There were bottles on the table when it was explained that despite the fact that Chris was always drinking and slandering Rick, the lesson went well. The teacher with a book stood at the board. The brunette touched his chin when he thought that even though he had deviated from the program, there was logic in his lesson. Boris sat looking forward when it was explained that for him, a future mage, the teacher emphasizes theory. Raymond sat behind Chloe when the teacher spoke about what needs to be done to protect against magical attacks from the center of the circle. Then it was explained that for these guys who dream of becoming knights, Chris emphasizes practice. The bearded man was in front of Jasper, who decided that he could not tell that he was drunk. Then the mage asked if the newcomer was going to hit him, after which he was asked again, to which he replied that he was just thinking. The brunette stared ahead when he thought that everything was clear now. Lorie and Chris were shown when the guy began to think about the logicality that such incompetent teachers would envy the incomparable Rick, and about the fact that the elder is not a person who should be underestimated. The notebook was filled with notes about the magic teacher drinking too much and his suitability for teaching being rated as a 2. The paper was wet with tears when the last history lesson arrived, when someone told about Emperor Ammonis I, the founder of the empire, successfully laid the foundations for its creation. Tears were dripping from the boy's chin. Jasper folded his hands in front of him when he thought about how this was expected of Rick. The main character held a book in his hand and was talking about how when Emperor Ammonis V ascended to the throne, there was unrest in the country. When the boy noticed that he was following the official program and that all the students were listening to him enthusiastically. The boys looked ahead and thought about their own thoughts. The brunette brought his hand to his face, sitting on a chair, when he decided that it was very unfair that such a brilliant teacher was suffering. His hand reached for a golden object when he thought about using the seal of the Crown Prince to resolve this situation. The dark-haired boy stood up straight when he remembered that he was now Kai of the Stroh family, and that he couldn't act rashly just because he was the Crown Prince. Jasper wrote something down in his notebook, thinking that if he wanted, he was ready to fight the injustice that was happening in this academy, and then gave Rick 100 out of 100 points, summing up that it was all for him. The protagonist adjusted his cloak when he thought about it, which sent shivers down his spine. The brunette was holding a notebook when he realized that a week had already passed since his arrival at the academy. Notes were made in the book when he added that Rick had decided to take the exam for a teaching certificate in order to take the position of head of the department, so he had been studying hard all this time. The protagonist had a book in front of him when he exclaimed that with such preparation, he should pass with flying colors. The protagonist imagined the faces of his colleagues when he thought about how the other teachers hadn't spoken to him for days, and the elf hadn't bothered him with any little things, so there was plenty of time. Rick raised his hands when he decided that was enough for today. He opened his mouth, looking away. Chris and Lorie were standing nearby. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, asking what brought them there at such a late hour. They showed him the items they had brought when they explained that they were a popular drink and dessert, and then asked him to take them. The protagonist looked at the treats, and wondered what had gotten into them. His hand reached forward. He touched the blonde's face, assuming that it was because she was tired that she looked so unwell. Lorie frowned, her mouth slightly open, when the guy added that she seemed to always look like this. She kicked him in the leg and asked what she was doing. Then Rick shouted that decent people didn't behave like that, adding that he thought she had been replaced. Chris stood next to his colleagues when he explained that they came to make peace with him, when the girl apologized for jumping to conclusions and ignoring him all this time. After all, he had saved the academy many times. Her knees buckled. The blonde stood up straight when she said that her legs were buckling when the guy asked her to wait. Chris waved at the protagonist when he asked for forgiveness and offered to be friends again. The protagonist looked surprised when he asked if they were serious. He stood leaning forward when he thought about how he didn't believe that these two had changed so much just because they understood his intentions during the exchange fight. He imagined his colleagues reaching out to him when he wondered if they were trying to appease the future head of the department. Rick bit into a cookie. He stuck his finger in his mouth when he realized what power was. The blonde rolled her eyes. She was walking next to Chris when she wondered who would have thought that someone worse than him would show up. Clouds were floating in the night sky when the mage said that this guy would soon find out the true nature of this newbie. The teacher was holding a book the next day when he realized that today would be the day everything would be decided. The protagonist stood up straight when he thought that if he failed, he would regret it for the next 6 months. But if everything went according to plan, he would pass with an excellent mark. Dark eyes were shown close up when the protagonist wondered why he was so nervous. He thought of Chris and Lorie when he realized that not only those bully teachers had reformed, and sat with her hands on the table when she said that they had not received a single letter for a week, although the news of their victory and the revival of the academy was in all the newspapers. The students looked tired when they asked him if he could come to class tomorrow. Rick looked down thoughtfully when he wondered what had happened while he was gone. Silhouettes of birds could be seen in the sky. People were standing around the protagonist, talking about how this exam was too hard and how if they got it wrong they would probably have to retake it. Then the protagonist thought about how he should have started studying earlier. A smile appeared on his face when he asked his bright future to just wait. Rick spread his arms out to the sides. His back was to the men, who assumed that thunder had just been heard and that rain was about to occur. The protagonist was sitting at a long table. A fork was stuck into his food. The teacher's hands blushed as he thought about how juicy the food was. Then someone spoke to him. Jasper was holding a plate in his hands when he asked if he could sit with him. The protagonist sat in front of him when he answered yes, then the new guy thanked him. The teachers sat opposite each other. Rick looked ahead with a smile, thinking that since he would soon be the head of the department, he should listen to the teachers, and then asked about the boys' work there, to which he replied that there was something. The protagonist's face was shown close up when he asked him again, thinking about how the teachers today are very slow-witted, and that classes had not even started yet. Jasper brought food to his mouth when the protagonist assured him that he could tell him anything that was bothering him. Then the boy replied that it was not something he should worry about. Rick's eyes were closed when he realized that he felt passive aggression from this boy and said that only a week had passed and that he would soon get used to it, and that he should not worry. The new kid was sitting in front of the protagonist when he thanked the older guy for his support. Then the protagonist asked him what he would say to the fact that he would like to come to his class tomorrow. The brunette opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that it would be an honor for him. Rick's eyes were shown close up when he asked if the guy was going to eat his sausage. There was food on the plate when the new kid answered that he was just saving it for later. The protagonist reached for his plate when he clicked his tongue, saying that he seemed like a grown man and that Jasper left him no choice but to eat this sausage. The new kid grimaced when the protagonist said that it was very juicy and that the food in this cafeteria was very tasty. The boy put his notebook behind his back when the older boy asked what was going on and why he wasn't eating, to which the boy replied that it was fine, deducting 700 points from Rick because he ate a sausage he had saved for later. Clouds floated over the wooden buildings, the next day during a fencing lesson with the protagonist as an observer. The protagonist looked away in shock, wondering what he was seeing when someone was ordered to be louder and faster. A tired Lorie ran forward when Rick realized that it was the lazy girl running around the training ground singing the national anthem, so the newbie ordered her to do it louder and harder. The protagonist and Jasper exchanged glances when the older boy asked about what was going on and how he made her practice, to which the boy replied that he threatened to report her to the Ministry of Education. The protagonist looked surprised when he asked him again, saying that it couldn't be. The blonde looked away with tears in her eyes when she exclaimed that it was too much and asked Rick to save her quickly, thinking that now that he was there, they would finally get rid of this crazy newbie. The boys stood behind Lorie when the protagonist said that the usual running would not be enough and that it was worth adding at least sandbags. Then Jasper answered that he would prepare everything for tomorrow and that, as expected from an older man. Then the girl thought about how stupid she was to believe that this scoundrel would help them and that she should not have treated him to desserts. The protagonist touched his chin thinking that this young man, surprisingly, was doing very well and then wondered why everyone was acting like this. The students stood in front of Rick as they greeted the teachers. Then he suggested that they get started quickly, asking why they were all so sad. The children put their hands behind their heads when they were ordered to take wooden swords. Then it was told that when the lesson began, he understood everything. Boris swung his sword in front of him. Raymond looked ahead boredly, counting quickly. The protagonist looked ahead in horror when he wondered what it was. In front of Lorie stood the students she was reprimanding. Then the protagonist realized that something was wrong there. Clouds flew over the building as the students' screams filled the training ground. Wooden swords rose into the air when someone thought about their trajectories moving under the screams. The children held their blades in front of them when it was told that such a peaceful lesson could be seen in the academy except for one person. The protagonist touched his hair, wondering what the mess was. The protagonist covered his face with his hand when he thought about how Raymond was obviously practicing sky-piercing blade. The boy grabbed the hilt of his sword, wondering why he had to do it at all, and Rick wondered why she had suddenly introduced the field family training. Boris held a blade above himself when the protagonist asked himself why he was training with everyone. Then Jasper explained that he was not getting enough exercise, and told him to run 10 laps around the training ground after class. The protagonist held Lorie in front of him, asking her why she decided to start holding classes, to which she replied that she did not know. Then he asked who the teacher was, reminding him that Boris was weak in fencing, and asked if they had not decided to adjust to everyone's capabilities. The newcomer put his hand on Rick's shoulder when he explained that this was wrong. Then Rick asked him again. Jasper opened his palm when he said that the students should be on equal terms and that in the future, the students would go down different paths, and then asked if they weren't supposed to receive the same education within the academy. The protagonist looked serious when the newcomer added that according to rumors, it was the protagonist who initiated such a division, but he did not believe it. The brunette stood in front of Rick when he said that the elder one followed the Imperial program the most and that he was an excellent teacher. The protagonist gritted his teeth when the young man asked how a person like him could suggest such a disastrous plan. The protagonist looked angrily ahead, asking him again. Rick stood behind Raymond when he said that he could train at his usual pace and could forget about the field family technique, because it would be bad if everything got mixed up. Then he would agree with him. The teacher was drying Boris's hair when he allowed him to rest and then go read a book on magic and the shadows. The protagonist turned to the blonde, telling her that she could bring her sleeping bag. Then she asked why, when he asked how she was going to teach Chloe in such a state. The girl watched the teachers when the protagonist asked her if he was right, to which she answered affirmatively, and Lorie wondered what was wrong with this guy. The blonde covered her mouth with her hands when she thought about how he finally perceived them as comrades and about how he rose in her ranking. The brunette watched Rick, who advised Chloe to rest too. He grabbed the teacher by the hand. Jasper was behind the protagonist when he asked him about what he was doing. A shadow fell on the protagonist's face. Rick clenched his fist when he asked to be allowed to ask him the same thing. Then the newbie exclaimed that he was for fairness in education, after which he was asked if it was true. Jasper's mouth dropped open while looking ahead as he explained what would happen if all students were given equal opportunities according to the regular curriculum. The protagonist stood in front of the boy, disgruntled, as he asked why he didn't teach everyone indiscriminately, like an eagle to jump or a frog to fly. The protagonist touched his wrist as he explained that education should be fair, not equal. The brunette placed his hand on his chest as he reminded that according to the Imperial Ministry of Education's guidelines, only such a curriculum could ensure the future of the Empire. The boys looked into each other's eyes as Rick suggested that he should have fun fairly. Boris and Raymond looked in the same direction. The protagonist held a wooden sword as he said that the rules were simple and that they would hit each other once with the blade, but they were not allowed to dodge, suggesting that with his skills it would not be difficult. Jasper stared ahead as he wondered how a normal person knew about his hidden magical power. Energy enveloped the wooden sword. Rick stood in front of the newbie when he warned that the sword's aura cannot be used, then he was asked why, to which the leader replied that he was an ordinary person and could not use it, so it would be unfair, adding that this also applies to magic. The brunette was shown in profile when he exclaimed that this was nonsense. The protagonist's mouth fell open when he asked why, because this was exactly the training system he was offering. Chloe and Raymond ran next to him when he explained that Boris was behind them in fencing, but Jasper made them train at the same level. Someone pushed the boy in the back. The newbie looked at the sword when the protagonist concluded that not using aura and magic would be fair. Then the young man decided that he was right, because his opponent was an ordinary person. Rick bent his finger when he suggested that the newbie attack him. The brunette with the blade rushed forward, answering that the elder would regret it. The protagonist looked forward without fear. Jasper's pupils narrowed as he cursed inwardly, realizing that the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He remembered watching the leader leave, thinking about how he never told him anything about his job and only knew what to ask. The newbie was hiding from an angry teacher who said he was studying for an exam, when he thought about how he stole his sausage and left him alone for a whole week, and now this. Chloe and Lorie looked shocked. The brunette was sitting in front of the protagonist when he asked if the elder was okay, to which he replied that he seemed to have dislocated his shoulder. Then the guy apologized to him, explaining that he had overestimated his strength. Rick grabbed his shoulder, deciding that this young man was definitely asking for trouble. He jumped up. The protagonist swung his sword, exclaiming that now it was his turn. Jasper gritted his teeth in pain. The protagonist was in front of the newbie when he asked if he was okay and if it hurt a lot, to which he answered affirmatively, adding that it was good. Then the leader objected, saying that he had only touched him slightly. Then the young man asked him again, wondering if he was really an ordinary person. Jasper put his hand on the hilt of the blade, deciding that in that case he would hit him much harder this time, and then said that it was his turn now. Then the elder suggested that he attack. The guy rushed to Rick, promising that he would regret these words. The brunette swung, looking forward. Sweat appeared on his face. Chloe stood in front of the protagonist. The newbie extended his hand to her, asking what she was doing, because the lesson was not over yet. Then she asked why they were fighting in that case, to which the guy replied that she did not understand and that it was for their sake. Jasper looked ahead in surprise when the girl asked why he did not take the teacher's side then. Chloe put her hand on her chest when she explained that she had always learned the Field family's fencing techniques, and that she did not like the others, so she trained at her own pace. The girl pointed at her friends when she exclaimed that they were in her way and that because of them she had to stop. Chloe lowered her hands while looking ahead when she politely asked the teacher not to change the program. Jasper looked surprised when he thought about how fairness and honesty were the same terms at first glance, but in reality they were not. A scale and a hammer was shown when he added that fairness does not tolerate bias, while fairness involves subjective judgment. The protagonist placed his hands on the boy's shoulders when he said that she was very important when working with students. The protagonist looked ahead with determination as he exclaimed that they should guide them in the right direction, not try to make them all the same, concluding that this is why education should be fair. The brunette's mouth dropped open as he thought about what he realized, and that it seemed like he had been wrong all this time because he was used to the Imperial education system. The teacher watched the boy reading as Jasper realized that his horizons had narrowed. The crown prince sat on the throne as he decided that he needed to learn to understand people in order to become a wise ruler like his father. His knees touched the ground. The brunette folded his hands in front of him as he thanked the elder for such a wonderful lesson. Rick brought his hand to his face as he replied that it was better late than never, and mentally asked the boy if it was true that he would never dare challenge him again. He stuck his finger in his ear, saying that it itched, thinking that he now understood Chris's feelings a little. Bookshelves were shown when the protagonist said that the lesson would start soon. A bearded man was sitting by the window when he said that it was time to start his last lesson. Jasper was watching a blonde woman running when it was told that when someone suddenly changes their behavior, whether they want to or not, the person begins to worry about them. For example, when a lazy person suddenly starts running around the field like crazy, or when a drunk suddenly stops drinking. Chris held an open book in front of him when he said that the meaning of this magic circle is very diverse, and that, firstly, this line can represent the amount of mana depending on its length. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face when he wondered if this guy was at a funeral. The protagonist sat next to Boris when he asked him what was going on since the teacher wasn't drinking and the lesson was going smoothly. Then the boy disagreed and asked him to look over there. The bearded man looked down at the book when he started talking about how there was a potion made to maximize the effectiveness of this magic. There was an illustration of a bottle on the page. Chris started crying while holding the book when he screamed, asking why alcohol was so tasteless. Rick looked shocked when he saw him tear up the book. Then the student asked the teacher why he was licking it. The protagonist looked at the newbie when he asked if this was his doing too, to which he replied that according to Article 3, Paragraph 12 of the Regulations of the Ministry of Education, a teacher must not behave provocatively and must refuse anything that can affect his mind and body while teaching. The protagonist hit the brunette on the head when he asked if he still hasn't come to his senses. Jasper held his bruise as he exclaimed that this was different and that the curriculum might be different, but that was no reason to let this behavior go unpunished. Rick gritted his teeth as he countered by saying that this guy couldn't lecture sober, and then asked the boy if he was going to ruin the academy's curriculum for the sake of enforcing the law. The new guy sat behind the protagonist, who said he was going to talk to him, and that the kids should study on their own for now, and then he wondered how he was going to handle this. Chris opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he would be right back, and then the older guy was asked to step away for a minute. The kids covered their ears in fear. The protagonist was dragging a teacher along with him who was yelling about having déjà vu and that he hadn't even been drinking, and then asked what he wanted from him, and then he was asked to be quiet. Rick held out the bottle as he offered him a drink. Chris stood up straight when he asked him again. He covered his mouth with his hands, starting to cry. The protagonist stood in front of the man, who asked if he could really drink, to which he answered affirmatively, adding that the newbie had allowed it. Then the elder asked if the drink was really not poisoned, after which the brunette said that if he wanted it, he would take it, to which the teacher did not agree, assuring that everything was fine. The bottle touched the mage's lips. Chris, who was blushing, smiled as he drank it in one gulp and asked what to do with Kai, since he said that he would report him to the Ministry of Education. The protagonist looked away in annoyance when he thought that he probably threatened him too. Rick crossed his arms when he replied that it couldn't be helped if he could only teach when drunk, and that he was simply betting on the effectiveness of the classes. The bearded man pointed to himself when he objected, saying that he could lecture without alcohol. Then he was offered to try teaching like that for the rest of his life, after which he agreed with him, exclaiming that he was right, and that alcohol was the best medicine for quality lectures. The mage's face turned red. Chris sat on the floor when he admitted that he was actually thinking about leaving the academy. Then he was asked why. The drinking teacher sat in front of the protagonist when he answered that they had a new teacher now, and that he thought it would be better to give way to the younger ones. The protagonist touched his face when he said that he didn't know the older one had such problems and thought to himself that it was nonsense, and that he should say that it was all because Kai forbade him from drinking, since now he had more paperwork. Rick's mouth fell open when he turned to the older one and asked who told him that the academy would live as long as there were students in it. Chris looked down, wondering if he had really said that. He imagined a student sitting in front of him when the protagonist explained that the same thing applies to teachers, and that as long as at least one student listens to him, he will continue to lecture, since the role of a teacher ends the moment a student graduates from the academy. The protagonist looked up thoughtfully when he added that it might sound strange, but thanks to him, he learned to accept and acknowledge things that are different from him. There were arched windows in the hallway when the leader summed up that a real teacher is a person who can give valuable advice not only to students but also to colleagues. Rick extended his hand to Chris, asking if this was true. The dark-haired guy opened his palm in front of him. The touch man smiled when he asked the protagonist if he really thought that way about him. His hand reached for the bottle when the older man laughed and offered to have a drink together. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Rick broke the bottle when he asked his colleague to stop fooling around, reminding him that it was time for them to get back to class. The mage stood at the board when it was explained that after a week of abstinence from alcohol, Chris gave a lecture that would definitely go down in history, and that Boris even burst into tears of joy and applauded until his hands ached. The leader stood in front of the students when it was told that Jasper had become more loyal. Clouds floated above the building when someone said that he had a hard week. The protagonist sat across from the newcomer when he asked if he had gotten used to the academy, to which he answered in the affirmative, adding that the food there was very tasty. Then he asked if it was true, explaining that it was the pride of the academy. Jasper bent one finger when he admitted that in fact there was something else. In front of the protagonist, he opened his palm, exclaiming that this was their department head. The newbie looked at Rick with admiration, who agreed with him and advised to follow him. Then someone asked him again. Chris and Lorie were holding trays when they were interested in what they were talking about. They sat down next to their colleagues. When the leader asked about the fact that they really didn't know, to which the magician replied that he heard for the first time, then they were asked about the snacks and alcohol that they gave him earlier. The teachers looked closely at Jasper, thinking that it was all because of this fool. Then he asked about what he really had on his face. After that, the blonde explained that it was an ordinary gift, and then asked what he was thinking about, to which she answered that about a bribe. The main character put his hand behind his head when he said that it was not official yet, but the headmistress warned that he might take on the duties of the head of the department. Jasper was sitting in front of the protagonist when he exclaimed that he was almost approved, and he was still being modest. Then the manager thought that the guy was stupid. He imagined dissatisfied colleagues when he thought about how power changes everything, and that if he, their junior, ended up in a higher position, they would hate him even more. Chris and Lorie were sitting opposite each other when Rick decided that they were openly showing their dissatisfaction, while the blonde was thinking about how tired she was today and how she would have to reschedule her night training, and the magician was thinking about what to drink in the evening. The blushing man hugged the protagonist and asked him to accept his condolences. Then he asked him again, after which the brunette was asked if he knew the duties of the manager. The protagonist opened his mouth, looking forward, when he asked about whether they were doing projects to promote the department, to which he was told that they were. Then he wondered what those words were for in that case. Sweat appeared on Rick's face. The chair began to fall when he thought about how he was so blinded by the sweet power of the third person in the academy that he forgot that being the head of the department meant helping the higher-ups with their tasks. He imagined the deputy and the headmistress herself when they told about the reconstruction of the first cafeteria, about the improvement of the quality of food, the increase in food costs, additional investments in the Mango Kingdom, as well as about N's unsuccessful investments in various races that led the academy to bankruptcy. The worried protagonist left the cafeteria, thinking that in any case, he needed to stop them. Someone was writing on a white sheet. The blonde was sitting at the table when she said that this should be enough. The protagonist appeared in front of her and addressed her, then she asked what brought him there in such an emergency. He hit the stack of papers, talking about cutting up documents, and stood behind Rick, who asked what he was doing. Then he asked to see the documents. The dark-haired boy leaned forward, when he thought about what would happen if he saw something about snail racing again. His hand touched the sheets of paper. Sweat ran down the teacher's face, when he wondered what it was. He opened his mouth, looking ahead. There were papers on the floor, when the protagonist asked why the documents were in order. The headmistress stood behind him, who asked what he meant. Then he asked that she didn't bet anymore. The blonde stared ahead with empty eyes when she asked if she really looked like an ordinary principal who didn't do anything worthwhile in the protagonist's eyes, and had her back to him when she said that maybe she did, but she did her job properly. And Rick replied that he didn't mean that, realizing that she was offended. The girl was holding a stack of papers when she asked what brought him there. The protagonist was standing in front of her desk when he asked if it was true that once he received his certificate, the responsibilities of the department head would fall on his shoulders, to which he was answered in the affirmative. The elf's ear was shown close up when he said that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle such a volume of work at once, because he was an ordinary teacher, and he himself wondered how far she could go. The protagonist was shown in profile when he summed up that that's why he had an offer. He stood in front of him when he said that he wanted to try acting as the head of the department right now. Rick looked straight ahead seriously when he was asked in what sense, to which he replied that if an ordinary teacher was suddenly promoted, there might be problems. The dark-haired teacher put his hand behind his head when he thought that the recent events were proof of that, and that everything would be fine if he kept the situation under control, and also that even Kai had become obedient, and that if he dealt with this elf right away, then a bright future was guaranteed for him. The blonde opened her mouth slightly when she asked if he really wanted to start acting as the head of the department in advance, and if he was serious. The protagonist looked ahead worriedly when he thought that she would really not agree, and smiled widely when she asked how she could refuse the future head of department, and then added that she was very happy that he was so dedicated to the academy and that she hoped that his enthusiasm would last for a long time, concluding that he was an example for all teachers. The protagonist closed his eyes when he realized that everything had gone smoothly as expected, and replied that he was just doing his job. The headmistress folded her hands in front of her face as she explained that there was not much work at the moment, so she did everything herself, and that she even considered proposals at her own discretion. She imagined herself sailing in a boat on the sea, and explained that in the future, when there was more work, she would not be able to devote time to such trivial matters, so the rest of the issues would be handled by her deputy and the head of the department. Rick looked ahead with a smile as he replied that he understood, and that he should quickly deal with the deputy headmistress then. The protagonist sat in front of the girls when it was revealed that with the official reopening of the academy, a meeting was held on the financial management of the operating funds provided to them by the royal family. The colleagues were sitting at the same table when it was announced that after a tense meeting, it was decided to split the operating funds in half, and that the headmistress would use them for the future of the academy, and the deputy for the present. Lucy buried her face in the floor. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he voiced the request to support the Wyvern King extermination squad in order to obtain oil that could be used in fried food, and thought about how the operating funds directly provided by the royal family must have been a considerable amount, and how she spent half of it on such a request. A tear rolled down the boy's cheek. The blonde elf was lying on the floor when she asked what kind of nonsense that was, adding that they needed to work hard, and was asked again. Rick looked at her with a creepy expression and asked if it was okay to spend all of the Academy's operating funds to support the Wyvern King extermination squad. Lucy smiled while looking forward as she called him a fool and asked him what he understood, and whether he knew how delicious the pilaf would be. The deputy was hit on the neck. The woman was lying behind the protagonist, who responded that she was talking too much for someone who had signed such a contract, and that there had to be a catch. The head of the department's eyes were shown in close-up as he realized that it was a contract with the Silver Sword mercenary squad. A skull flag was shown as it was explained that the mercenary group was known for their achievements during the Great War, defeating many powerful monsters and completing difficult dungeons. The armored warriors were standing in a row as the protagonist wondered if these mercenaries could read, and that they probably just scribbled this contract. The warriors were holding spears as it was explained that it was a rude remark, but true, and that they were a hastily formed mercenary group desperately looking for a way to make a living in the commercial city of Umar. Rick glanced at the document as the Count's name was mentioned. He turned to Lucy and asked for a guarantee that this was true, and she replied that it was a local noble who supported this unit. The boy crumpled the parchment in his hand. The woman touched her neck when he called her to go with him, and she asked where. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiling, when he replied that he was going to their office. Clouds were flying over the building the next day, when someone said that they would get straight to the point. The protagonist folded his arms in front of him when he said that the Wyvern King was dangerous, and that the mercenary unit could be destroyed, so he asked for this request to be cancelled. The man with the bandage crossed his arms over his chest and asked him again when it was explained that his name was Ralph, and that he was the leader of the Silver Sword unit. The mercenary was sitting in front of the academy staff when he laughed, and exclaimed that he had been wondering why they had come and that they seemed to know little about their squad, to which he was told that he was wrong. Rick was in front of Ralph when he said that he had heard about their achievements during the Great War, defeating many powerful monsters and completing difficult dungeons, and then asked if that was not enough. Then he asked if after all this he was saying that they could not cope with the Wyvern King, to which he was told in the affirmative. The protagonist was shown in profile when the mercenary asked if he even knew who he was. Then the teacher replied that of course, after all he was from the mountains of Arma. Then he was asked again. The men introduced the monsters when Ralph explained that it was a lair of all sorts of dangerous monsters. Then the protagonist exclaimed that it meant he was a beast that crawled out of there, and that while there might be many monsters there were still people living there. Rick bent his finger, looking ahead, when he said that in any case, the Wyvern King was very dangerous, and that he was as strong as the Elder Dragon. The mercenary in the blindfold spat out his drink and asked him again. Then the guy replied that he heard everything correctly. The protagonist pointed his finger in front of him when he asked why he was laughing. Ralph brought his hand to his face when he explained that the Elder Dragon was a mythical creature from fairy tales, and that he had never heard such an excuse for terminating a contract, adding that they convinced him. The protagonist sat next to the deputy when he thought that it was easier than he thought, and then asked about the money. The man had a pen in his hand when he informed them that they had already spent more than half on supplies, so they wouldn't be able to get it all back, and that with the cancellation fee, that would be all that was left. Rick's eyes widened as he looked at the document. He hit Lucy, calling her stupid and exclaiming that she had spent all of their operating funds, and the mercenary said that if they had any further objections, they could file a separate lawsuit. Ralph was sitting in front of the clients when the protagonist asked if they were really going to hunt the Wyvern King and who would give them their money back if their party was wiped out, and the mercenary replied that he was underestimating them, and the guy then said that wasn't the case. The protagonist hit his chest and exclaimed that they were mere prey compared to the Wyvern King when the mercenary explained that their party had been hunting dozens of damned dragons. Lizards were flying over the people when Ralph asked how he knew this, assuming that the guy saw them personally. Then Rick answered that they catch them every day. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when he was asked why they didn't go with them if they were so worried. The sky was visible through the window bars when the protagonist decided that he was right, and that if they died, they would not see the money, so it would be better to go with them. Then he asked about when they were moving out, after which he was told that tonight. The warriors were holding bows in their hands when the man explained that they planned to set up camp near the Wyvern King's nest and attack at dawn. Rick hugged Lucy when he said that they would go with them. Ralph smirked and asked them not to regret it later. There was a full moon in the night sky when the man warned that it would be a rather dangerous journey. The customers were standing behind the mercenary who asked if they were ready, to which the boy replied yes. Then the man said that they would be moving fast, so they should try to keep up. The skull flag was fluttering in the wind. The warriors held their spears in front of them when the Silver Sword squad was ordered to attack. The protagonist bent his arms. Lizards were flying above the egg when he thought about how they would meet many monsters on the way to their goal, since it was near the Wyvern King's nest, so they would not be able to avoid the normal ones. The protagonist licked his lips when he decided that he would quickly deal with them and get his money back. A dragon's silhouette was visible near the moon. Rick ran next to the deputy when it was explained that in order to get the money back from the mercenary group, they joined the hunt for the Wyvern King. The warrior's armor touched the ground when it was said that since these monsters could see well at night, they set out in the evening to reach their lair by dawn. Lucy opened her mouth when she said she was hungry. She and the protagonist were behind the mercenary when he reminded her that they had eaten 10 minutes ago, then she assumed that he meant that piece of bread, after which her colleague asked her again, reproaching her for eating enough for 10. The elf angrily looked at the protagonist, answering that such a portion was not enough even for one. Then he asked if she thought they were going too slowly, reminding her that this was not a snail race. The mercenary's ear was shown up close when she agreed with her colleague. Ralph turned to the customers when he explained that even if they rode horses without rest, it would take them a whole day to get there, but with their unique mobility they could get there in half a day. Then they asked him again. The man with the bandage shook his head when the boy replied that if he said so, then there was nothing to be done and that they would continue to follow them. Then the mercenary thought about how they did not respect their squad and that he would still show them the power of the silver sword. Lucy walked next to the protagonist, who eventually walked behind. The protagonist raised his hand to his face when he suggested that the deputy director go ahead since he could not walk there anymore. Then she replied that she had no strength from hunger. The blonde looked ahead when Rick asked her again and said that he did not think that she would be weaker than the director, and then suggested that dark elves were inferior to ordinary elves. The girl ran past him when she advised him not to compare her to her. Then the guy thought about how they both always fell for it. Someone ran past the warriors, who wondered what it was. Then the colleague asked the deputy to wait for him. There was a night sky above the forest. The protagonist overtook Lucy. The girl turned her head to the protagonist, who noticed that she was a good runner. Then she called him an ignorant man, explaining that dark elves were the people of the night, after which he asked her again. Rick pulled ahead when he exclaimed that he was still faster. Lucy gritted her teeth when she said that she was too hungry. The girl closed her eyes when she added that she could not run anymore. The deputy director fell to the ground. Ralph looked away when he was called captain. In front of him stood a warrior, who said that he did not see the customers who followed them, and then asked if they needed to look for them. Then the leader suggested that they probably went home because they were tired, adding that he warned that no one would wait for them, so they should forget about them. The mercenary stuck his weapon into the ground when he answered that he understood. The man with the eye patch looked down when someone asked what the sound was, assuming it was the Wyvern King. Lucy was lying on the ground when the captain announced that he had found a client. Lizards were flying in the sky. The boy was standing in front of a wyvern nest when he said it out loud. It was on top of a pile of rocks when the protagonist added that it was bigger than he thought, and that it resembled a watchtower. The protagonist looked up in satisfaction when he wondered if it was all about money in the end. Various weapons were shown when it was explained that any part of the wyverns on the market was expensive and that in the territory of Arma they were made into equipment. But since they had a lot of monsters, they broke quickly. But in the city they would be happy to buy them. A dragon was shown up close when Rick thought about how there were many guilds, so it was worth the money. Wyverns flew over the boy when he decided that he would deal with the normal ones first to minimize their losses. The monster in front of him opened its mouth. The protagonist clenched his fist, looking forward. He punched the lizard in the face. The wyverns stuck out their tongues when he asked what they were laughing at, threatening that he would get them now. The protagonist kicked the winged monster. He hit the wyvern in the head with both hands. The bodies of the monsters lay on the ground when Rick realized that this was the third one. The protagonist stepped on the monster when he invited the others to approach him. The protagonist looked ahead in amazement. There were lizards in the sky above him when he wondered why they did not attack, assuming that they were scared. The wyverns began to fly away in another direction when the guy called them names and asked where they were going. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked if they were scared, reminding him that he had only killed 3 and if that was all they could do. The bodies of the monsters lay near him when he called them cowards. Mountain ranges were shown. Ralph looked ahead when he said he heard wyverns screaming and that they seemed close. Then he was told that they should be somewhere around there. The warrior held a bag in front of him when he suggested that they take a break for a while. Lucy was leaning over him with her arms bent when she shouted the name of food, then she was asked again. The girl dug her hands into her armor. There were mercenaries in front of her, one of whom asked her to unhook her from him, saying that it was not a rice ball, but his hand, and that she needed to come to her senses. Clouds were floating above the trees. The protagonist sat on a monster, thinking about what he did wrong, and about the fact that wyverns are usually very aggressive and attack people indiscriminately. The protagonist rested his hand on his face when he wondered why he managed to catch only 3, then someone told the captain that they had found the nest of the king of wyverns. Rick waved at the mercenary, noticing that they had arrived, who then said that he thought they had gone home. Ralph opened his mouth, looking ahead as he asked the boy again, who explained that he had simply walked forward. The protagonist stood up straight, as the captain wondered what was wrong with the boy, since he didn't look like a swordsman or a mage, but he had managed to defeat 3 monsters. The protagonist took a step forward. He stopped in front of the mercenary, who said that they would set up camp for now, and that he should rest, adding that the boys needed to recuperate, and that they would attack at dawn. Then Rick asked if they had seen the vice principal. Lucy was tied to a stretcher. As the man reported that she was there, the protagonist asked what they had done to her. The protagonist looked at the wounded warrior when it was explained to him that they had no choice and that she tried to eat one of the squad members. Then the guy answered that he understood, wondering if dark elves eat people too. Clouds were floating in the sky when someone suggested waiting for the Wyvern King there. Rick was standing next to Ralph at 8 in the morning. They were sitting next to each other and eating when the guy asked about when the Wyvern King would appear. Then he was offered to wait a little longer. The protagonist looked closely at the mercenary when he asked if they had really moved their nest. Then he asked him not to push things. The men looked in the same direction. A monster appeared in the sky when someone exclaimed that he was finally there. The claws of the wyvern were shown close up. The dragon grabbed the protagonist. The warriors of the squad watched the guy, who asked how long they would stand there, and then asked them to do something. Ralph opened his mouth and laughed. A spear was shown. The captain pierced Rick's clothes with the weapon when he reminded him that he had said that their Silver Sword group was the best in the Empire. The dark-haired guy opened his mouth when he was advised to calm down. Ralph looked back when he asked to trust them. Lucy was lying tied up on the ground when the squad was ordered to attack. Then she said that she was hungry. The man with the bandage raised his hand up, ordering Silver Sword to attack. The wyvern opened its mouth in front of the captain, who exclaimed that he would finish it in one blow. The monster clenched its teeth. Sweat appeared on the mercenary's face when he realized that the dragon broke his spear, adding that this could not be. The protagonist sat next to the tied-up girl when he wondered what he wanted, because wyvern teeth are used to make high-quality shields. The winged monsters attacked the warriors, who called for help and asked not to roll them, because they are not balls. The protagonist looked ahead in disappointment as he thought about whether this was the best mercenary group in the Empire, and how they never listened to him, and how he would watch them for a little while longer as punishment. Rick looked away as he decided it was more important to know when this elf would wake up. Lucy was lying with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide and screamed for oil. The tied-up girl gritted her teeth, saying that she could smell the delicious oil. The thick rope snapped. The protagonist watched his colleague as he wondered what was wrong with her, assuming that she had gone crazy from hunger. The deputy director opened her palm. She extended her hand to the heavenly body as she said that the night belonged to the great duke, and that he would come to this land when the sun went down. And then she began to count. The protagonist propped his head up on his palm as he decided that she had definitely gone crazy. The elf's hair was loose as she began to beg someone. Dark energy emanated from her legs as Lucy asked him to answer his servant's call in exchange for blood. Black clouds appeared near the moon. Sweat appeared on Rick's face as he thought about what it was and why it suddenly became dark. There was a full moon in the sky. Someone opened their red eyes. The elf looked straight ahead as she addressed the Great Duke of the Night, announcing that it was a new moon. The protagonist was shown in profile as he realized that it was black magic. Lucy's face was covered by her hair. Ralph was sitting on the ground. His face was reflected in the blade as he thought about how even with a specially made sword, he could not scratch it, because it simply bounced off. The king of wyverns appeared in front of the man as he remembered the words about this monster being dangerous, and how even the damned dragon was just prey in front of it. The captain brought the blade to his face as he realized that he should have listened to this man. A blonde girl appeared in front of his eyes. The monster was bound with chains as he asked what was going on. The wyvern opened its mouth wide. The protagonist swung at it as the mercenary realized that it was the boy from Ammoni's academy. A huge explosion occurred. The broken weapon lay on the ground. The protagonist put his hand behind his head as he took a step. The king of wyverns bared its sharp teeth as the boy said that it was incredibly strong. Ralph lay in front of Rick, who said that he should have listened to him. Then the man replied that he was just lying down to rest, after which the teacher said that he understood it. The protagonist looked at the vice principal and asked her if she could bind him with black magic again, then added that he would leave it to her. Her hand reached out to the moon. Dark energy enveloped the girl's legs as she spoke of the Grand Duke's time. A sphere appeared in the elf's palm as she began counting down. The monster in front of them was chained up as the protagonist exclaimed that she had done a good job. Oil dripped from its green skin. Lucy smiled widely as she said that it was so cute that it screamed, and then asked the monster for more oil. A yellow liquid splashed into her mouth. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks as she thought about how cute it was. The elf rushed towards the monster, asking for more, as the protagonist told her to wait as her magic had worn off. The vice principal looked at the oil with a smile, thinking that its sweet taste was addictive. Lucy hugged the wyvern as she realized that this was heaven on earth. The protagonist looked up in shock. He extended his hand towards his colleague as he addressed her. There was a hole in the ground. Rick was holding the elf in his arms when he said he barely made it. His hand was touching her hair when he turned to the girl. They looked into each other's eyes when the boy said he couldn't just jump forward like that because he was nervous. Then she asked him again. They bumped their foreheads when the protagonist screamed that the Wyvern King could have died, and he still had to sell it. The monster's tail appeared above the protagonist when he exclaimed that there was no time to rest, and that nothing could be done about it, so he would borrow the captain's sword. Ralph pointed at the blade when he said he could do whatever he wanted. The tip of the sword flashed. Rick raised the weapon up when he said that he was the only one left. Then the mercenary asked not to forget about him. The wyvern opened its mouth, then it was asked to shut up and stop crying. Many monsters were flying in the sky when the protagonist explained that this one was calling for reinforcements, and decided that he would catch them all and make a fortune. The protagonist gritted his teeth and looked away. The wyverns opened their mouths wide. Rick frowned and looked ahead when he suggested that they attack. The guy was in front of a flock of lizards. He swung his blade when they flew past. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. The protagonist looked at the flying monsters when he exclaimed that these bastards were running away again. Rick began to fall down screaming loudly. The guy opened his eyes wide. Trees were visible behind him when he wondered what a pillow was doing on the ground. Big eyes appeared on the white background. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, scared. Rick was scared when he saw a canvas with a face in front of him. He started to run away from there screaming that it was not worth looking at. Holding his head, the protagonist said that it hurt. The man approached him and asked if he was okay. Standing in front of him, the stranger asked if the protagonist recognized him. The man shook Rick's hand and said that he was Raymond's patron. The protagonist remembered how the stranger stood at the exhibition with a thoughtful look. He looked at the carpet and heard that the man, with Raymond's permission, left it for his personal collection. Standing opposite, the stranger asked what the protagonist was doing there, to which he received the answer that he came there on a contract to supply wyvern oil. Raising his head, Rick added that he decided to catch a couple at the same time, but it was not so easy. They all ran away from him. Crossing his arms, the man said that he knew nothing at all about wyverns, noting that they are aggressive monsters, but this only applies to single ones. Looking at the monsters, the stranger said that in a pack with the king, their behavior changes, they become more closed, so attacking the Wyvern King is a useless undertaking. The protagonist fell to his knees. He remembered how he fought with the monsters and wondered if it turns out that he deprived himself of a chance to hit the jackpot with his own hands. Holding his head, the protagonist began to scream loudly. Meanwhile, the pack of wyverns calmly flew. The knights were lying on the ground. Dave began to wipe tears from his eyes and said that he knew that this was a dangerous task, but he did not think that everyone would die. Puzzled Ralph stretched out his hand and cried out that he was alive. Dave turned his attention to the knights, who rose to their feet and asked if they were dead, to which he received the answer that no one died, the Wyvern King was just playing with them. Closing his eyes, Dave said that Ralph said that he would return in a day, but he himself disappeared, so he hurried to help. The guy knelt down and asked for forgiveness, adding that he had entrusted them with the task of eliminating the Wyvern King, and they had failed, and then asked how he could make amends. Smiling, Dave said that the most important thing was that they were all alive. A smirk appeared on the man's face. Closing his eyes, Ralph began to listen to how they had failed the task and had not completed the order of the young man from the Ammoni's academy. In such cases, the mercenary squad usually paid a penalty. Looking away, the guy asked if they had the money for this now, and the protagonist wondered if they had wasted their time. Looking at the sky, Dave said that he would have to pay both the deposit and the penalty. He cried out with a satisfied look that his mercenaries were more important to him than any money. The knights began to cry from such words. Rick pointed at the girl and asked if she heard that, adding that they would not only return the deposit, but also pay the penalty. Her ears began to tremble. The girl asked with an embarrassed look what about her wyvern oil. Biting his lip, the protagonist listened to Lucy's words that without it, you can't make good fried rice. He swung his fist, while the protagonist reasoned that, no matter what, Dave saved the academy, preserving its budget. In the end, everything returned to normal. The plot took us to the Ammoni's academy, which was enveloped in sunlight. The girl held a sword in front of her and said that she was late today from training. Smiling, Lorie noted that her father and brothers told her not to obsess over her skills, but the pride of the Lord of the Fields will not allow her to stop. She must become a master of the sword. With an exhausted look, she came to the conclusion that a little rest before that would not hurt. Lorie closed her eyes and said that a sleeping bag was the best place to sleep. He suddenly began to fall. The man choked on his wine from a loud scream. The student looked up from his book in fear. The man feeding the birds turned around. The man came up to her and asked if she heard it too. Reynold came up to her and asked if a person made that strange sound. They stood in a circle and discussed how it sounded more like a monster. They lowered their heads. The protagonist was lying on the floor. Chris picked up the letter and assumed that Rick had passed out because of this letter. He began to read it carefully. Turning around, Chris told him that it said that he had failed the exam for a teaching license. The dumbfounded guy looked at the letter and noticed that the protagonist had failed the exam. Looking at Rick's face, the guy said that he decided to get it in case he ever became a mentor. But for the first time he saw such a loser who failed the second grade exam. The protagonist woke up and asked what they were all doing in his room. He suddenly frowned. Rick reached for the letter and asked why they were reading it without permission. Looking at the document, Chris said that the protagonist had only failed one section, the pedagogical aptitude test, and then asked the first question, what a teacher should do if a student made a serious mistake. Rick raised his hand and replied that he needed to be scolded properly. Lorie stood behind him and said that he was stupid because he needed to write a formal answer, and the protagonist noted that if a student made a mistake, he should be severely punished so that he would not do it again. Chris laughed and said that first the students needed to calm down and stabilize the situation, and then gently explain their mistakes to them, to which Rick cried out that they would not correct their mistakes with such an approach, and looked into the room and asked if Rick had any problems. She stood in front of him and asked if the protagonist had failed the exam, and approached him and said that they didn't need the vice principal urgently. Smiling, she noted that the protagonist always called her stupid, and then asked who was stupid now. Rick was furious at what he heard. He imagined a volcano erupting. The guys stood over the prostrate protagonist while we were told that he experienced the most severe stress in his entire teaching career. The next day, the guy came to history class and said that he had bad news for the children. He wiped tears from his face and said that he was sorry, but Rick would no longer be able to teach classes. The children were shocked by what he heard. One day in history class, the guys read that Kai would be their temporary teacher and discussed that he had been teaching them for 3 days already. They said with a displeased look that Kai did not even give them cookies and almost never had breaks. He constantly made them memorize something. Raymond frowned and said that Kai was not cool at all. Kai stood over them and said that he didn't think he was that bad, he would try harder. He wiped the tears from his eyes again and said that Rick was still feeling unwell, he still didn't leave the room. He opened his textbook and thought that this wouldn't do. The boys looked at each other and came to the conclusion that they needed to help the main character get better faster. Folding her hands, Chloe suggested visiting the teacher. Sitting on a bench, Raymond replied that it was a good idea. Seeing his face, Rick would definitely feel better, and Chloe suggested that looking at his doll would only make the teacher feel worse. Boris held his chin and asked what they thought about the gift, noting that his mother said that you can't come empty-handed. They held coins in their hands and discussed how they didn't have much money. Closing her eyes, Chloe said that there was nothing wrong with that, because she had money. She pulled out a bag and pointed out that it was her prize from the competition, 13 gold coins. Chloe looked at the depressed Raymond and asked where his prize money was, since he had won too. He introduced Reynold and told her that his grandfather had thrown it into the river, saying that gold was a luxury for a swordsman, and then asked if Chloe was going to spend the money on a gift for her teacher. The girl, with a smirk on her face, said that she was not. First she needed to increase the amount. She happily asked Rick to wait a little. They walked down the hallway. The children peeked around the corner and discussed that his room was there, and teacher Kai said that he never left it. Chris was sitting on the floor, saying that this guy was something special. Getting to his feet, Chris asked what brought them there, to which he answered that they wanted to buy a gift for Rick, but did not know what he would like. Looking at the guys, the man asked them not to go in, adding that the main character failed the exam for a teacher's certificate. He teased him a little, and now this guy goes crazy every time he sees someone. Chris stroked Chloe's head and said that he couldn't help but notice their attentiveness, after which the girl asked if he knew what Rick liked. The man hit his chest with his fist. He seriously stated that he did not know his preferences, but he could say that Rick did not care about the price of the gift. It was better to think about how to express his feelings through this thing. Embarrassed, Rick noted that he thought he said something pretty cool. They watched the fights. Chloe pulled the hood over her head and thought that bringing Chris's teacher there was a good idea. She looked at Chris drinking wine and noted that they would not be allowed in without an escort, and for a drink he will not tell anyone about it. This is the perfect plan. Closing her eyes, Chloe said that they needed to put money on the line, the same thing that teacher Rick had done last time, and then asked where they would start. Raymond began to eat greedily. Boris looked at the girl and asked her to start, since he had not trained with a sword for a long time. He put his hand on his chest. The boy was taken aback by the question of whether he was scared. Stunned, Boris pointed his finger at her and cried out that everything was wrong and that he had nothing to be afraid of. The boy opened his mouth wide in surprise and thought that he had just gotten lucky last time. Looking at the fighters, Boris emphasized the fact that he could not beat such people. Chloe put a fork to his throat and asked if he was in or not. He had 3 seconds to answer. Closing his eyes, Boris began to scream in fear. Holding a coin in her hand, Chloe said that she would bet 1 gold coin on him. She pointed her finger to the side and said that she did not come there alone, but from that table. Chloe looked at Chris and noticed that her uncle was very drunk, so he asked her to go instead. The guy was surprised and thought that the name Boris seemed familiar to him. Looking at the document, he read that he should be careful with Boris, Chris, and Chloe. Smiling, the guy thought that this would be fun. Holding a glass of wine, the stranger asked if they were there again. Watching the fight from above, the man noted that this would be interesting. Turning around, he asked Dexon to show what he was capable of this time, to which he received an answer that he wanted to avoid a duel with a boy named Boris. The fighter with a serious look said that this was not just a brat, he was an infamous home destroyer. Boris hit the man between the legs. The guys listened with a frightened look as Dexon dreamed of a family and a beautiful cute child. A voice came from the loudspeaker, saying that a special match was about to begin. The participants should go up to the stage. Standing in the crowd of spectators, Chloe listened to Dexon. They call him the Fixer, because he fixes every match in one fell swoop. Raymond stood on the battlefield. Dexon, looking crazy, said that he would show him what happens to those who interfere in the affairs of adults. Standing in front of him, Raymond asked if he could use the sword, to which he was told that no, but this match was special. Holding the blade, shrouded in aura in front of him, the boy offered to start the fight. Dexon was taken aback by what he saw and wondered if he was a master of the sword. He turned around and loudly asked why children were so dangerous these days. Chloe held 2 bags of gold in her hands and said that this should be enough. They stood in a circle and discussed how good it was that the girl had bet 10 gold on Raymond. Dexon was famous, so the odds were 4-1. Stunned, Chris woke up and started shouting about alcohol. Looking up, Boris offered to buy Rick a new history book. The girl shook her head and said that she was very worried about Boris, after which he asked why she was acting like his older sister. Stunned, Boris listened as Chloe asked him to imagine that he was a farmer who had spent his entire life growing potatoes, and one day he fell ill and was lying there sick, when suddenly a sack of potatoes was brought to him as a gift. Smiling, Boris came to the conclusion that it was wrong to give something related to work, to which the girl replied that it was not. Chloe opened her mouth wide and said that the gift had to be expensive. Walking down the street, she said that the history book was inexpensive, and that adults cared about the value of the gift. Sitting on a bench, Chris said that the best gift was alcohol, after which the girl replied that the teacher should just step aside. Standing in front of Raymond, Chloe clarified what he would say. The girl was taken aback and wondered if everything would be alright with their academy. Chloe said that they had no choice as she walked away. She turned around and said that she was going to teach them a trick now. Sunlight enveloped the academy where someone was saying that Rick had served hard in the academy that was raising the future of the empire, and had overcome difficult times to achieve excellent results. The protagonist was kneeling. The king was looking at him and said that as a reward, he would give him a new title. From now on his position would be a blockhead. The protagonist turned around and looked at his comrades who started teasing him, and touched his shoulder. She had a smile on her face. Rick suddenly woke up and screamed that he would kill them all. The protagonist was sitting on his bed trying to catch his breath. Turning around, the protagonist asked with an irritated look who had come to see him. The guys looked in and asked if they could come in for a minute. Rick held the bag in his hands and listened to them say that they wanted to give him a get-well present. He looked at the wrapper with the face and listened to them say that Raymond had wrapped the gift. The surprised protagonist listened to them say that they had all chipped in to buy it, and then asked if he could open it right now. The protagonist was delighted. He saw the pen and noted that it was a premium one, a Golden Horizon. The cheapest model cost 30 gold. They say that the first is so durable that it can compete with a young wyvern's tooth. Rick hugged the students and noted that it was a good gift. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanked them. The protagonist was drawing something and mused that he never thought that he would use the Golden Horizon. He added with a satisfied look that you can only trust those students that he personally raised. The pen's nib broke off. Rick was shocked by what happened. He smeared the writing on the pen and came to the conclusion that the pattern was inked, not engraved. The protagonist began to tremble. He fell off his chair and declared that the pen was a fake, and he trusted the boys. Sunlight surrounded the castle. Kai sat with a thoughtful look and thought that he did not think that the eldest would be upset for so long, but he also could not change his result. Bird watched him closely. Holding the broom on his shoulder, Reynold clarified why he was sighing and if something had happened. The boys were sitting on a bench and discussing that they were worried about Rick. He had not left his room for several days, so Kai was replacing him in history lessons. Reynold remembered how from around the corner he overheard the children who were saying that teacher Kai was hard to please and they missed the protagonist. The man touched his chin with his finger. He remembered the protagonist's joyful face and said that when he offered him to become his student, he was beside himself with joy, which means Rick has willpower. Surprised, Kai listened to the offer to teach the protagonist fencing techniques, and then asked again. Looking down, Reynold said that in the end, a teacher is a kind of scientist. Such people strive to gain new knowledge. When he paves the way through unknown paths, the energy returns by itself. Pointing his finger, Reynold asked not to tell Rick that this is his fencing technique. Smiling, the man noted that he did not want to burden the protagonist with unnecessary worries. Embarrassed, Kai clarified whether this was too modest for the one who is called the King of the Heavenly Azure Sword, to which Reynold replied that he was flattered. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy asked if Rick wanted him to teach him fencing techniques. He said with a smile on his face that life does not end with some exam, and besides, he has learned quite a lot of techniques. The protagonist, looking pleased, ordered him to leave. Kai went out the door. Reynold touched Kai's shoulder and asked him not to be so upset and to give the protagonist time to come to his senses. An enthusiastic Kai cried out that Rick smiled at him. He took the man's hands and said that his method really works. The next day, the guys brought a new pen and said that they were sorry about what happened to it. It was all the fault of the trading company. The protagonist's face was sad. Chloe hugged him and asked him to come to his senses. The man entered the room and said that he had received a letter. Rick's face was stunned. The protagonist looked down and wondered what that sound was. Looking at the bag filled with gold, the protagonist asked what it was. The guys burst into the room and cried out for him to give him the gold coins. The protagonist hugged the bag and asked if they had decided to rob a sick man, to which the guys replied that he had already regained consciousness and that it was a reward from the Imperial Ministry of Education. There was a letter lying under his feet. Unfolding the document, Rick read that to all teachers working at the Ammonite Academy, from the Imperial Ministry of Education, they announced the results of the teacher evaluation. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if it was really during the competition between the academies, and then Lucy should retain their status. Clutching the letter in his hand, the protagonist loudly asked what kind of nonsense this was. Lorie extended her hand and asked to simply give them the money, after which Rick read that Chris was a concern, alcohol addiction was interfering with work, Lorie was interfering with the performance of official duties, it was recommended that her salary be cut and further conversations be held. The protagonist was doing great, the training program was well structured, the students were drawn to him. He needed to maintain his current status and give 300 gold coins and a pocket watch, with an engraving of the imperial symbol as a reward. Rick pointed his finger at the guys with a displeased look and asked if they seriously thought they deserved this reward. The girl pointed to the column in the letter, which said that the reward of 300 gold coins should be distributed to all the teachers, and divided equally between the listed teachers. The protagonist's comrades went at him with a mad look, saying that this money belonged to them. If he did not give it back, then evil would not be avoided. Upset, Rick stood in the room and thought that 200 gold coins had been stolen from him. Looking down, the protagonist noted that he must have something else. Looking at the watch, the protagonist emphasized the fact that it looked quite expensive. Rick hung the watch on his belt and said that he would take care of it. Kai looked into the room and addressed the protagonist. Turning away, the protagonist said that he thought that he also came for a reward, because the Ministry of Education sent him a reward, which had to be divided between the listed teachers, but since Kai had not yet been officially hired, he did not receive anything. Smiling, Rick held out 3 gold coins and noted that if necessary, Kai could take a little more. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he could give 5 more gold coins. Joyfully, Kai said that he would accept them, after which he thought that, as expected from Rick, he was caring, he would even share one being with him. Leaving the room, Kai said that he was glad that the protagonist felt better. Turning around, he added that this pocket watch suited the protagonist very well. The protagonist frowned at these words and noted that Kai said it as if he had given it to him himself. Birds flew past the building. The protagonist examined the watch. Smiling, he thought that the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Sipping tea, Rick reasoned that he was also able to protect 95 gold coins from those demons. Taking into account the accumulated ones, he now has about 100 coins, so his father and mother will be pleased. And sat opposite him and asked if he was going home for the summer holidays, noting that she promised to take him there using teleportation magic, so he should not be angry. Folding her hands, and happily clarified whether they would go together this time, to which she received the answer that this was not the case. This time he needed to see his brother and sister, and also help with the housework. Looking at the documents, and read that she needed to hire another chef, expand the dining room, and order premium ingredients. The upset girl said that while he was gone, the academy could turn into a restaurant. After which Rick said that he would go and haggle a little. Lucy began to twitch her ears. The protagonist pointed his finger at her and asked her to speak louder. Frowning, Lucy listened to Rick's assumption that in his absence she wanted to order premium ingredients, expand the dining room, and hire a new chef, after which she asked where this information came from. The protagonist showed 3 fingers and said that in any case, if she promised to behave well, he would bring her 3 bags of potatoes from home. Holding her chin, Lucy clarified if this was true. They hit each other on the hand. Standing in front of the portal, Rick said that he had already spoken with the deputy, so and should not worry too much. Smiling, and thanked him for his concern, noting that she would open a portal in a week. The protagonist went into the portal. Closing her eyes, the girl said that no one would have thought that he would care about the academy so much, in which case she could not lose either. Looking at the document about the business presentation, and said that she would have to surprise him. Sunlight enveloped the settlement. Julia put the axe on the table and asked what brought Rick there, and if he was busy with work. The protagonist approached her and asked how the potato field was, since he did not notice anything strange on the way there. to which he received the answer that everything had sprouted, so there were no problems, and there were fewer monsters lately. Rick suddenly turned around at the loud sound. Holding his face, the protagonist wondered why it was on his shift. Julia handed over the axe and asked him to move. The protagonist came across the corpse of a monster. The guy was standing on the corpse. Turning around, he called out to Rick. Wiping the dirt off his face, the protagonist's brother exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, after which we were introduced to Aim. Stretching out his hand, Aim noted that he heard that the protagonist had recently come home, to which he received the answer that last time he was with colleagues, so he could not stop by. Rick was surprised by the offer of food and asked if Drake worked in the city at the foot of the mountain. Wiping the blood off her knife, the girl said that they were fired, after which we were introduced to Rick's younger sister, Amy. Turning away, Amy said that there was a reason for this. She imagined 2 neighboring buildings and said that her older brother worked in a weaving shop, and she in a fruit store. Sometimes the boss gave her some fruit to eat, so she ate it, and he suddenly got angry and fired her. Amy ran away from a man with a bunch of apples. The protagonist approached Aim from behind and began to ask if she stole the fruit and if he was fired at the same time, since the owner of the fruit shop knew his boss, to which he received the answer that it was all true. Frowning, Aim looked at the brothers. The protagonist hit his sister on the head and asked how hungry she had to be to steal food. Aim separated them and suggested going home. Turning around, he asked if that was the sound of falling rocks on the border. Rocks rolled along the ground. In Rick's house, his father's scream was heard, asking about the falling rocks. He fell to the floor and said that the potato field had just been restored. The protagonist's face was sad. The monster was walking through the forest. The protagonist stood in front of it. Swinging his axe, Rick reasoned that his weapon had barely survived the previous onslaught, and he did not know if it would hold up now. He struck the monster and thought that if he could buy some time. His axe began to split. The guy was taken aback by what had happened. He saw many memories in the broken axe. Rick began to cry and declared that he would kill the dragon. He rushed at the monster with his bare fists. He swung his fist and suddenly heard someone call out to him. Carl threw him the blade and cried out that it was the gift he had talked about last time. The surprised protagonist asked why it had happened so suddenly. He remembered Carl smiling and saying that he would have just enough time to prepare a gift for him. Rick caught the blade. He was surprised. The protagonist held the sword in front of him and asked why it was so heavy, to which he received the answer that it was made of adamant. The protagonist imagined ore and thought that it was an extremely heavy, but at the same time very durable metal, symbolizing fire, immortality, and eternity. Swinging the blade, Rick came to the conclusion that it might work. The dragon began to spit potatoes out of its mouth. A powerful sound from the blow was heard in the forest. The guys were shocked. Scales began to fall from the monster's body. Joyful Rick thought that the scales of the ancient drake had cracked. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist noted that with such a weapon, the protagonist rushed into battle and cried out that the dragon would become fertilizer for the potato field. Carl covered the dragon with himself and asked him to stop, because the ancient drake is also a living being.